creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality.
Hello and welcome back to Western EU Qualifiers here for DreamLeague Season 23. My name is Em and I'm joined by T-Governor as we get into a fresh new day of qualifier action. And we are starting things off with a hella hype series, aren't we, T-Gov?
Oh yeah, it's going to be a banger, right? These two teams contending for qualification. I think a lot of people would expect both of these teams probably to be the teams that most likely qualify. Of course, you could sprinkle in, some OG as well, and of course, recent form of entity. But yeah, it is. I would say whoever wins this series is most likely to be one of the two teams that qualify for DreamLeague Season 23.
Yeah, it's a good power kind of ranking game as well. We're always expecting big things from these guys. They've been around, they've done it all. They've been in grand finals, they've been pushing the boat out, won TIs, or at least Tundra have. So it's pretty exciting to see what they're going to pull out this year, and what kind of form they're going to be in for these qualifiers. And I think this is like the real test for these guys now. Which of these teams is going to come out ahead? Are you expecting a 2-0 one way or the other? Or are you expecting a 2-1? Because, these teams are kind of, I don't want to say volatile, but yeah, like the results have been mixed from both of
them. At least in previous tournaments, I'd say that Liquid's obviously been on a bit of a uncharacteristic spiral, right? They dropped out of Season 22. They came third in an online tournament. They did beat Spirit, though, so it's like it's on the way up. And then the recent victory was pretty one-sided, but yeah, I'd say I'd like to think this should be a 3-game series. I think that even though Tundra's series against Entity was very volatile back and forth, even hour-long games, they have that kind of tenacity that they're not just going to be walked over in 25 minutes, right? Like unlike some other teams in this region where you kind of expect that if a good team gets their draft, sure, this game could be closed out. I feel like Tundra, they have plenty of layers to them that I would be surprised if we're seeing 25, 30-minute games like we saw Liquid in their opening series of the tour.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I also think it's fair to say that, I would just kind of reference Team Spirit, who, they did just beat. Last year, Team Spirit were that people were laughing at them, genuinely. People were saying, these guys, they won a TI, and all of a sudden they're rubbish, and they weren't doing anything. They were getting knocked out of qualifiers, they weren't doing anything. DPC, they weren't looking great at all. And then all of a sudden, they just come out and win Riyadh, and everyone's like, oh, okay, yeah, Team Spirit have awakened. And then they go on, go to take TI as well. So, Team Spirit, big team, big name. And, they were doing the same thing, which it feels like Liquid are doing now, where just kind of taking it easy for the first half of the season. When will they awaken is the big question. Are they awakening, or that's the kind of what I'm looking at the moment. So, and obviously same thing for Tundra as well, a TI winning team. When are they going to wake up? When are we going to see them kind of really start to enter their full form and start to gear up for the second half of the season? That's the question I'm asking. So, some crazy games to start off these qualifiers, though. Are we expecting, super long marathon games here?
I really don't know what to expect in that regard. I just would like to see, this is going to be high-quality Dota, right? And I think trying to give it that, this will be this. No, we're just going to, once we see some drafts, we'll be able to unpack it. And I think the joy of these two teams is, they're always able to execute on the drafts that they create them for themselves. Other teams, they might have drafts that have certain nuances that you expect to see, but they just never really come to light. But these teams will be able to present that. And I think at least for Tundra, they right now obviously are in that transition phase, right? They lost mind control on the offlane. I say lost, he was removed from the offlane. Very different scenario. And then they had a stand-in. I think it was Lays stood in for a little bit. Now they've got Toby in the offlane. Don't know, was that a permanent replacement or is that still a stand-in? Okay, temporary stand-in, it says on Wikipedia. So Toby at least is, for me, he's always been the offlaner that you pick up to just do his job, but I'm never really screaming, oh my god, this was Toby's game, he's just kind of a decent lad that enables other people to shine. And to be fair, when you think about Tundra, when you have players like Topson and Pure who are going to be doing a lot of stuff, even 9 class from the 4 position, you don't maybe need the offlaner to be another, incredible star. You just need someone who does their job. And I think Toby is the type of offlaner
consistency.
I think Toby does have some inconsistencies, to be fair. Like this is why he's probably not been on a team in the last, half a year or so. But I just think that like the hero pool he has, the heroes that he plays, he just works hard on that pool. So that kind of grounding will allow everyone else to kind of be crazy inventors. Because I don't see Toby as an inventor. He's just like, I play my hero pool and I do my job. And sometimes mistakes can make, everyone makes mistakes, but like that's the type of player I see Toby. And it only works if you have other players that like to relish in the, oh wait, you've already done all the boring stuff? All right, sure, let me go be some, sniper carry, Shadow Fiend carry, or some random shenanigans, right? And that's where Tundra will utilize Toby to bring up others in their team. That's kind of my gut feel, at least, for why they would go for Toby in the offlane.
Yeah, and it does sound like it makes sense for this team. So will they hit their stride? Well, I guess that's what we're going to be finding out. But, it is a good question to ask about these two. And, these two teams especially are a great example of it, is what pays off. That consistency, believing in your 5 players and trying to keep like a core roster and make as little changes as possible. Versus Tundra, who have kind of mixed and matched for a while now, changing things up, trying new things, which one is more successful? And I think the answer to that probably varies from team to team, right?
Yeah, for sure. There's going to be, again, it takes a little bit of time to really understand what you want to be doing. And sometimes too much time, but doing it incorrectly can also be a detriment. Like you need to actually be able to kind of see through the actual problems. And yeah, I think for Liquid, they're kind of also dealing with the same thing, but in a different way, right? Like Tundra's dealing with the how do we bring our offlane into the team. And then for Liquid, it's like, well, we just lost the tournament, came pretty much like dead last, second to last. Are our ideas wrong? Like, we just brought in 33. Like, aren't things meant to be going better? Like, what's the problem here? And I guess offlane is the theme for both of these teams. How do you bring 33 into a team, into the mix? How do you bring Toby into the mix? Once they understand that correctly, then you expect on paper with the rosters, of course, to be shining.
Do you think that's not easier to do, though, when you've just brought, like, one new player into a roster that's been playing together for ages versus, Tundra starting the year on, like, a new roster and then, like, changing those as time goes on as well. So it's like, they're already adapting to each other. Or maybe it's easier because you are learning to adapt to each other more. You're a more adaptable 5 stack of players. Like, obviously, I'm asking you these questions, which
no, it's fine. There's some good
massively.
answers to that. I think, so first of all, to the idea of if you're an existing stack bringing in one player, if your team already is doing well, understands the meta, has provided good runs in tournaments, then that one player joining isn't going to be the most dysfunctional scenario, right? It is going to be as simple as this is our guideline, this is how we approach things. What do you want to bring? And it's kind of like a nice harmony where you just kind of merge together, right? If you're obviously not winning anything and one player comes in, then that one player is going to have to listen to 4 players who aren't really doing that well, and you have to try and like overwhelm the democracy to then provide, it's just, it's weird. But for Tundra, it's going to be harder because it's the start of the year, everyone's got different ideas come together. You have to like bring in the boiling pot. I think it's a lot of pressure on a coach. They didn't have a coach originally. They have then shifted to picking up Moon Meander. So I think as each month progresses, all that kind of raw talent across this team will, just eventually become like an actual seasoned team that is able to provide a lot more than what they're doing right now. Because I think Tundra's results haven't really reflected the players on their team, and at some point, no, it is just going to click for these guys. I feel because it is just it feels inevitable because it doesn't feel right to say like these type of players just shouldn't be. And when I say I'm not expecting them to win tournaments, but at least provide those runs, the top 8s, the something. That's what I expect from Liquid, OG, Tundra. They're like the 3 teams from Western Europe in this qualifier at least. That I expect them to be able to do that consistently.
Yeah, definitely. And, they've got a lot to prove as well. Both of these teams didn't make it through the first group stage in the last DreamLeague. So, definitely wanting to show everybody that, they're ready to go and that they've made the necessary changes to their strategy or essentially their roster as well to be able to come out and get some wins. So let's talk about the meta a little bit as well. Obviously, we did just have a ladder patch as well. Do you feel like there's any heroes in particular which you want to be seeing from these guys or any changes which you feel like could specifically suit one team or another? and also which team is more adaptable to make quicker changes to kind of look to abuse the potential changes.
No, man, the deepest questions today, man. Oh my God, what is this grilling you're giving me?
All right, yesterday we were up at like 7 a.m., okay? I was hitting you with like, what do you think of Dota 2 as a video game, T? And I was giving you the softest balls ever, right? So don't come here and say I'm giving you tough ones, okay? We're
I'm
making up for lost time here, buddy.
But it's like, we're starting with the, what's better? You know, one man joining 4 players, what's better? You know, the 5 mix? Does the wind blow east or west? You know, it's like,
I want to see sweat on that bald head, T, Governor. That's what I want to see.
Look at it. It's dripping. Actually, no, it's not yet. It could be. But in regards to the patch, I feel the patch was quite a delicate patch from what it could have been for a letter patch. It was a lot of like subtle nerfs, a little kind of like tone downs, and I think both of these teams are going to be very well suited for dealing with it. If there was some helmet dominated buff that made Zoo insane, then sure, Liquid is relishing it. But helmet dominator only giving you gold on its summon when you took over a creep, 33 will be happy, but it's not like he's not rushing back to his S tier heroes that he's demolished in previous years, right? Like, I think the patch could have been nicer to Liquid for sure, especially with that player on the team. But no, I wouldn't say that this patch was too deep enough to really start saying, oh, this team's gonna be better than that team because of this and that. It's just the whole game just kind of went from here down a step. And then in a week's time, like certain things might float back up again, but we kind of universally just took a step back for quite a lot of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me the biggest changes were probably maybe like Dragon Knight and potentially Earth Spirit. I mean, I wasn't expecting Earth Spirit to matter, but his win rate seems to be flying up in pub games, so maybe we see that leak over to the pro games. But yeah, Dragon Knight getting smacked down a little bit. That corrosive is definitely not as strong as it used to be, which then kind of affects his ability. I think mostly as a mid laner, you don't get to be that guy that just runs in and hits a tower once and gets like 5 seconds of corrosion, which is really value. And finally, we can jump into a draft. Bit of delay on this one. Apologies for that, as we just had some technical issues to sort out. But we now have a draft.
No, it was
It was me. I just wanted to talk
He asked me these dumbass questions before we could start the game.
Don't start the lobby. I want to. I haven't seen the sweat on T-Gum's bald head yet. So. All right, let's see what we're going to get here. I mean, I'm still predicting the big 3 get contested here, which is, of course, if you don't know, the Timbersaw, the Chen, and the Dragon Knight. So we'll have the Chen taken out straight off the bat. Maybe DK is not first phase anymore. We'll find out.
At least Monkey King here, Chen, yeah, TADK. So starting off the tournament, Liquid responded with a techies with a TA straight off the bat. So they weren't afraid to go for it. I think we're also seeing this Leshrac first pick being very prominent in SEA. We saw it, I believe, yesterday in Western Europe at least once. And I wouldn't be opposed to this hero getting a little bit more light in the draft, but what will Tundra go for here? Of course, their previous first picks doesn't matter. They've already picked it. Yeah, they go for Tiny. We've seen Tiny just be incredibly strong. I mean, I feel like at this point, I've said it so many times that I personally really like seeing it in the 4 position. Of course, with that would have been the best blunder of my life. I didn't finish the word. It doesn't count. With Thompson on your team.
I like how I was on like speed dial there, ready to jump in and be like, Thompson. Saved it.
How do I even get that? It doesn't matter. Yeah, but no, with Thompson on your team, that ability to put Tiny mid, it feels nicer compared to like any other mid laner, right? Like I don't think there's other mid laners that you actively go, do you want to play Tiny? But like for Thompson, it is one of his heroes. It's one of the his standout heroes of previous TIs. The fact that he plays very forward thinking, he gets some early levels, like level 7 or 8. He like lives in your jungle. He like pokes his head around. He avatosses some guy. If he doesn't die, it doesn't matter. He runs away, and now he stops farming. So there is chance that this could be the mid or the 400% for Tundra. But for Liquid, like I was saying with that Leshrac, it is available. They are going to lock it in. And most likely the mid lane. There is support flex. We've been seeing Eastern Europe go for position 5, position 4. And of course, SCA loves it in the mid lane.
Yep, I don't think there's any real huge kind of matchup potential here, you know? Like, I guess if you've got a +4 tiny, you throw Lesh into your own team, then Leshrak's kind of like, oh, okay, cool. Like, as long as he's got a Bloodstone, he's going to be pretty chilling about that. But overall, these guys don't really have much to say about each other, to be perfectly honest. Leshrak, if he's in the mid, he's going to give you a ton of tower pushing potential, which is really strong if he's support. He also gives you that as well, but also not quite as active and on the front lines, so could be a little bit more exposed by the tiny repositioning abilities.
Yeah, right now for Liquid, I think just going down the line of not allowing Tiny to have nice initiations would be key. Like a Leshrak, if you go for like Kaya BKB or some Bloodstone, you're not really going to die to an Abatos combo. You're like maybe really early on in the game, but once you start getting a couple of those items, it really turns it around. So for Liquid, having additional heroes that can brush off that type of initiation is pretty good. Like Tundra banning out Doom, for example. Like if you've got a mid Leshrak and off lane Doom, this Tiny isn't really focusing on the cores, and often against Tiny, supports like Phoenix really rise up as well because they jump, you don't die, you get 200 HP, boom, press egg. Now Tiny's out of position and people have like barreled into it, and I think there's a lot of nice options for Liquid to think about here. Of course, this could just still be the support Tiny, which it most likely is, but it's just nice to think about it as you're drafting. Otherwise, you're just giving 9 class the ability to pop off from the 4 position.
Yeah. So I think these backline supports are going to be really important for both teams here, because you know you're opening up with the Lesh and the Tiny. Lesh loves having some sort of steroid or save, especially a save, behind him to be able to help him out if he does go pretty deep here. So both teams could be considering something like the Oracle. I mean, unsurprisingly, the Shadow Demon was banned out by Tundra. You don't want to be letting that one go. So we'll see if they do opt to go for any of these. I mean, the thing is, there's just not that many good saving heroes in the meta right now. Like, there's basically like Chen and Shadow Demon are 2 of them, which is always banned out. Very, very hard to get your hands on. But Oracle, you know, it's a Liquid speciality, so maybe they'll want to take that as another option, and then still leave their full position and mid open for flex.
Tundra Esports turn to Luna.
Oh, they'll just go straight in with the carry hero. Luna coming out for Liquid. I mean, I feel like Luna's just one of those kind of, I don't want to call it uncounterable, but I feel like when they gave her this shard, right? Like, this shard just made all the difference, because it used to be the case where you pick something, you know, fast and melee, which can get on top of her and kind of swarm her, and she really struggled against it. But the shard just makes all the difference now with those glaives which spin around you. Very, very strong. It's kind of dissuading people from getting close and personal with this Luna.
Yeah, I think the shard gave Luna just a new kind of angle to play, because beforehand she was the hero that you need to farm for 20 minutes perfectly. You need to take some early towers with your team, reset, and then once you hit that first Roshan, if you're not taking racks, if you're not breaking your opponent, then you just fall off and you completely disappear. So that shard did provide Luna a little bit of, I can play to the late game, I can get there. And, ooh.
Wow.
This is very, very aggressive from Tundra here. Like, with Liquid, as much as opening with Lesh and Luna is quite a bold statement, if this is the double core and they don't have any flex for this Leshrak, it is going to be a very scripted draft for them, right? Like, you expect the push at 20 minutes to be inevitable with these 2 heroes. They both need to farm up. Like, a Leshrak needs to get Kaya BKB or a Yule Scepter +1. Luna needs to farm like Mask of Madness into some like Dragon Lance, potentially BKB. Like, she needs several items to feel good. And Tundra, they now have insane damage. Also, the draft is quite flexible still with the type of players that they have. Gyrocopter could be the carry or the +5. Tiny, of course, could be the 4 or the mid lane. Visage is what I expect just to be the off lane here. And I think for Tundra, the nicest looking approach for their draft right now is Tiny, Visage in the offlane duo, with Gyrocopter being flexed between carry or 5. That just is an overwhelming amount of damage in the early game to threaten both a Leshrak and a Luna. Like, Leshrak only gets tanky once she either has BKB or Bloodstone, right? That's like 5,000 gold investment after cheaper items. If you rock up to a fight into a Gyrocopter or someone else, you're probably going to die, right? And Liquid, at least, they identify the fact that potential aggression is coming and they need to really lock in their lanes to make sure they can, you know, delay that timing as much as possible. And Enchantress, an incredibly strong laner, can bully up into a Visage Tiny quite well. because you have that heal capabilities. So when the soul assumptions come in, you can just buff up your Luna. Don't worry, we can get through this. Just keep hitting your creeps, and a Tusk as well to be active on the map. Yeah, I think this is a very nice response from Liquid.
Nice. Yeah.
To make sure they can at least mirror some of these aggressions. Tusk can of course use the Twin Gate, create some trial lane opportunities, and I think the off lane for Liquid, they have last pick, so Leshrac now, because you have Tusk, technically viable in the off lane, but I would like to just see it mid, and I want to see 33 see all the heroes of Tundra, and then pick like, this is my raid boss off lane hero.
I love this combo though, like the Ench and the Tusk, you know, just kind of covering each other really nicely. You've got the backline support, you've got the front line to go in, a bit of cheap initiation. Takes a little bit of the pressure off of this final pick from Liquid to be that kind of all-encompassing go-in hero. Obviously, you're still going to want some initiation from the offlane, but you know, it really sucks if you're going for like a Mars or something, and he has to do everything himself, going completely blind. You know, it's way too hard to play the game. We often see Marses fail in that position, or initiation offlaners fail in that position because they just don't have the information. And there's not a ton of information being given by this Liquid draft until we had this Tusk and the Ench coming out. So yeah, definitely helps a lot. Should make the fights a little bit easier for them to start off. And that's also really important when you have the Lash and the Luna, right? Because they're very positioning focused. They have to get in and get their damage off. But Puck going to come out for Tundra.
Yeah. I don't see no stuns. Let me pick Puck real quick. That's the... I think Liquid, it really feels like a draft that is built around lanes going well and just being in the correct place. Otherwise, if Tundra get any moment to speed up the game, break open the pace, and just connect their aggression, then Liquid, what is their defense, right? They don't really have heroes to play around. They don't have that hero that can say, hey, this is my fight now, right? It's just a lot of individual skirmish, at least until they have items. So for Tundra, I kind of respect the fact that they're just banning out some big anti-puck heroes, right? Like they're going for some like Huskar mid or something. They are expecting that potential Leshrac in the offlane that I was mentioning earlier. And I think for Tundra, if Puck doesn't have a perfect game, a lot of the ideas of Tundra can fall apart because Puck connects with the Tiny Visage to get free kills. Puck connects with the Gyrocopter with that flat cannon to get additional free kills, right? If it's a carry Gyrocopter. If Puck isn't doing this, then Liquid's laning phase is strong. Their ability to now weather the storm in the early game is very good because they don't care about this Puck anymore. So I think it's pretty cool that Tundra aren't just banning off lanes here. They are thinking about that. What if Puck has a bad game? It means that they are really just caring about their own draft a lot more than what does Liquid need right now? What's the Liquid hero? It's like what do we want to win this game?
Making sure they're just not leaving themselves open to anything. It's sign of a very vigilant drafter. They of course have the first pick coming out of this, so they're going to be able to pick up their carry hero. What is left in the pool? We've got Naga Siren available, we've got Morph, and they will go for the Morphling on Tundra. Very stable pickup, I feel. Nothing which is breaking the game or anything like that.
Yeah, for Liquid, this game, locking down a Puck Morphling when they have like 15,000 net worth is going to feel pretty miserable. Liquid, of course, can group up and ball up so nicely. And I think their offlaner, they have a couple choices. Right? So either provide the lockdown to catch them more for the Puck, or double down on that. Let's push themselves out of the game. Let's make sure we're walking forward as a team. Buy that one pipe and let's try and get the game going. And yeah, they are going to go for the pipe buying option. I think that is pretty good and still relatively good anti-morphling option as well. If you get that wall onto the morphling, you can go and ags down the line, just punch him in the face, and just create some copies of this morphling.
Yeah, more morphlings, less problems. I feel like is the logic here from Team Liquid. Do you worry though, because you know that isn't vacuum's okay, but it's not that big lockdown. You know, it's not particularly a large amount of stuns now. So, do you feel like there's an advantage to be taken advantage of here by Tundra?
That was a really good way of wording it.
It was great, wasn't it? It was perfect.
I think us coming into this draft, we were talking about how, offlaners Relatively new for both teams, still more, of course, for Tundra with Toby just recently joining. This is the game where I expect Puck Lesh Farm to be relatively even in mid. But the Visage, which we didn't really talk about and how well his lane will go, if his lane doesn't go as well as we expect it to go and he falls off, then what is the play that Tundra can make on the map? Thompson's going to have some levels and want to hit coils. They have plenty of damage with Tiny and Gyrocopter, but Morphling can never join early fights. So this is a really important game for Toby to make sure that he scales into the early game, gives Thompson some purpose to rotate to, because you're not rotating really to the Morphling lane. You might if Darks is on the tower, but you want to activate this Visage. And I think if Visage and Puck, these are the key heroes for the early game for Tundra, and for Liquid it's just that strong laning phase into when do we have our 2 items on every core to go for Roshan, to group up, to protect each other, to survive that coil combination, and then run through buildings. Because Liquid, if they get to your base, it is very, very scary.
It's going to be tough. Alrighty, let's get into it. It is game number 1 here in this best of 3 between Tundra and Liquid here in the DreamLeague Season 23 closed qualifiers for the Western EU region. This is the upper bracket, so if you do drop this series, you do get another chance down in the lower bracket, but definitely not a happy place to be. Only 2 slots available as well, don't forget, for Western EU. So,
only.
Yeah, only 2 slots.
South America, North America, SEA, MENA.
Crying
they're all
right
in
now.
tears right now hearing that one. Come on, man. Only.
Yeah, only 2. They deserve a third team. No, I'm joking. But yeah, no, I mean, when you look at the teams in the region, though, you want to fight through a lower bracket against like the likes of the OG. If they end up there,
sorry, I don't know why I'm doing this to you. Sorry, forgive me.
Mouse are pretty good. They beat Secret, like one of those teams is going to be down there. Entity, Secret, they're chilling down there as well. Yeah, I don't know. Scary teams in the region.
I just want to make sure you don't have any favourites. You're coming across a very Western Europe bias right now, and
yeah, crazy when we're casting Western EU. Though talk about Western EU. That's wild, isn't it?
Oh god. Are we going to see any fight at the Rune? I don't think we see any fights anymore.
Never. Although
the fight for the Observer, yeah.
It was so quick.
Oh, and he still gets the bounty rune.
Oh, nice. Well, that's about as as hype as it gets before the horn these days. Sometimes we have a few first bloods, but definitely not as common as it used to be. Yeah, they get the Observer Award and 3 bounty runes, so Liquid going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, and they're Insane already leveling up the hill. He wants to make sure that this early tree grab into Soul Assumption is going to be offset by the fact that he can just keep his Luna alive. It's why they went for this Enchantress, securing the range creep. And yeah, would be surprised if Liquid are really going to be ever aggressive in this lane. It's more about just constant sustain, prevent the kills, and like in a Visage lane, as soon as you get 1 kill, 2 kills, you're already accelerating yourself to level 6, and you just know that you are going to overwhelm that safe lane at some point. But yeah, I would be surprised if this was to happen in this Liquid safe lane this time around.
Yeah, just a snowballing on Pure, getting a nice amount of damage off onto this Morphling, forcing him to get a bit of strength going. Boxing 33 being very, very aggressive early on here with the Ion Shells. Yeah, just quickly on Visage as well. I think so. Visage is a weird hero, right? Where you want to be playing against like a lot of kind of damage coming out in the fights from the enemy team, so you can get off the Soul Assumption, but at the same time, it also kind of whittles down your Gravekeeper's Cloak, and also your Familiars can have a really hard time. Against Luna and against Leshrac, the Familiars might just be dying. Like, they might just not be able to get a whole lot done in these fights. If you can't find an entry in the sidelines, what we could potentially see here is Toby pivot to this Phylactery build, which we've seen some people doing in pub games. It's not particularly popular, but I think Davai Lama's been like championing it, doing it every game, and a few others have been giving it a go as well. It's not just him, but it is this kind of interesting way of playing the hero, more focused around Soul Assumption. You've got the triple Soul Assumption talent at 15 as well, so just keep an eye on that, as there's potential for it.
Yeah, it does feel for Tundra at least, that Toby's itemization could be, again, another key thing in if they're able to win the game or not, right? Like, this is a game where maybe You don't need the Orchid build that you see from some people. Like some Vlad's AC type pipe could also be pretty good, where he just becomes the frontlining aura, and it doesn't really matter about his birds at that point because he's got everything else.
Yeah, pipe also going to help his birds out a little bit as well.
Pure's just getting punched off, but yeah. Well, we'll see which option they go down.
They're not leaving Pure alone. They want him on full strength. That's for sure. I mean, you don't have like the burst damage to ever catch Pure out here, or catch him with high agi or anything like that. But they just want to keep peppering him. Whitemon can't really do a whole lot about it on the Gyrocopter, can he?
No, not really. Yeah, Gyrocopter wants to find kills in the lane, and Morphling doesn't really assist him in that. And I think 33 and Boxy there are showcasing that against a Morphling, before he hits level 3, you need to keep going and trying to fight him. You need to keep forcing him to think about his agi strength shifting. If you allow him just to kind of free farm his way up to level 3 and then try and take the fight, that shift is just even stronger. It gets much harder. And already Boxy diving again.
Yeah,
just poking.
Really trying to put the pressure on him.
Yeah. 20 CS to the Darkseer to the 11 of the Morphling. Well, it's the result of that constant keeping the wave on the tower, having to be high strength, not having that damage, and yeah. Good ways to prevent a Morphling that naturally against Darkseer likes to play this lane, because Darkseer can never kill a Morphling, but yeah, the way they're doing it right now is very much annoying them.
Certainly is. And is this a result of like the Gyrocopter Pulse 5 not being like a good enough laner to protect the Morph? Or Jesus. Almost getting caught out there.
God.
Or is this just always going to happen regardless of support?
It's kind of the Morph's fault, if anything, right?
He's running out of strength sort of soon here, but yeah, has to use the Adaptive Strike. He'll be alright.
Yeah, unless they had like some Undying that could 2v1 this lane, there's not a lot of position 5s that really thrive under this Iron Shell tag team aggression, right? And because of that, I think as long as Whitemon doesn't give away some free kills, then yeah, this Tundra will be content. They're not happy with what's happening because Darkseer is just fully free farming, but they know that they just don't have the toolkit to prevent it.
Alongside Toby in some trouble. Toss back from 9 class, not going to make a difference though. Insania just with a constant enchant, causing big problems for Toby. 9 class might be in some trouble as well here. Mickey continuing to chase. He's got another Lucent Beam. There's another Centaur Stomp available. And they'll take down 9 class as well. 2 kills in the bottom side, and suddenly Tundra's off lane looking very, very bad indeed.
Yeah, we kind of went a little bit quiet on bot lane, and Insania just quietly got himself to level 3. 2 points in enchant, and when you bring in a creep to the lane, that is very, very strong. And it does look like Toby was too far up, and yeah, I don't think they actually did. They have nothing to deal with this Eng creep. So this lane can get potentially very difficult for Tundra if they're not to respect what creep Insania brings to the lane.
Yeah, and combo that with the waiting for the enchant to be back off cooldown, then a Centaur Stomp as well. You're not getting away if you're this far down the lane. It's just too much harassment, too much slow, too much damage, too much chase. 6 minutes about to come up. Support's rotating in. Very important for both of these mid laners to try and grab themselves a power rune. And yet, Puck's kind of just chilling. So 9 class is going to be forced to take it, and Insania's here. Thompson unable to get that bottle refilled, but neither is the Lesh.
Yeah, quite the mid lane, just pretty much dead even. Sure, a couple more deniers go in the way of the Leshrac, but very even. At this point, it now is, will Liquid go deep on the side lanes that enables Thompson to TP? Because Thompson will TP to a fight. And I think that call has already been made to Liquid's like, 33, if you dive this tower again, now it's minute 6, you're going to get caught, you're probably going to die. So I expect to see the side lanes of Liquid play a little bit more reserved now, just to not give this Puck free entry to the game. Because if you keep Puck locked into the mid lane, just pushing out waves and farming, it is going to make everyone else feel happier for Liquid, because they don't have to deal with this incredibly active gank hero that likes to make these moves.
He's in a real bad spot right now. Even getting blocked up by the Ghost Creep as well. Oh no, it's not a good death for the Visage. Hunted down again. Insania with the Ghost Creep plus the enchant slow. It's pretty brutal. Mid lane, they've just lost it. The tower's gone. 9 class tries to come in and do something here, but Nisha's already taken the tower. Maybe they get a return kill into Boxy here. Only shards available for him, and he doesn't get him down the cliff. Wouldn't have helped anyway. The damage is down. Boxy does die, but taking that tower along with him feels pretty damn good.
it feels like Tundra just have nothing to play on right now. In the draft, I discussed how if Toby has a bad game, then Tundra will just look lost in the early game, and he's had a terrible lane. They're going to be jumping Insania now. Only 1 point in the hill.
Yep,
He
Toby
does
getting
get
a little
some-
bit of sweet revenge there for the laning phase.
Yeah, he needed something for sure. Going for the bottle refill.
Yeah, got to be careful here. Thompson does get himself away, but he's got a waning rift available. He needs to get up the cliff and will do exactly that. Nisha also very low on mana here. He has got the 11-1 charges. Doesn't want to pop it for this. A lot of supports on Tundra here as well.
Insania now coming back mid. All right, you want another bottle refill? I got you.
This is some chain bottle refills coming out for him. Thompson forces back himself away. I mean, this perma-mannered Nisha Leshrac is not something he can really do much about.
Yeah, and I think Insania, he needs to run back to bot lane. Any minute he spends away from the village, it'll just give Toby that comeback potential. In a 1v1, sure, Toby gets a little bit annoyed by Lucent Beams, but he's going to be able to get that XP to get to level 6. And yeah, you see Insania sprinting back down here to prevent any aggression in Nisha. Going aggressive here with Boxy. Such a kill combo. You got the gap closing of the snowball, the containment of shards. Nisha easy will be able to kill heroes, but just preventing. They're just checking for any stacks. They don't find any. They just farm up the jungle, take the bounty rune, and yeah, back to mid.
Liquid all over Tundra right now, and Tundra seemingly just not able to respond to them. White one comes in, throws
Well,
out a
you say
rocket.
that,
Thompson's
though.
here as well. Coil available. Maybe they have the damage to bring down Nisha. Snowball saved, though, just in time. And now, well, they'll be coming back in. And Nisha, he's got plenty of mana to work with here. Thompson and Whiteman might just be dropping. They don't have the damage to finish off Nisha. And they will both fall. Pure in the side, trying to see if he can get anything here. But there's really nothing to be gained. No kills to be had. Once again, Tundra losing out.
Oh,
Mickey, pretty deep down a bot here, yeah, but 9 class is going to be the one to fall instead. 2 points in Lucent Beam, more than enough to finish off that tiny. Toby trying to keep Insania off him, but Insania with the heals just going to be really obnoxious here and keep on chasing Toby out of the lane, not letting him get anywhere close to his level 6. This is very oppressive from the Enchantress.
Yeah, it's incredibly laning here from Liquid. And they nearly killed Leshrac in top, but he had, what, like 17, 18 charges on his wand. The snowball save as well, so he gets dragged back in. Darkseer's like, wait a second, you're just fighting right next to me. Let me just help you out with a wall real quick. And yeah, Tundra just... They just can't really bring any numbers, right? Like, this Gyrocopter's going to die if he tries to step up into barrage range. The Tiny doesn't have any to play on. Thompson, sure, he has control, but damage is the key issue. They need this Visage to get level 6. They need to then play behind him. He's about to hit it in the bot lane. They're preemptively smoking down here. If they can get these level 6 timings, then it could become something more. Mickey, though, he kind of senses it. Walking back down to the camp south of the tower. There's no scan available, but yeah, Boxy's already TPing in. Liquid, they're aware of this Tundra move.
Let's see. Thompson 9 class moving around the side. And here they see the Luna. They want to try and take her down. Thompson and 9 class doing the damage. They need a little bit more. They're going to snap the call at the last minute, but that's going to lead him into the snowball to then just turn around on 9 class's face. He is gone. Thompson trying to get a bit of damage off. Oh no, the Morphling. He's come through the portal. He's just gone. Where did Pure go? Evaporated. Well,
Yep.
that's not how that was supposed to go.
No, not at all. He had a Lotus, he had a Wand, and he had Strength Shift.
Right, well, your carry's dead. Their carry isn't, despite the attempt. And, yeah, Mickey's just going to keep on farming up. Also, your carry's still not level 6. Toby's sitting at level 5. Meanwhile, the Darkseer is level 9. So, just a little 4-level disparity here at the 12-minute mark between the offlaners.
I don't know if I have much hope for this village, just because I see him going for the phylactery.
Oh, I told you.
Yeah, but if you're telling me, I don't know if that gives me...
when you're doing the things I say, it's not a good sign. No, this is not my build. This is Davai Lama and a few other players as well in pub games. When you know your birds ain't gonna do a whole lot, the damage that can come out from this hero is pretty significant. But the problem is you need levels. Like that's the most. You're going for a phylactery at 1 point in Soul Assumption. Obviously you can spam a Grave Chill as well, but you really want to be hitting that soul assumption, hits 3 targets talent as soon as possible. So
I think for
yeah,
like Liquid right now, their lanes are strong. They've got a 7,000 gold lead. The idea for Tundra, their comeback, it's going to be trying to break that formation for Liquid. Like, see that Luna who oversteps her mark, the Tusk who can't snowball save, survive the wall, disengage. And I think for Tundra, that will require an aura from somewhere, or the Morphling to have that Manta, Shard, Vlad's, +1 type build to be able to at least, not die to the initiation. And I'm not seeing it right now from Tundra on any of their heroes. And that will just give Liquid so much confidence to control this mid game. They've got a mech on Darkseid, a Yules on Leshrac, plenty of items for them to go aggressive if they want. And I expect Manta on Luna to be the item that forces them to cross the river with more confidence. Right, get that Luna in a position where she can start skipping some waves. They can get Roshan at any minute because they have that tag team as well. It's all on Liquid to decide how they want to control this mid game. And as I say that, they are smoked up on 3.
So what opportunities are there for Tundra to come back into the game?
It really is Liquid's overextension, diving underneath a tower, have that aura of the tower to do assistance, with like the cooldown, with the coil, like the big team fight that you have available. It just needs to be on 3 heroes plus. Wipe them.
They
and
want
give
the
more
wisdom
entry.
rune.
They're
want it
smoked up for
bad.
it.
Yeah, Toby sensing something's wrong here. And he's right. Great read from Toby. Might be losing his familiars for this though.
Can
He's
see
going to
the
be
tag
easily
team
able to
aura
take
on the
them
birds.
down.
Yep.
Bye. And it was on cooldown there whilst they were killing them. You can just let them die and give away the gold.
But no, unfortunately, if you're a Tundra fan, answering Nomad's question, you're waiting for Liquid to make a mistake.
Right.
Like, that is their comeback right now. There isn't an item which gives me that confidence of, all right, teamfight's simple now, just because of how robust Liquid's lineup is. I hope that's the correct usage of the word.
Sounds good to me.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, strong and healthy. Yeah, Liquid is very robust right now.
So strong. So healthy. And Tao's going to be the next on the checklist, top side. It's going to be blasted away by the Edict.
Can they connect on smoke from Tundra? They failed to find anyone yet.
Ooh.
They're looking at Insania.
All right, I think they'll take it. Insania being targeted down right now, doesn't get a chance to get off the attendants. Not going to help regardless. They have the damage, they get the kill. And Tower maybe going to be taking hero as well. Middle tier 1. I mean,
And Toby's
it's map
trying to hit bottom
presence.
as well. But they're wrapping around on him.
Yeah, the birds. Nice stomp from 1. Oh, the snowball connects though. This could be bad. Chard's a little bit off the mark here, but Toby, well, he's just going to go down regardless. And his birds will also fall. It's always that
The
nice
fact
thing when you
that
kill a
like-
Visage is being able to grab the extra money.
I know we don't have the technology, but like 33's heat map is probably beautiful this game. Yeah, it's just wait, hold on, can I? It's just top lane. I can't draw on the minimap. I just remembered, but he's just never left top. His TP mid is like, I'm here, boys. Like, he's had like the freest Darkseid game. He's got the pipe complete. He's nearly like a recipe away, 1400 gold, but still like he's only 1 component away from the Greaves. It's minute 16. Like, what is stopping Liquid from just barreling down the lanes? And there isn't anything.
Nice dodge from Thompson. Does just lead them into the gyrocopter, but yeah, it's rather he dies than Thompson dies, so Puck will get away from Boxy. Again, there's that kind of instant initiation which they're lacking at the moment until Boxy does get his Blink Dagger, which Thompson should have a relatively okay time being able to escape the engagements. Which played up from him, then going for a Blink Dagger of his own.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That tier 2 tower is just being shoved right now, and you do not want to approach this. The team fight from Liquid is just way too strong. You're not winning a 5-on-5.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Just keep killing Insanian. It's worked for you so far.
Dire's structures are fortified.
But even using all your smokes to get 4 Insania kills probably going to feel great after it.
Feels good for Toby, all right? He had a rough time in the laning phase.
Yeah. He's about to be overtaken by the Enchantress on net worth, potentially.
Tower has fallen.
And Liquid, as expected, there's nothing stopping them here. They just need to go. Use that Edict, use the Luna at the high ground, and Tundra, they're going to have to come back. They're going to have to try and do something. They got double Blink Dagger reveal though, Puck and Tiny. There's going to be initiation available. But again, do they have the damage? 4-man coil potentially.
Yep, that's going to be a nice one, but they still have this Tusk available to get off the snowball.
No.
Just kind of
They
save
don't have
them.
any damage.
Absolutely none. Pure,
I think Liquid
not
healed up
nearby.
during that.
Glaives just really starting to kind of hurt now. They'll throw the Luna in. There's a nice toss back. They're going to be able to take it down. Mickey is gone, but a beautiful backwall's going to follow up as well. Whitemon's taken out. Pure's in trouble as well. Strength Morph coming through. He doesn't have the waveform available though, and he's taking the impetuses. It hurts. Nisha goes in, tries to land the stun. Silenced up by Puck though, and now he's getting low himself. Thompson trying to chase here. They've already taken the barracks though. They lose their Luna, but for a lane of barracks, it's a trade they'll be willing to make. Thompson trying to look in here, the phylactery visage, trying to just deal with Insania, but Insania just turning around.
leaving.
Thompson gone to 33. Toby deleted as well. Inside the base, Insania just picking off 100 heroes even still.
So you hit like the
Deadly.
4-man core, and then you got like the 4-man vacuum wall in Liquid the entire time.
Radiant are
They're just,
scanning.
they don't really have any fear. Sure, the Luna did get tossed back in, but they're just so tanky. So much damage as well. You got 4 points in Impedus with the drum on the Enchantress. Just hammering people down from the back lines. Liquid, respawn, group up, go again. Do not give Tundra any breathing room. Don't allow them to think that they can farm another item. Keep applying that pressure. And Tundra, there's a moment of bliss here for Liquid where they're farming just a little bit more on the map than they probably need to. And if they can find 33, then that is something. They get the avalanche. Can they get the toss?
It's on point, but Insania comes in on the sideline. Look at it, Pure right now. The punch is out, but he's got the strength morph going. Manta's still available as well. Coil comes out just to hold back the side of Liquid and give Tundra a chance to try and block Boxy here, but they're not really able to do so. Now the Eclipse comes down. 9class needs to get himself away, won't be able to do so. The right click's fine, and Leshrak takes him down. Yours out onto Pure. Pure can't get off the waveform. Stun is there from Nisha, and they'll bring down another. 9class and Pure go down in the top lane. Tundra desperately hoping that maybe Liquid were going to split up and farm, but nah, these guys, they're sticking together and they are running down your towers.
Yeah, this feels somewhat like Liquid are on some of the most specialty heroes, right? Like the Boxy Tusk, Insania Enchantress, 33 Darkseer, the Lesh and the Luna. Like this is such a formidable Liquid draft, and they have not made any mistakes with it.
Puck found in the back lines. He doesn't have a phase shift to work with, which means he is going to go down. Another death for the side of Tundra. Puck just trying to come in around the back and maybe find the entry point with a coil or something, but
Dire's top
it's
tower has fallen.
it might be a little bit over T.
No, it is. It really is.
9class goes for the toss back under the tier 4s. 33 is going to be that target, but there's a snowball back to safety and to kill off 9class as well. Tusk counter working pretty nicely against this Tiny. Pure standing nearby, but going to take a few impetuses to the face. Dragon Lance Enchantress with the drums. Not messing around. Final lane of barracks now for Tundra, about to be dropped. What do they do? Go Phylactery Visage. They might do something. Coil on the back lines onto 4 once again. Pure in the front being taken down pretty quickly. Vacuum out onto both sides, and oh my god, they're just getting absolutely annihilated. Yep, cooling GG from inside the wall of Replica. That's going to do it for game number 1. Tundra, it just didn't work out at all. Back to the drawing board for them.
21 kills, 21-minute game for Liquid. Yeah, this just didn't feel like a fair game, right? Like, to think that this is the upper bracket game, of course it's not upper bracket finals, that would be tomorrow in the winner of this series, but yeah, I think Tundra, they're gonna have to do some major revisions as they enter this second game of the series, because if they do the same thing here, Liquid, it's just gonna be a walk in the park. That was, yeah, for Tundra during the draft, there are 2 big things that I mentioned. Toby has to have a good time, and Puck needs to be able to find early rotations. Tundra got obliterated and bought Phylactery, and Thompson just had no one to play with. And then Pure went for a twin gate and just killed himself. So it's kind of like they didn't do anything really. And it all stems down to how much pressure they applied on Toby having to have a good game, or a good lane, sorry, for this draft to feel good. Whilst Liquid, all of their lanes, they play themselves, right? The Ench brings the Luna to life. The Tusk gives Darkseid purpose. The Leshrac just pre-farms against the puck. And then in the mid game, it's just enable each other. You've got Tusk to save from the puck core. You've got Luna and Lesh to take towers, Darkseid to initiate. Like this Liquid draft, the lanes are great. The game is great. Like everything just allows for that harmony of winning a game in 20 minutes. And Tundra, it's like these heroes, it doesn't look like there's that real connection outside of creating this early momentum and outplaying your opponent. And I don't that's not going to happen when you see this Liquid lineup. And yeah, for Tundra, again, revisions are going to need to be made. They're going to have to find something in game 2 because it's not often we see this one-sided of a game. Like this was just, yeah, a beatdown.
It really was. It was pretty brutal. I think for me, the big lane-breaking player was probably Insania. I think he kind of performed on the Enchantress. And, you look at that 10-minute mark, and it looks bad, especially for the Visage. He was significantly behind on net worth at that point. But the Enchantress, she was so far ahead. She was like 1,000 gold above any other support on the side of Tundra. And, just able to farm, get some kills, hit some creeps, and still have such a big impact on the lane. Insania just doing way too much, getting away with way too much in this game, number one. So, yeah, you've got to have better answers than this if you're playing up against the Enchantress. I also feel like this Pulse 5 Gyrocopter didn't really fit in either. So, a lot of things just feeling a bit strange for Tundra. Obviously, in retrospect, it's easy to say, but yeah, nothing really kind of going their way in this one. I think, again, just full reset, back to the drawing board, sort out the draft, sort out your lanes, and yeah, hopefully we get a competitive game too, because game 1 was a little bit rough. Ready to throw it to a break, T, do you reckon?
Yeah, go on. Off you go, mate.
Alrighty, alright. We're going to throw it over to break, after which we shall be back with game number 2 of Team Liquid versus Tundra here in the upper bracket of the Western EU qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 23. We'll see you in a bit.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. I said it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine.
Hello and welcome back to Dream League Season 23 Western EU Closed Qualifiers, where we are now getting into game number 2 of Team Liquid versus Tundra Esports. Game number 1. Unfortunately, pretty quick, pretty convincing, as Tundra's draft just not really making a whole lot of sense, and their lane's just going absolutely awful. I mean, is this an easy thing to kind of pick yourself up from and reset for game 2?
It's so hard to say. You know, I could sit here and be like, yeah, of course, you know, just pick different heroes. But I think it really depends on the dynamic of the team, right? And like, what was the communication from them when they were losing that game? Like, were they like, was it there were certain heroes that they were saying, this shouldn't be the right thing? Was it certain players? Are they leaving that game? And is the coach, is Mumianda, stepping up and going, you know, sorry guys, I let you down here. This draft just isn't the one that we really needed to have against Liquid. Like, I think it takes obviously a lot of maturity to be able to kind of put that type of loss to a side and bring your best game to the next one. So I think this next game really will be telling of Tundra and how far they've come as a team. And yeah, we'll have to see, because I think it's of course very difficult to bounce back. Because also, like, what happens in the world where Tundra's prep told them that this draft, this setup was their most confident, that this was their number one prep, for example. And we will never know that. But if they entered this game going, we want to give them this hero, we're expecting a Leshrac, we're going to pick this, we're going to have some incredible, like, puck coil into some visage, like, phylactery in the early game, like, oh, it's going to be hot hype. Like, if that's what they convince themselves to be their premium, like, drafting line, then, of course, they'll lose a lot of faith, right? But if it happens a lot in drafts, like after 2 picks, sometimes you get a little bit carried away. If they got carried away, then it's easy to just brush it aside, right? And that's why I wish we had more information regarding this. But at the same time, alas,
I think it can be possible to have that plan, see it go so bad, and just be like, oh yeah, well, we didn't consider the early game well enough. Let's just move on. We didn't actually get to play the draft properly because we never got out of the lane. We didn't get out of the lanes properly, and I think it's an okay thing to be able to kind of fall back on, and then you just go, okay, well, let's just do it with stronger laning supports or stronger laning cores, or to just kind of fix that up and go next. Like, I feel like whilst it's going to be demoralizing, of course, to lose in this way to Liquid. It's definitely, I'm expecting a good game too. I'm expecting something better to come out from Tundra this time around. Maybe it's a case of like over prep. It could be the enemy. Maybe if they just go, okay, screw it, let's just play what we're strong at. Let's get some tops and mid hero. Puck is way too normal. Let's get the bounty hunter out. Let's get a sniper out. Let's see something strange, and get a bit spicy with it. Maybe that's how Tundra best perform. We're just still discovering themselves, and with this new iteration, of course, still new incarnations of Tundra to kind of find out what works best for them. So, yeah, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt for one game and see what they come up with in the second one, as we are now into the draft for game number 2. Also worth mentioning as well, it is, Blitz versus Zai. Of course, Zai coming in for Tundra as the manager. Not the coach as
Does
such.
that really count? I think you're reach. Come on.
Well, Blitz is the manager of Liquid and Zai is the manager of Tundra. Of course it's...
Blitz is not the manager. What are you on about?
He's like the managing coach, isn't he?
No.
I thought Jabs was a coach, and then Blitz is the manager coach.
No. Blitz is the coach.
Oh, okay.
Blitz is the coach, and then Jabs is kind of like the analytical coach. And then they had.
Oh yeah.
At some point, they
right.
had Jarek as the coach's coach of the coach's coach.
The coach,
but he's obviously not there anymore. And then they have an actual manager.
10 seconds remaining.
So yeah, no. This is don't tarnish. No, there's no issue with that.
Either way, I'm still saying it's Blitz versus Zai. So
they're sure.
Battle
Okay.
of the
yeah.
battle of the management / coach /
Turn to ban.
God.
Moonmeander versus
What a
Zai.
reach.
Moonmeander versus Blitz is also kind of interesting as well. Moonmeander's definitely got a very unique take on the game. Very different energy. It's another reason why I think Tundra can come back pretty
5
solidly as well.
seconds remaining.
I feel at this point with a lot of these players and these teams also going to so many different tournaments, they've built this like relationship outside of the competition. I think unlike other sports potentially, where there's that like hostility, where like when you go to a tournament, you have that friction. It's like, oh, they're those guys. We're gonna beat them. Like when you go to a Dota tournament, like there's so much like just wholesomeness between the teams. Like Liquid chills with gaming, some ex-TSM would chill with Liquid, right? Like just everyone was happy to talk with each other. They would like laugh about certain things. They probably wouldn't go deep into crazy strategy, but it is very like wholesome in that regard, and we rarely have like the real beef situations.
Elliot's the manager of Liquid, by the way. It says Elliot versus Zai.
Ah, yes.
Manager matchup.
Very
The
important
manager
matchup.
showdown. Who has the nicer playing rooms? That's what we care about. All right, Tundra going to start things off with a tiny once again, and the Leshrac for Team Liquid once again. So same rinse and repeat. Flexibility of this Leshrac always going to be pretty damn strong.
Seconds remaining.
Come on, I talked about it last time. You got to talk about the tiny Leshrac matchup this time, dude.
5 seconds remaining.
Ah, sure. Okay. I think if anything, it does show us that Tundra believed in their draft opening of the previous game. That's kind of what I was touching on when you asked me about that question. and it will be interesting to see where Tundra pivots, at least this time around. Of course, Luna being a ban in the first phase is one of those pivots that they made. What else? Actually, no, sorry, a second phase ban,
10
Luna.
seconds remaining.
But either way, for Liquid,
5 seconds remaining.
they obviously need to find a new opening now, because that is the main variation. And I think with
Team Liquid's turn to
Toby, I just want to see a hero that within the first 10 minutes, he's going to have some like just good moments, some good timing, and then allow Tundra to play around. It probably is like an oversimplified version, but it's what we lacked in that previous game.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a bit of pizzazz, and also
5
like
seconds
frontline as well. You know, like looking back on that as well. If you do pick this Visage and then you go for that Phylactery build, and then you've got like Visage Puck Morphling, like it does seem in retrospect like how does anybody kind of how does this Tiny play the game from the front lines if he's just got to toss someone back into these 3 heroes, and then die like that? There's not really much more he can do in that situation. So yeah, I think just looking for a more traditional offlane, perhaps something which is just kind of simplifies the game for them a little more.
Remaining.
Disruptor, going to be annoying. Glimpse potential, obviously there. The instant silence to open up onto the Tiny. And just something you can shove down on top of the Lash track. You know, always nice to trap heroes in with this Lash.
And already it's going to help Tundra just a little bit in the draft, because Liquid opting for support that likes to play out the fights in the game better. His laning phase, sure, can be obnoxious with the glimpse backs and the right clicks, but it's not the same as an entry brings a creep into the lane. I mean, that alone will give Tundra so much more confidence in this game, because Insania really was just such a menace in that previous one. Yeah, picking up the Enigma, I wouldn't be surprised if this was just for your offlane Jura, right? Like Enigma offlane, Tiny position 4. Enigma can be independent, so Tiny can make moves. Give yourself some aggressive 5 that
5
likes to play them up
seconds
as well, and now you kind of have the opposite of what you had in that previous game. You have purpose in the early game.
Makes sense, yeah. And I feel like it's a comfort for Toby. You know, he hasn't been playing super regularly lately, but I definitely remember it if it is going to be the offlane Enigma. Which I don't know. Is this hero mostly played in the offlane now? I feel like with the Tiny it should be, right?
People dabble with it in support still, but offlane is still pretty king. You get the option of going auras if you need it. You can go for BKB, blink. Like, it's one of those heroes that can push your team forward with aura, or fully go for the haha, I'm the black hole hero, right? And yeah, offlane can do that every single time.
So do you think it's kind of on Liquid now to pick up some like BKB penetrating stun, or do you not really overcommit to that?
Let me answer that after I see. Okay, there you go, Gyrocopter. Again, Tundra deciding to flex the Gyrocopter to be the carry or the 5 here. Like, with an Enigma, you're going to contain beautifully for a flat cannon. But Liquid, at least going back to that question about the BKB piercing, it's nice to have at least one. But also, if you control the game, have good vision, and you have a respect for the Enigma the entire time, you don't need it, as long as you have some type of damage that can threaten, right? Like, when you already have two ranged heroes here. If Liquid go for some, like, Sven type carry that just rips through the fight, you can brush off the black hole, because Leshrak's going to be running in so far that Enigma will either have to be AFK in the fight to make sure he finds Sven, or heroes are dead so quickly that if they do find them, it's a little bit too late, right? And positioning is key. So I honestly like Sven +1 here for Liquid. I think that gives them just a really nice way to take the fight, and they go back for a Tusk Disruptor. So good. Win? Or no? Ooh.
Okay, all right. I'm imagining some Mickey Wind coming out here. I'm here for it. The carry wind has been kind of dipping in and out of popularity, but it always seems to be there for the last few years. You know, there's always just that thing in the backline that you can pull out. Of course, flexibility is here from this Liquid draft in the core positions, I feel. But you've definitely got your support duo locked in. It's pretty damn strong.
I think for Liquid as well, it really provides them quite a nice flex to the end. We saw how Tundra was respecting this potential offlane Leshrak with their mid bans of the previous game. Why can't this happen again? You can put with Liquid, they've played less carry, they've played less mid, they've played less offlane when Zai was there. You know, you're talking about the importance of the Zai versus Liquid series.
There you go. You're buying into it now.
No, I'm not. Twitch chat actually thanked me for correcting you there. They were like, "Thank you for not creating fake hype." I was like, "No worries, mate." Next guy then asked who I was because he was like, "Who's this baldy?" I was like, "Oh no." I don't know who I am myself, mate. I can't give you an
Focus
answer.
on the game. We've got another pure morphling coming up.
It's fine. Twitch chat's all good. They have to know that we respect them. We loosely we value them, and that we see them. You know, it's really important. But no, don't. I'm back in the draft. Yeah, morphling. Is there not an issue for Tundra where
10 seconds remaining.
they started with the idea of let's make moves, let's give our Enigma that side lane where he can farm, Tiny can secure the lane but make everything happen. They go back for a morphling, which again, for the game, is probably going to be okay. You don't really die to Leshrac, you can punish a disruptor quite nicely, you waveform onto the backlines. Tusk doesn't kill you. Winner can if you go for some diffuser build and lock on, but what's Tundra's early game moves? I feel like Topson's hero, still to be picked, needs to be incredibly playmaking, incredibly map opening for them, because they're going to have the same issue as last game where if Enigma gets shut down, they just don't do anything. And yet Liquid, they identify that. They're banning out the Invoker, trying to think if there's any other Topson heroes that like to play forwards, because that is really, really key right now.
Yeah, I think playing forwards is the right terminology here. Someone which can kind of go around with his Tiny, get some stuff done on the map with his Tiny and Gyrocopter, and yeah, Invoker could have been that option there with Quasworks banned out now. Trying to consider options here. It's kind of difficult. Maybe it's a Bounty Hunter style of game, but
They could go. Okay, Kotal's nice. They maybe Kunkka could work because you can soak up the aggression quite nicely.
I like that.
It doesn't provide you damage, but it's just time that Tundra might want to play. If they want to play, it doesn't really go into the whole forward mentality that I was speaking about, but it oversubscribes to fortifying your side of the map, and that could be a good angle. Alternatives would be
Pangolier?
Pangolier maybe, but you could just lose your tower quite early on if you get one rotation and die. I don't want to see... I don't really want to see a Storm either. That's a more forwards here. We'll see what they go for. Okay. So it's tiny mid. It was in front of us all along. The Tiny that we hyped up for being an aggressive hero in the previous game for Topson didn't really comment on it this time around, and it does help for Tundra at least that when I said Tiny mid works is when you see heroes that you want to jump, and Windrunner early on is a jumpable hero. You put her to half HP, she's not going to want to take the fight and focus fire. Disruptor will instantly die, and Tusk, also can die. So it's like 3 heroes that Tiny can jump in this game and not feel bad. You then have the ET Aura combo to amp up the Morphling. I'm still a little bit skeptical on their map playing abilities. If Topson gets shut down on this mid-Tiny, which we're expecting it to be mid-Tiny and not mid-ET, you never know these days. We'll wait and see what they pick up, but if Tundra don't make early moves, I think Liquid's spread of farm will be far superior at that 15-minute mark that we saw in the previous game than Tundra's. There's a lot of farm that they need to feel good on this Enigma and this Morphling.
Yeah, they do.
Because they got
space needs to be made.
They have 5 ways of cancelling Black Hole. Oh, sorry, 5 heroes that can all cancel Black Hole. That's a better wording it. Leshrac can cancel it, Disruptor can cancel it twice, Tusk can cancel it technically twice if you get the good angle for the punch. Shackle on the Windrunner, Ravage on the Tidehunter. You can't expect this Black Hole to be important, and I don't know if... Okay.
Post BKB, there's nothing. I mean, there's punch, but
good
if
thing you
Tusk
bring
can
that
punch Enigma in a black hole, that'd be impressive.
But that's important though, because you said post BKB. The alternative for Enigma in these type of games is to go auras, right? To get Vlads, to go for some Greaves or some Pipe. Is him buying those auras at minute 15, and he looks at the rest of his team, are they going to be able to do enough damage to utilize his auras? Or if he goes greedy for BKB, maybe a little bit earlier, when it gets to BKB, do they like equally? Do they kill anyone inside the black hole? Like, can he amp it up his cores to kill with auras, or can he kill with BKB black hole? I'm a little bit concerned that Tundra might just repeat what happened in game 1 and get completely walked over. But also, they have so much incredible damage once they have a couple items that if they survive and they hit that one black hole, or they hit that one, tiny initiation where he breaks the line of Liquid, then sure, they can maybe do it. I have a lot more faith in a tiny Thompson, but Liquid's lineup is so scary to look at.
Yeah, it's another one of those just kind of, they've got the damage, they've got the lockdown, they've got the teams fight. Like, if these guys get ahead and just run around the map as 5, I don't see Tundra approaching them particularly easily, so we'll see how it ends up going. Game number 2 now for Liquid versus Tundra here at DreamLeague, a season 23 closed qualifier for the Western EU region. We're in the upper bracket, of course, so if Tundra do drop this game, then they go down to fight up versus, I believe, Team Secret, which, no easy matchup for sure, especially in the lower bracket. A win here would put you through to those upper bracket finals, and then only one series away from qualifying. I do like the switch-ups that Tundra have made, though, to be clear. Like, I feel like their lanes look a little less abusable. You've got the tiny mid, which can definitely, very self-sufficient. It can always do stuff. It can always get things done. One's going to help him out as well with the Elder Titan.
Always refreshing.
I feel like, as well, Enigma's always a little bit easier to play when you've got someone to mess with the enemy on the front lines. You got a few frontliners around to absorb a bit of that focus, and you can kind of throw out those cheap black holes, especially pre-BKB. Just use it on a lane, try and catch someone off guard when they've got no teammates around them. Obviously no one can cancel a black hole by themselves, so we'll see if Toby's able to what he's able to get done on this hero. As he TP's top side. And Pure's down on the bottom side, so...
Oh, I was muted, mate. I'm sorry.
Lane switching. Okay, I thought you were chilling, but hey, bud,
No,
how's it going?
I muted myself. It's fine. I took a swig of my drink and forgot to unmute. And yeah, they've done a lane swap, which is sometimes... I mean, not really done recently because of Twin Gates, being able to go back and forth.
But both teams seem to be committing to it for now. So yeah, it is going to be Pure versus 33 as expected, just on the wrong side. And who do you think was trying to dodge whom then?
It looks like they probably wanted to put the Morphling. They wanted the Tide to not be in the Morphling lane, right? If Tide goes into Enigma, then Tide just free farms and Enigma doesn't do anything, right? So I think it was Liquid trying to create a better lane for themselves to just further punish. And something we have to remember is, like, they added the mana cost to Twin Gate. So Mick is dying top.
Yep, he's gone.
And because of that, like, this mana cost, it could prevent the constant lane swapping with them, right? And maybe we see lanes thought about a little bit more. I think Liquid is one of the few teams that still entertains the idea of it now and again. And of course, it doesn't really work out this time around because Tundra was able to correct the lanes themselves, and yeah, we'll see how it unfolds, but cool to see it happening.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a very long while. So yeah, it does seem to be favoring Tundra the way this is settled now. I'll be happy with this one ending up in their favor. They read the swap. I mean, it's kind of I wonder what gave them the clue that the swap was happening, that they were able to adjust and make that TP across, because I assume it wasn't just a straight up read, like, oh yeah, nobody swaps lanes anymore, so to be able to say, like, oh yeah, Liquid are going to swap these up would be kind of crazy. So something had to give them the inkling, I guess. Yeah. As 9 class getting glimpsed up across the trees. Yeah, might just be dropping here. Insane comes in with the body blocks as well to make sure that 33 can grab this kill. And the second kill of the game will go to Liquid.
Yeah, all it takes is to see one hero.
Nice shots from Boxy.
That gives you everything you need to be able to set up your lanes. And yeah, looking at the mid lane though, this is the lane for me for Tundra. Like Thompson on his Tiny, if he can get like an early phase boots, a level 6 rune, get himself into the game, find some early kills, it might buy enough time for Tundra to scale to where they want to be. But yeah, Liquid looking just to be as efficient as possible in the early game. Don't really overplay
Yeah, just
that
as
hand.
before, but
Yeah.
Toby already off to a brilliant start. I mean, they got that kill in his lane, and now he's able to just secure a bunch of CS for himself as well. So, should be a pretty strong start for this Enigma. As bottom side, 9 class on the run again. 33 and Insania trying to take him down. The right click won't be enough from the Disruptor though. So he's able to survive this time around. Pure. I wouldn't say he's struggling from his support being beaten up so much, but we might start to see a bit of an advantage coming through. But that said, it is a good matchup for the Morphlings, so shouldn't really ever struggle against 33.
I just realized, just to mess with the viewers, you could just say that Toby's the carry of Tundra and he's playing safely in Enigma. Because anyone who just tunes in,
Yeah, that'll show him. you don't pay attention from the beginning. That's what you get. Oxy coming across trying to mess with the pull here, but it is a stacked pull, and with the ghosts as well, they'll clear through a wave pretty easily. So it's a full wave deny.
yeah, if you want to watch how
Onto
to play
mid-game.
4 position Tusk, some of the stuff from Boxy has been so annoying. He just keeps sharp blocking the pull camps. He's, sure it's been stacked up once, but he's really prevented it from being perfectly utilized by Whitemon. And Whitemon, he's starving himself a little bit here. He's not hugging the wave. He's allowing Toby all the XP that he needs.
Yeah, I mean, I think Toby's definitely going to come out of this laning phase with a pretty decent advantage. But again, we've talked about the limitations of the black hole. That's not going to be a big factor, but how much can he get done elsewhere?
I think he
hero.
has to go Greaves Pipe in this game. I don't think he wants to play for the BKB Black Hole. If you force yourself to have to win a single fight against Liquid, I think it's just too much to ask for. If he's already going for mana boots as well, but like if you just go for that Greaves, that pipe, sync up with some mid 20-minute timing, I think Tundra are going to have a lot of tools to be able to.
Disruptor down the bottom side, getting very low. 9 class is not able to finish the job though. He will die instead, finding Insania to fall at the hands of Pure. Both supports just dropping. That's on the top side. Snowball comes down to Whitemon, but it's just Boxy constantly being annoying. Because he kind of has to be. The harassment from Toby and Whitemon is pretty severe, so if the Tusk isn't going in, then he's just going to lose the trade war.
Whitemon, he's stepping up for a second.
He is, and Boxy's there with the shards. Power shot connects, right click is there. Whitemon does go down, getting a little bit too up in their faces there and will pay the price. Meanwhile, over towards the mid lane, something we haven't talked about so much. We are heading over towards the 6-minute mark though, so would of course be about those all-important active runes, but there's nothing to really mention in the mid lane, to be honest with you. They are going even, and Thompson's able to secure himself a illusion rune up on the top side.
Could have killed him off there if he hit the toss, but may not to be the case. Nisha now back to the jungle, hitting his farm. And Liquid just playing a very, very kind of just chill farm game right now. Not trying to drag the Tusk into too many rotations, not trying to make these errors. And yeah, to Tidehunter, with all the free farm that he's had in the bot lane, he's looking to go for the Vlad's rush. I am intrigued just to know which way he goes here. Like, is he going to go like Vlad's Blink Shard? Is he going to maybe go for some Ags because he's had really good free farm? That AoE gush to rip through Tundra might feel quite nice, but yeah, we'll see which way 33 goes. There's also like the Amar route where you have free farm, so you just go full like carry tide.
What carry tides in, like Desolator, or
More just like you consider like you go like Vlad's Blink and you're thinking about like Satanic relatively early on and just becoming as
bigger stats?
I'm at the biggest boy in the town type of thing.
That's the goal. Yeah, Nisha just continuing to
Don't know why I
farm
said
up a
that.
storm on the Leshrac. I'd like to.
It just didn't sound good
flavour.
either.
I didn't. I won't lie to you two, but
No, it was
liked it.
terrible. Really, so yeah. No, forgive me, no man, please.
it sounds like something I'd say. I think you've just been hanging out with me too much these past few days. Too much.
Yeah, I can't wait for the qualifiers to be.
33. Doesn't give a damn. I mean, 9 class kind of chased him, but can't really do a whole lot on this gyrocopter. Yeah, it's been a lot of kills, but it's felt like a pretty quiet laning phase, Stranger. I think it's just because there's not a whole lot of action happening in the mid lane as 8 minutes comes in. Thompson with the Avatos. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. Nisha, jeez, it's down to 9 HP there. Almost finishing the job, but the Astral not quite connecting in the end. Oh, it did, but it already connected, so it didn't
Yeah.
get another tick of damage.
And they didn't want to chase down
regeneration
further.
rune grab from Boxy.
I think that's also Liquid telling Tundra, like, we don't want to TP around the map. Like, if you're making these moves, we'll accept a death around the map. Unless it's going to net us return kills for free, please, do as you wish. And I think Liquid's just respecting the idea that they're a little bit greedier with their heroes. Like, Winona wants an item. Leshrac, of course, needs an item, right? And once they happen, once they kind of get farmed up, then I expect Liquid to be incredibly active. But yeah, Nisha and Boxy looking to make the first move here. If you nearly killed the Leshrac, but then suddenly Leshrac then comes, kills you. Pure, can they get the stun from the fog? They
perfect
cannot.
kill to start the game. Yeah, he's got to hold the waveform here, because if he waveforms too early, then Boxy's just going to jump upon him anyway. And that looks like exactly what's going to happen here. They even got a glimpse to work with as well. Doesn't seem like there's a way out for Pure going for the TP, but with 4 heroes around him, not going to be enough. Pure dies on the bottom side. Liquid with a successful rotation, but Tundra are looking to rotate themselves. White one on top, so moving across, not under the cover of smoke here, by the way, so just a naked rotation.
He has Snowball.
Yeah, Boxy going to take a bit of damage here, holding off on the snowball and maybe losing sight there, not quite sure. Mickey coming in around the side as well, so everybody from Liquid now down at the bottom side of the map. They didn't want to rotate before, and now they
have
really
a
want to
glimpse.
rotate. Everybody in.
Somehow no one dies on Tundra there. Like, with a glimpse in play as well, like, you expect at least someone to be punished for their overextension, but yeah, not able to connect on that. Boxy lost vision as he went to go snowball. Would have been at least a dead gyrocopter. Oh, Sania trying to set up on mid. He has the static storm.
It comes down, they get the right target as well. White one though, in with the
Big
stomp,
stomp.
and that should save Thompson here. There is not much follow-up coming. Nisha on the sidelines looking for the entry. Whitemon, he's just going to go toe-for-toe with Nisha here, and that's not going to work out too well for him. He's going to drop. In comes 9 Class as well, under the cover of a shield rune, trying to finish off Nisha, but again, the damage isn't there. 9 Class looking like he's just going to fall as well. Both supports, lives taken on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, incredibly awkward for Tundra. Like, Whitemon, he hits a beautiful 3-man stomp. The Enigma's walking in as well, but he just isn't there quick enough. He can't capitalize on that control from the other Titan. He gets glimpsed back by Insania, and then of course multiple heroes from Tundra fall.
Radiant's bottom tower
So close
is
to
under
being
attack.
incredible for Tundra there, but yeah, Toby just can't get there in time, and that glimpse making all the difference. And this is the first of many situations, I believe, where we're going to see the potential for a good black hole, but unfortunately, you know, it's just, you need everyone. That's a problem. You need everyone, because everybody has a cancel.
Yeah. You got Glimpse, Ravage, Spit Earth, Snowball, Punch, Shackle Shot. It's not going to be a fun game for Toby, but at some point, if he does hit it, ooh, it's going to look good. And Thompson, though, he's getting dove in the mid lane.
He is indeed. Whitemon not here to save him this time, so it's just going to be a kill onto the Tiny. Tundra a little split right now. Glimpse back onto Whitemon. They'll find him again, so looks like it's going to be a second kill in the middle lane. Liquid chaining it up right now and punishing Tundra for daring to approach this middle tier 1 tower.
I just don't see how Tundra take a fight into this ball that Liquid have created. At the Tidehunter, double bracer, 1 Vlad's. He's looking to go pipe, so he is just fully subscribing to the idea of let's just walk forward. And Thompson, sure, he's 200 gold away from this blink, but Liquid have already grouped up. Like, at this stage of the game, normally at 12 minutes, you have people, you know, farming 3 lanes, accessing the jungle, being a little bit greedy, but no, Liquid, they're holding each other's hands. They're not going to allow any opportunities, and a nice scan from Tundra there to read the smoke. Thompson shouldn't be picked off because of this.
Radiant's middle tower
Or
is
maybe
under
they're looking to
attack.
counterplay it. Whitemon, so many pings.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Stomp comes out. Nisha looking to get involved here. They're baiting with Insania pretty nicely, and now the Static Storm comes out. Whitemon is gone. Mickey snipes it with the sharp shot from a while away, and now the glimpse back onto Toby. Toby can't commit to the black hole, is going to go down as well. Too much damage coming out from Nisha. Make it 3 is 9 Class. Won't be escaping. The Lightning Storm finds him. 3 dead on Tundra. I mean, it's just not really making a lot of sense right now, Tundra's moves. Like, they just keep trying to approach Liquid, kind of like getting caught out there, getting like, outmaneuvered and outcasted pretty much in every engagement.
Yeah, the pressure Liquid is applying, it's honestly just making Tundra look like fools right now.
Boxy
They're
should
just-
die here.
He still has Snowball though. Like, does
Yep.
he?
Yeah, and here come the rest of Liquid, looking to punish. Once again, Thompson going to be the target. Focus Fire comes out, Pulse over there as well. And the Tiny's going to drop. 12-2 is the scoreline right now, T. It's happening again.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah,
is under attack.
I just don't know what to say. They're going to have to hit some big spell. They're going to have to punish someone.
Dire's structures
It's just about that Liquid. They're already 5. They're swarming them up as 5. But there's no pick-off potential. There's no moment of some, tiny Thompson brilliance to give them some life. There's none of it. They're already holding their hands and walking through the map. And this is the strength of a Leshrac, right? Like, you take these 4 points in Edict, if you get close to a tower, tier 1, tier 2, any of them, they're going to be dropping. Pair that with the front line of a Tidehunter. It's so hard for Tundra to even get past the front line of Liquid and even find some of these squishier supports at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's looking like at the moment at least, it's looking like a back-to-back dismantling. Tundra, they need to put something together. They are 5k gold behind. They've only managed to find 2 kills on the map right now. Nothing is making sense for them. Avalanche comes in on the sidelines, but once again, Static Storm down onto the Tiny. Damage coming on through. 9class trying to help out here. Nisha getting pretty low, but they've already taken care of Thompson. Pure needs to waveform himself away. Nisha so low. They need to finish the job. Black Hole comes through, but Glimpse is there to cancel. Toby taken out and killed off. Mika gets the power shot, gets another one. It's a double kill for the Wind Ranger. 9class trying to make himself scarce, but they find him in the trees. Another kill. They get Nisha, but the cost is way too high. Another 1,000 gold advantage gained by Liquid now. Probably going to be more shortly as well as they continue to shove in these lanes. Take control of this map.
Yeah, Roshan, it could fall at any minute if they wanted to, but Liquid, if they go there, they're going to be giving a little bit more room for Tundra. So I'd be surprised if they... It's going to be one of those... I think they want to go for some more kills, and then as they take tier 1 tower top, it's like tier 1 and Roshan, right? So maybe they go there right now because it's like double objective. But if it was only Roshan and tier 1 was taken, it could be a little bit awkward. But I expect Liquid to right now be thinking, take the outer towers. We want Roshan. We want to keep killing them, keep forcing them to have to use Black Hole and with no real effect. And Thompson has just been fully shut down. Insania has his number. Fight after fight, he's getting contained in that kinetic field, hit by the Static Storm, and they're preventing him from at least opening up the fight. 1100 HP on this Disruptor. There is a world where Tundra could have numbers advantage at the start of the fight if he was to find this Disruptor, but it's pretty much like the only hero he wants to jump. You could also kind of go on Windrunner, but Mickey's positioning is so far back that it's ever so difficult.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's also going for a Gleipnir as well, which is a very awkward item to kind of play into. You know, it's a hard one to approach because, you know, you've always got that AoE route to stop heroes chasing you down. As 9class just going to get run down by Nisha here. Right click comes through for Boxy to finish the job.
Dire's
Another
top
kill
tower is
going
under
the way
attack.
of Liquid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It does seem like Tundra have made the call to kind of split up, you know, stop approaching Liquid, you know, just let them do their thing and try and hit some timings of their own. We're going to get the Echo Saber on Thompson eventually. Pure, he's looking to go for the Phylactery, currently sitting with the Manta. I mean, he's got ways to shove out waves to try and get a bit more gold off the map, but yeah, with the pacing of Liquid right now, the amount of kills they've just been able to get in the last 16 minutes, like, it's crazy.
Yeah, and they take these 2 towers top. They retreat back to Roshan. They're going to get themselves an Aegis.
Radiant structures
Jeez, this pace is just off the charts.
It is cool to see though a team who wants to group as 5 so early. Like often you have the idea of like 1 core will farm, 4 will go fight, or the mid and supports will go do all the moving. It's like at least recently, whilst we're covering like SCA for example, they haven't made these moves, but it doesn't matter. They've taken Roshan, they're TPing mid, Liquid, repositioning their entire team to
Radiant's middle
their own side of the map once again. But
Thompson?
Toby's
I mean, he's
been
nearby, but, well, glimpse back into the Static Storm once again, and the sleep is going to help Toby get himself away. So the Enigma will be able to survive. And he's got himself a mech, arcane boots, and is going for the Blink Dagger next on Toby. So maybe this is the item they look to fight around, but of course into the Aegis, that's kind of difficult. But Nisha's just going to go around the map now, take all your towers. Yeah.
Like, if you look at Tundra, all their heroes, like, what's their next item? What's the hope for Tundra? The only item that we're expecting, I think you spoke about this a second ago, is only the phylactery. There's not a single big ticket item that will give them something to lean on. It really is Liquid with the Aegis, with all the advantage. Once again, 2 games in a row now. If Tundra want to get back into this game, they're hoping for Liquid to make a mistake. And you never want to be in this position in a Dota game. You want to have, control of your own fate. The moves you make have influence, but yeah, right now, Liquid.
Look at 9 class again. 33 doesn't really want to overextend for this one, though. They've still got a tower to take, and you can see the focus on objectives here from Liquid, and amplified damage out from Nisha.
Has fallen.
And to think that
lane.
Liquid came second to last DreamLeague. Yeah, maybe it was the wake-up call. It was like hey, what are we doing? Sometimes it is needed for these teams, and yeah, they are looking in fine form right now.
Yeah, it's looking incredible. I mean, this series has just been a complete and utter dismantling. Whitemon shows immediate pings coming out from Liquid. Glimpses available. TP up on the high ground. Insania, though, going to be able to get the glimpse off, and Whitemon comes flying back into the hands of Nisha. He's just going to be able to run him down with all this magic damage. Amplify up. But maybe Mickey could be a target here. I mean, he's not the Aegis carrier. But they need to be really, really quick. The TPs are coming from Liquid. Boxy's already nearby. Ready with the save.
No one else is here. It'd be some quite long outpost TPs.
Oh, here we go. Thompson, he's going to connect onto Boxy.
What's
Focus
it,
fire
one TP,
immediately
sorry?
coming down onto the Tiny. Where is the help from Tundra? They're held back by the Gleipnir. They're just able to kill off Thompson. No hesitation.
2v4.
9 class now looking on towards Boxy. Toby can't get in with the black hole here. He's actually backing himself away. So
The pipe?
Tundra pulling the parachute cord. No fight to be had. Ooh, very close to catching out Toby there as well, but Toby does get away.
That was a 2v4 fight. They had Tusk winner on the high ground. They had a tier 1 tower to TP to. But Tundra, 4 heroes, I was just, of course, so afraid of how far behind they are. 20-3 right now. If 4 heroes can't kill 2 or at least get rid of the Tusk, then
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's looking kind of tricky. I don't know. Maybe Liquid's throw going high ground or something. I think that might be what you're hoping for right now. Because even this blink black hole isn't like some huge timing we're super excited
They're
about.
gonna need to dive the fountain. Like, they're gonna have to bathe in the fountain of dire to even give Tundra a chance, I feel, in this game. I don't want to create any fake hype here, guys. This game is so over. If Tundra win it, then my god, I'll eat my sock. But yeah, this is such a showing from Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked so formidable in both games here. What can you do? Waiting for the Aegis? Well, you're not going to have any barracks left if you do that.
Dire's top
Top side falling very quickly indeed. 1 minute left on this Aegis. 9 class approaches, getting burnt down very quickly, and Pure's on the sidelines as well. The whole team just turns around to try and deal with them. He does get the waveform up to the high ground as they turn around to deal with the Leshrac. Nisha finally falls, gets off a ton of damage, and Pure gets glimpsed back in and killed back off by Mickey. Now, they've got to somehow try and deal with Nisha on the front lines respawning, but they've just given him his mana back more than anything. He's perfectly happy. Thompson jumps in, goes to the Avatar's combination. Toby trying to look for the Ravage, for the RP potential, but Ravage comes through, forcing them back. Tundra trying to get themselves away. No black hole to come through. Buyback from the Morphling, but what can you really do? He's approaching the fight, but his team's already dead. Buybacks are available, and a black hole still possible, but like, I guess there's one less hero to catch in it now they've used Ravage, but that is such a moot point. It's just realistically not going to happen. And now, even without the Aegis, 3 heroes lying down the side of Tundra. Like, we're going to keep the push on coming. Middle barracks exposed. Stun catches onto the Morphling as well. He's just going to be able to kill off that anchor. Melee barracks to full. Liquid, they say that's enough and start trying to get themselves away. Thompson trying to chase forwards here, but obviously in comes the studs, and
Oh, the
Liquid
shackle.
immediately looking to turn this one around. The shackle is beautiful. They catch out
Black
Pure. Whiteman goes down as well.
hole.
Black hole lasts for about 0.1 seconds, and that'll be it. GG called on game number 2. A fast, convincing obliteration by the side of Team Liquid, looking very much back to form in this series.
Yeah, this just wasn't really a series. Liquid looking incredible as ever, and this type of play from Liquid is their bread and butter, is their premium Dota, is the strong lanes into the 5-man ball that sweeps across the map with so much discipline, so much aggression, and just layered respect for what their heroes can do. And it feels like 2 drafts in a row now, Tundra were drafting their own stuff without any major respect towards Liquid's plan. Like every pick they made, it felt like they were trying to be like creative with the flex on the gyro. Let's pick the tiny, the flex the tiny, and they're doing all this stuff. Whilst Liquid, just each pick was just like my Disruptor, my Tusk, my Tide, my Lesh. It's like every pick is just a statement pick. And for Tundra, it just felt so disconnected for the game that they're actually trying to play into. Like in another world, Tundra's draft probably has some beautiful moments to play into. Like if they get to play a very slow 20 minutes and everyone has farm, then of course ET, Enigma, Morphling, these heroes will create so many opportunities for just pop off in the late game. But Liquid are not going to let you get there. So yeah, for Tundra, completely just did not enter the series with respect's the wrong word, but incorrect prep, it seems, because they seem to just draft something that just wasn't at all good to deal with Liquid. 2 games in a row, absolutely dismantled. They're going to need to go back to the drawing board as they now enter the lower bracket for the upcoming series.
Yep, I think so, and I'm worried for them now down in the lower bracket as well, because this performance was absolutely like not it. I don't know, like just something wrong with Tundra in this series. They just did not turn up, and Liquid everything
they'll be fine
right
in the lower bracket though, right? In the sense of there's not another Liquid type team in the qualifiers. Like OG tries to be this aggressive, but they might do it a different way. Like Liquid is the laning dominator into we will win a game in 20 if we can, right? Like that's the only team I think in the region that does this. So I don't expect Tundra to lose again in this fashion. Like it's like a one-time thing. You play against Liquid, if you don't draft against them, it will happen. So I don't want to overreact to Tundra's gameplay based on this series. It's just more if you play against Liquid, just respect that this is how they're going to beat you if you let them draft like this. Like that's my main takeaway from this series. Respect Liquid and what they can do.
Yeah. I mean, we know how good this team can be, when they're on the form, and this series just really proved it, and definitely a lot of hope for Liquid fans out there, because if they continue on this, then these qualifiers are going to be easy, and then you're looking at the international stage, and it's looking good for them. Tundra. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see what they can pull off in the lower bracket. Of course, they will go down to face off versus Team Secret as their next matchup. So we'll see what they're able to do down in the lower bracket. Seems like it might be maybe a pretty close matchup. I don't know. We'll see. Meanwhile, the other series, I believe, is still going on right now between OG and Mouse. So go and check that one out, because we're going to take it over to a bit of a break now. We're going to disappear for a while, after which we will be back with the next round of lower bracket quarterfinals. So go and check those out if you so wish. But I don't know. T, if you could now got, do you reckon after this performance we'll see Liquid just taking it all the way through upper bracket finals qualification?
I mean, so far they've had 2 series, they've not dropped a game, and all 4 games have been to like this level of a dismantling. I would be surprised. I think if OG get to upper bracket final, I could see maybe OG taking a game with Liquid, but I think Liquid are clear favourites based on their journey to get to upper bracket final. It has been the cleanest of any of the teams so far. And that's kind of spooky, but there's still 2 slots, for Western Europe. So if Liquid is looking so dominant, if you are a Western European team, you still have another slot to play for. Western Europeans, of course, due to the heights of their international success, do have more slots available compared to other regions. And therefore they will be in the lower bracket, not feeling too bad compared to the, oh no, we got to play Liquid again. We have to try and please. That's kind of the feeling I have right now, at least in this qualifier. Liquid have reminded us that even if they've been in a very temporary slump of maybe 1-2 tournaments, it isn't going to stick with them for too long.
Yeah, hopefully this is a return to form for them. Certainly looked very good. So, quick, decisive series from Team Liquid here. Tundra down to the lower bracket to face up versus Secret for elimination. We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we will be back with the lower bracket series coming up a little bit later on today. So, pretty long break. Go check out some other Dota, and we'll see you later on.
Bye-bye.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the dreams.
Hello and welcome back to the Western EU qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 23 as we are now getting into the next series. The final series of the day. We're down in the lower bracket with Entity and Mouse. Mouse not really given much of a break here, straight from the OG series into this one because it did go so long. And now, well, they got to get ready and they got to do it all again. T, what's cooking good looking?
Oh, don't make me blush. But yeah, Christ, Mouse. Like, what are they going to be doing? Like, they nearly beat OG. They could have been taking a rest, playing up against Liquid tomorrow, but no, now they're just stuck here in the lower bracket with us. Welcome, hello. It's terrible down here. You're like one series away from elimination.
Yep,
God,
yep. One
spooky.
step away from well, technically 2 steps away. You got to lose 2 matches, so two chances to get the draft right, to get the gameplay right, to get the plays right as well. And I have to say, I was watching the end of that last series, and I did feel that the pressure was kind of starting to get to them a little bit. They looked really, really clean in the game they took, but then things started to get a little bit rough around the edges for them. So hoping they're just taking the time to settle themselves, ground themselves, and come with some nice, calm, and well-considered ideas. Entity, meanwhile, they got knocked down to the lower bracket a little bit earlier on, and we did see them play up yesterday. I mean, what were your thoughts on Entity in general?
Little bit volatile, I think, for their own liking. The final game of the series, they crushed with some Venomance off-lane pick, shutting down the Sven. But then the other drafts, they kept the same kind of concepts, but the first game, they were lost. They just got destroyed. The second game, they showed us what they can actually do with the draft. I think that volatility of needing to go 3 games, the fact that game 1 was so bad for them, but then game 2 was the recovery and game 3 was demolishing. It's like, that's not the sign of a team that will be able to beat the likes of a Liquid right down the line. So I think they are still needing to find some of that consistency. And I think Mouse is one of the perfect opponents where I think no one expects Mouse to qualify, but Mouse can easily cause upsets, right? They nearly just beat OG. I wouldn't be surprised if they potentially can beat Entity here as well. I don't see them again going the whole way, but they have to be careful. Every team now in this lower bracket, they can easily get rid of you.
Yeah, it's threatening. And, Entity, they've been in this situation plenty of times before. I feel like they're going to have a lot less of a weight on their shoulders where they're like, oh, yeah, it's just a lower bracket. Well, I'm sure we're still going to qualify, or at least have that kind of confidence behind themselves to be like, more analytical about it, being like, okay, we know what we need to do. And also, they just got to sit back and watch Mouse play that series as well. So they've got a pretty good idea on, potentially what Mouse's weaknesses are, what they showed in that series. And Mouse, meanwhile, they have to have this quick, 20-minute meeting to be like, all right, what are we fixing? What are we doing? How are we sorting it out? What do we need to change? And how do we bring that to Entity? What does Entity like to do? Let's make sure we don't get caught out by some, Venomancer Sven stuff again, There's a lot of things to tick off your box, I think Entity are a scary team in that regard as well. If you leave yourself open to this Venomancer pick from DM, he can catch you out. Watson with the Pudge pick as well. They can pull that one out on you if you're not careful. There's a few little things like that which can really mess you up on Entity.
Yeah, I think now the thing about Mouse as well, their drafts, whenever you look at them, they look very well rounded. They look like they have the ability to play most points of the game, but that kind of logic also prevents them from having the craziest flex within their draft. They're not going to suddenly surprise you with we got you here, right? And I think even though Mouse, their drafts might not be the flashiest, they really lean on play. And I think for Entity, at least what we saw yesterday, it was the draft where they were kind of pulling ahead slightly, and it will be exciting to see if Entity can prep well, because I guess what I'm trying to say here is Mouse is a team that if you do good prep against, you probably will have a good shot at beating them, because often the strategies are they're out there. They laid them on the table quite nicely. So we'll see if Entity have done good prep to give themselves a slight upper hand in that regard. But yeah, alas, the draft hasn't started yet, so we won't be able to get carried away with that yet.
Not quite yet, no. But having a look back on some of the picks which these teams have relied on, can of course we just saw this series versus OG where Mouse were kind of pulling out the Primal Beast twice in a row. There seems to be a favorite for them. The Enigma as well, kind of looking a little bit sketchy towards the end. But what's up?
All right, curveball question, Nomad. All right, let's not bother talking about these two teams. We're going to be talking about them for 3 hours or something.
True.
What team in the lower bracket right now? Because obviously it's OG and Liquid, all right? So let's blindly assume Liquid qualify, okay? OG now lower bracket. What team out of Mouse, Entity, Tundra, Secret, not do you think will get to play OG or Liquid? Which one would you like to see? Which team would you like to see in the lower bracket final? Out of Mouse, Entity, Tundra, Secret.
Oh, that's a really tough one. I think I'm going to go with Tundra, because I feel like it would be interesting for them to hit their stride. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I want to see Secret hit some tempo. No, I'll stick with Tundra. I'll go Tundra because I just think they're a very creative team, and I think when they get going, then they can bring the most kind of different ideas. Even when they were like, even their series today against Liquid, which looked awful, like they're still trying out some different things, Visage offlane, so gyro support kind of stuff. So I've always appreciated a team with like fresh ideas, and I think NC are very close to being that as well. But Mal's are my very close second because I also love an underdog, and I think people didn't really have very high hopes for them coming into this, but then they just come through, smash Secret, and all of a sudden they're on people's radars, and they took a really good series against OG.
Yeah, that's fair. Cool. Thank you for your answer. I'm not going to give you one myself.
Okay, all right. I reckon you were going to go Mal's before I said.
No,
No? Oh.
I'm going for the meme game. Nigma. There's they could qualify in MENA potentially. I mean, they are kind of losing right now.
Not in these qualifiers, my guy.
No. But like, I'm thinking like the meme level, right? Like, imagine a world in which Secret and Nigma now get back to a LAN. Technically, it's not a LAN though because it's online. So qualifying for it, it feels nice, but you don't get to see them on site. So maybe it's not the best tournament to qualify to in regards to the great return. Of course, they'd love to be competing, and it's still a very good tournament, but it's not a LAN at the end of the day. But no, I think for me,
towards Riyadh
I'll go
as well,
Secret.
let's not forget. Yeah,
I don't think they can qualify based on their results yesterday. I think they'll eventually hit some stumbling blocks, but that's going to be my bold. Why not? It'd be funny if they did.
I'm not sure who I think is least likely. I think Secret might be least likely, just because I think their path looks very difficult. To beat Tundra and then beat the winner of Mal's Entity, it's a tough call for them. So
Yeah, it's very tough here in Western Europe.
yeah, and they haven't really quite found it. They're still making shuffles. They're still trying to find out what works. They're still discovering themselves. So hopefully they do figure it out, and we get to see Secret firing on all cylinders pretty soon, back to full glory. But to focus up on the series we've got ahead of us right now, because as you can see, we are into the draft. It is Entity versus Mouse. Mouse, unfortunately, just off the back of a very long series against OG, they have to mentally reset. They have to try and somehow give themselves a break, but also discuss what needed to change after the OG series, especially because NC are probably watching them. Like, I feel like it's within their interest to kind of try a different style. Not like a different style of Dota, just a different style of draft. Draft a little differently this time around and try to spin the game a little bit. Because you don't really want to play a series into a team that's just been watching you play for the last, 4 hours. It seems
I'll
tricky.
be real. I don't think that even comes to their thought, by the way, when they start a draft.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm pretty sure they just entered this draft going, we could have done this better. They're talking about, a certain player, a certain pick. They, they shrug it off, and they open up their playbook again and go, all right, off we go again. These Dota players, they play so much Dota. I'd really hope that nowadays they're able to accept that you're not going to win everything. How often do teams who win tournaments go undefeated? It's pretty rare.
Yeah.
Timber.
That's a nice pickup. Do you think they actually have a playbook? Do you think they have a physical playbook? Does anyone?
Maybe on LAN, because you're not allowed to use the internet during a draft. But
Oh, right. So you reckon they just have a Google, a doc?
yeah, they have a
shared
doc, probably. Yeah, yeah.
It's boring. It's not
It's
as cool.
It's very boring.
Yeah.
Now that would actually be really good, memorabilia. Imagine OG for TI8, for example, took all of their notes that they used, put it into a book, and then sold it as this was our TI8 playbook.
Yeah, published it.
Yeah, and published it.
So the thing is,
for
do you,
any
make it,
TI winner.
do you just sell the one on eBay? Get the auction going, or do you mass
No.
produce
You make it accessible. Make
Yeah.
copies and stuff. Any scrap of paper, any journey, and then you turn the book into this was the group stage game 1, and it's the notes, general thoughts, and obviously you'd have to go back through footage and
Selfies.
stuff. But that sounds like a really cool. It's probably a really scuffed true site because it's in a book form, and then you have to read, and you don't get to
I think
watch
it's
it.
cool though,
I
you
think
go to
that'd be
someone's
kinda cool.
house, you go take a poop, and they got that in the bathroom, and I'm like, hell yeah, brother, this is some good reading material.
Something about Tidehunter here? Yes.
Yeah.
Something about play like this guy? Yes. Plop.
That'd be
5 seconds remaining.
flop, yeah. It would be cool. Teams, get on it. We need more access. All right, we got a Monkey King coming up for Entity though. I feel like this is still a bit of a flex hero right now, so always a good one to pick up. No real interaction between Monkey and Timbersaw, other than Timbersaw, if Monkey as a core can kind of threaten him inside his Wukong's command with all that pure damage. So Even more reason for the Monkey King to be a support, I suppose. Boundless Strike can be really nice for catching out the Timbersaw if he's trying to go for a Timber Chain away. Get the nice little interrupt there.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it helps that Entity have last pick in the draft. So where
5
Timbersaw can
seconds
flex
remaining.
to multiple lanes, the Timbersaw will just, the Monkey King will follow the entire time. So Mouse can't keep it up. It's like, oh, is Timbersaw going mid? Because if Monkey goes mid, then you have Monkey with his Jingu punishing the Timbersaw. If Timbersaw goes off lane, then Entity will just have a aggressive position 5, and then you can also go for that pressure. Like you could get some, I think Fishman Bane probably is fine to enable the Monkey. Fishman Disruptor is also fine. So yeah, I like the idea that they've, because their second pick, this Monkey King will just annoy Mouse just a bit, and they go for the Leshrac as well. Entity is one of the few Western European teams that have run this on the position 4. Katomi did play it, and
10 seconds remaining.
of course it can be mid lane. There's no doubting that, but flexibility
5
is Entity's
seconds remaining.
opening with both the Monkey and Leshrac.
Yeah, always a strong way to open a draft as well. Just don't leave anything directly open and on the field, and keep your picks open for the future of the draft as well. It's not just a confusion technique, it's also a technique to be able to get yourself the absolute best possible pick later on in the draft. So you can go deep, you can find what you need. But Shadow Demon making it through, interesting. What do they choose to ban instead? It's the Enigma and the DP taken out by... oh no, just the DP actually, the
Just
second
the
phase
DP,
for
yeah.
NXT, so yeah.
10 seconds
That's a nice one for
remaining.
Mouse. That's a really good pickup for them, I feel.
Yeah, it's good.
I think about-
Leshrac,
Seconds remaining.
he plays on movement, right? So any of the slows from Donic Purge will help as well. It threatens the Monkey King because he can't build up the. You can get rid of his Jingu on himself, and yeah, just nice containment, defensive capabilities. Also in lane, when Monkey King wants to run down the lane and punch this Timbersaw in the face, you just disrupt the Monkey King, and yeah, you now can't build up stack. So this SD will give life to Timbersaw in the offlane.
Definitely, yeah. And the thing about this ST as well is that it opens up like a new world of strategies for you as well, which I think in an era where going high ground is so terrifying is very nice. So, you know, if you go for this illusion carry, then it's going to be really, really lovely to have the Shadow Demon on your team to make some extra versions like the Luna, like the Naga. So that could be something which Mouse explore further into the draft, but for now, they're going to grab themselves an Earthshaker.
Mouse might be running into some early game damage issues right now with their draft. The fact that they've got a Timbersaw that might be shut down in lane depending on how it goes, and then you have a Shaker and an SD. These are heroes that love setting up engagements for other people, right? You fissure block to enable, or you disrupt to someone else to layer in, and there's the disruptor that I called earlier in my expectation for this Monkey King potential lane. It's very aggressive. And
Dire team pick.
what's the next pick? Tidehunter.
Tide.
Yeah, I don't know how Mouse, they don't really kill a Tidehunter. Sure, you might argue, but Timbersaw, Timbersaw by himself running into a Static Storm and then the Leshrac damage on top with a Monkey, he's probably going to die quicker than him trying to kill the Tidehunter.
10 seconds
Also, you can
remaining.
Kraken off the Whirling Death. So for Mouse, like their next two picks need to be
5 seconds
pretty
remaining.
high damaged heroes, otherwise they might just have some early game issues like we saw in that Liquid series in the upper bracket where they just ran over their opponents.
Kind of feel that this Monkey might just be carrying this situation. It's got a pretty good lane matchup versus the Timbersaw.
Entities
You've got
turn
nice
to
combinations with the Disruptor and the Tidehunter now as a setup for Wukong's command. I can see it. Would you have any reservations about a Monkey King carry this game for Entity?
Unless there's some crazy pick from Mouse where I'm like, ooh,
10
then yeah,
seconds
probably I like it in the carry role. It's nice. And the only reason why
5
you'd probably want to
seconds
shift it to
remaining.
mid is if, one, you knew what matchup it's playing into and you knew it would free farm, because then it would play the entire map, right? You're going to be jumping from tree to tree, fighting top, running back to mid, playing like how no one played his Earth Spirit, where he's always looking for a fight. That's what Monkey King from the mid lane can do. So the only difference in that would be, yeah, based on matchup. And so far, I prefer
10
seeing it in the safe lane because we don't really know what the mid is yet. Of course, Mouse will be picking up a mid laner
5
to
seconds
give
remaining.
Entity that control of the draft. For Mouse though, their mid laner, I've already been saying that high damage. They're banning at Keeper of Light, which is a very nice ban there. What else could they ban? A Supreme Hero that does a lot of damage. And isn't Zeus.
It's Zeus. What's wrong with Zeus?
Actually, they have Ursa to kill Tide,
Oh,
so
Zeus is
Zeus
good.
actually isn't the worst. I take it back. They could if they wanted to. They could Zeus.
I think Pangolier isn't high damage enough for me, especially with the
okay.
change. We just haven't seen him since the changes really as well. So
Let me just circle back. The reason why I was hesitant of Zeus is because I think their mid laner with damage does need to actually have some survivability by himself. I don't think you want to force Mouse to play the side lanes and protect the mid laner whilst Ursa's farming. Like, it's too many things. I think the mid laner needs to be independent. So like a keeper, like for example, is that independent mid laner. You push your own wave out, you have high move speed, you run to the side lanes, you create your own opportunities. Zeus on the other hand wouldn't really do that, and I'm trying to, there's just room for him to potentially get punished. What else would they go for? I mean, potentially a puck, just push out lanes, you get to core with that early aggression. Not really the best stuns for Entity. Yes, there's a static storm with disruptor, but hitting that reliably could be pretty hard.
Team pick.
okay, DK taken out. I
Entities.
personally didn't see DK from Mouse, but they're gonna go for the Razor instead. All right, a big
Ooh.
beefy draft coming out for Mouse. Then they just want to deal with the damage coming out from Entity by just soaking it all up like a big group of sponges.
This is actually a really fun pick because what Mouse have just said was, we know you're flexing this Monkey King on the Timbersaw, so what we're gonna do is just pick a Razor that also flexes, and wherever Monkey now goes, we're gonna have put our Razor there, because Razor will just demolish any melee hero. So now Mouse have this
Yeah.
ability to decide where
I
to put
think you
Timber
monkey
and Razor.
support now though, right? Monkey support and then pick yourself a new carry, ranged carry probably.
They could do that. They have 10 seconds, so don't know how quickly they can get to that conclusion, but
Go. And
they
yeah,
do.
Choose your
Yeah,
hero.
good. They
Alrighty.
do come to the conclusion.
we
But
did
Razor
it. All
into
right.
ooh, TA into Razor, like Razor
Yeah,
likes
it's not-
that matchup.
It's like the least ranged hero you could have asked for, isn't it? It's like, okay, well, technically ranged, yes, but it's not something you love to see. It's not something which is gonna like super love buying a Pike either as well, which is kind of what you want versus his Razor and Ursa. So yeah, not a natural Skadi builder either, which I probably would like to see against Timsaw and Ursa. So I feel like there could have been a better option, but they kind of ran down their reserve time so much on that last ban. Mouse just kind of pretty quickly taking the Razor, not giving Entity time to think. They're like, uh-oh, we got to like come up with this answer quickly, and maybe not the best one. Maybe it is. Maybe TA just owns this. I mean, there are a lot of like melee heroes where TA can kind of, she can manage her own engagements pretty well, right?
You mean, sorry, the TA?
Yeah, she can kind of, she's going to see a lot because they're all melee. They're all going to be like showing in the fights pretty quickly, and she should have like, she'll know the entries to the fights pretty easily.
She should, in the regard of that the Tide will step up front with a trap vision, but I think for Mouse, if they find like any type of momentum in this game, it could be overwhelming for her, because like Shake will be slamming something, Ursa will be jumping the back line, Razor easily could buy Blink in this game as well, go for some like Halberd Blink AC type build and just fully make the TA hate her game. So yeah, it's gonna be, I think for Entity, just control the game, punish the fact that Mouse need to farm quite a lot on their heroes to feel good, and just give TA first Roshan and utilize that strength of her. Because like this TA pick, it's less about like, oh, it's a really perfect game against this and that. It's more, I think, gives a nice amount of tempo, and the off lane Timbersaw does not enjoy playing into a safe lane TA. So if that matchup does occur as well, you'd think that Timbersaw would be able to play into a TA due to it being like armor hero versus a range, but no, because of Meld Strike, because of your level 1, and you need your time for your armor to stack up, TA just obliterates you before you even get to like level 3, and you get those armor stacks online.
Alright, so Timber picks kind of abused in this match a little bit here. We'll see if Force is still able to have an impact. I mean, hero is very, very strong, so we will still see him be able to focus on some other heroes, blow up that Tide perhaps, but yeah, as you say, he's a big boy. There's a Monkey King trying to get up to the top side. They've kind of like spread out and made like a barrier to see if they can find this monkey. They know what he's up to. Of course they do. Smoke gets popped. Monkey sees it and he's like, all right, not happening. Realizing something's up. He's probably been spotted here. He's going to have to try and take the high ground route instead. If you're wondering what he's trying to get to the couriers. He's trying to get to them sweet, delicious, meaty couriers.
Yeah, with the change to the courier HP, he can kill them in one hit. Obviously,
They
was the
see
time it
him
took more, but oh, there he is. Get him, boys. He can
Monkey
level
King.
jump though, still jump though. Yeah.
He does?
Yes. So if you don't level tree dance, if you take damage, so if you have it leveled and you take damage, you can't use it. But if you level it while taking damage, you have a split second to use it. So that's why he didn't level up. That's why he did that.
That's a bit silly, isn't it? I don't know.
All right, he's allowed to make one play in the entire game. All right. As soon as it's leveled, he's now done. Give him one little moment, surely.
Yeah, I guess it's not when you level up, so it's only once in the game. Alrighty, well,
Yeah.
Katomi gets to... I mean, that's also some sick knowledge from Katomi there as well, so pretty nicely done.
And he also placed the anti-courier ward as well, throwing it very deep in the base. That won't get dewarded. So Katomi will be able to just hunt every single courier. And the reason why he places it this deep is so that he can see if he goes above the tree line or below.
Yeah, they find him again, but again, he's able to jump himself out, not taking damage on the other side of that disruption, so Katomi gets away. All the mechanics which Katomi is abusing already on this monkey. But it's going to be a traditional monkey. He's not going to be sitting in base farming couriers. Nope. No, sir. He's going to be helping out his monkey as a Tide Hunter. I'm trying to like, not yet. Yeah, you're right.
Off he goes. No, he's just grabbing the wave. I was scared for a second.
Do you hate the Monkey King courier sniping, like as a strategy? Do you think it's just not good?
I think there is something very comedic about the idea of him just parking himself in front of your base and never getting a courier. Like you don't have to TP a guy back. Like I think there is a lot of merit behind it, but you need to do it in a way where your offlaner doesn't need you. Like if you pick it with, let's say, some Lesh offlane, sure, it's grief, so much grief. But a Tide, if you block full camps, like sure, why not? And this is the type of game where I could see him. He's blocked the small camp. He's done all the small moves needed to be able to snipe couriers, and off he goes. The fun begins.
No.
Mid lane.
He's seen a courier. Courier number 1 has been claimed.
What did he lose?
Down to the bottom side. It was on the return, so he was all right.
Oh yeah, of course he returned. Yeah.
Now Fishman's courier goes down, but that's to force. So.
You cast the game. I'm looking at couriers. All right, Ursa's courier is showing top.
Whoa, that was cool.
What
I
happened?
haven't seen that before. So forced timber chain just as he was getting glimpsed. So he did a super long timber chain when he did get glimpsed.
Oh, sure.
Neat. I'm learning so much this game. I learned so much.
Look at top
2
lane,
minutes.
look
I'm
at
just
top
like, oh. Bengen is a courier escort.
He's grabbing all the items.
I like to imagine Bengen in just like a, the black 3-piece suit, like sunglasses, earpiece in, being like, all right, courier escort service.
Oh, God. I mean, DreamLeague is sponsored by DHL. Get this SD DHL skin. This guy needs some new cosmetics. Mid lane though.
Ooh,
No one is
big
getting,
block coming out from the Earthshaker. Yeah, might have secured a kill onto no one. Oh, Supreme actually goes down though, but they'll be able to finish him off regardless. He's got the plasma field, and Katomi might regret jumping in on this one, but he's pretty quick. Gets himself to the tree lane. They can't keep the damage upon him, so Katomi will be all right for the time being. Beautiful Fisher block coming out though.
And we must remember that the shenanigans of Monkey King is going to give Ursa absolute free farm. There is no way a single Tide Hunter can fully push out an Ursa from a lane.
Single time. Poor guy.
He's near you, Nomad, don't worry.
Single tight hunter's near me. Excellent. Katomi looking for another courier. He's going to find it. Goes into the tower for it, but this hero don't care about towers. Force is just voice lining it every single time as well. He's just very unimpressed by this play, I think.
This is the most abstract laning phase we have, because we've got bot lane just relentlessly skipping waves behind tier 1 tower. We have 2 Radiant Observers deep on the dire side of the map to hunt couriers. A Tide Hunter by himself, also grabbing waves. Like, no one's playing the normal game of Dota. This is, very
dynamic laning phase for sure.
Yeah, it's a nice way of wording it.
Indeed. But yeah, Watson off to a pretty decent start on the TA. Obviously, not completely shutting down the Timber due to all the pulling that's been going on. You know, it's been pretty nice to give Force a chance to stay in the game and not be completely bullied out. But Narman has been rotating a lot, and
So I can't take this seriously. Katomi, I could see the couriers on the minimap, and it's like, mate, you've seen the courier, right? When are you gonna turn around? And he then eventually 180s and gets it. Oh god. And he's still, oh no, he's Nico SD's one. No, no,
no! He thought it was safe.
he thought it was safe.
Oh, Bengen, the courier escort, failing at his job. He's fired now. Give us the sunglasses and earpiece back, sir.
Everyone else is farming. Like, this is the most enjoyment I'm going to get from this laning phase, is just checking out what Katomi's doing. He is still level 1, by the way. So he is sacrificing his entire game just to prevent the couriers from getting out.
And how much impact does it really have? Oh, no one going to get Fisher blocked up for the time being. Supreme is taking some heavy hits from no one. Is it going to matter, though? I don't think so. No one goes down. Monkey King trying to jump in and help out with this one. Bengen, seeing the chance for revenge, immediately disrupts him up, looking for Fishman. Fishman to fall. Bengen with the double kill. Katomi's got to be careful as well. He's already got 2 stacks of poison on him, and he will back himself away.
And all because he was going for couriers. He's so underleveled that he didn't have a stun available. He didn't have higher points in spring. In a classical game of Dota, heroes of the mouse would have died, right? But not this time around.
Ulnet screams at DM, and DM, he's going to be paused for the minute, but actually he's just going to run himself away from the Ursa. Can't really stand his guard.
All right, yeah, Bengen, please. Okay, just to be clear, Bengen in mid lane. I know there are a lot of couriers around you, but the Monkey King just showed middle. You don't need to collect the goodies, okay? I hope he's just walking back to base.
Just walk home.
Like, if I see that Razor put items on that SD, then Katomi's done his job. He's broken them.
Everyone's paranoid, constantly clicking on their couriers, not looking at their lanes properly.
All right,
that's all good to go. So far, lane's going very well for Mouse, has to be said. Mouse,
yeah.
Even though they are losing a couple of couriers here and there, you know, it's not a big deal. They've been able to get the advantage. I mean, the thing is that gold doesn't translate into usable gold because half their couriers are dead and half their items haven't reached them. So whilst they do have a net worth advantage, we're not really seeing that on the heroes themselves. But nevertheless, you know, couriers aren't dead forever. They'll get their gold eventually. And it's kind of an entity to make some use of this and kind of bully the heroes whilst they aren't kind of having all their items on their persons immediately. That's a big ask, though. Especially with a level 1 Monkey King bouncing around, being not so useful in fights.
And this mid lane aggression, with the Monkey King not being able to help out mid and Disruptor going there instead, Watson hasn't really been able to... They are poking Supreme just a little bit.
Trying to dodge out the split earth here, and well, actually it's not going to come because he doesn't have it level. But Supreme glimpse back into the Leshrac, and Disruption comes through. Will there be any damage to follow him up with? Fishman trying to click him down, but the bottle is there. Supreme will live, and he gets a cheeky little bottle refill on the side as well. Fishman, next target here. Right clicks coming through from the Supreme. He's still got a decent amount of damage stolen, and will be able to finish off the Disruptor. Bengen once again just setting up for his Razor. Meanwhile, some more shenanigans. Oh, that's a big courier. That's a really nice looking courier. Oh, it might cost me my life. Oh, he gave up. He didn't go for it, but he is going to live. So, Katomi choosing his life over a courier kill. Not a true Monkey King support player, if you ask me, but respectable all the same.
Entity are just somewhat conceding a lot of early pressure that they could be applying. I expected Timbersaw to be dying at least once in his bot lane. It never really happened. Mid lane as well. Supreme, they are giving it another go.
Yeah, they really want to bring down this Razor, but it hasn't been working well for them. And the Monkey just kind of runs in and dies. Katomi will fall, but Supreme will die as well. No one's going to get himself the double kill here. So big moves from the Leshrac, finally paying off.
And it felt like that move had to work at some point, right? And it was taking Entity a couple more tries than they really wanted to. Now, Ravage onto top
Ravage
lane.
up in the top side as they jump deep onto DM, but no one comes in, and now it's a
Ultra
triple kill. Look into Bengen as well. Very well might be. There you go for no one.
Get the Rampage on the courier.
7-minute ultra kill. Rampage on the courier. Yeah.
Rampage!
Rampage!
Has been killed.
Well played. Oh, hold on.
They can actually
No,
get
he's got
this
no
one.
mana. There's nothing left in the tank.
Aw.
He's running on empty. Supreme taking the active rune here as well, just to make sure they force the left side back for the time being.
How are they diving the Tidehunter?
Yeah, the Ravage Tidehunter dive is an interesting one.
Normally Ursa kills Tide when Tide's near your tier 1 tower and you chase him down the lane. Chasing underneath tier 1 tower, your ultimate doesn't really last that long. It's 4 seconds, especially when you don't have items to do the damage during that enrage. It's not the best move there from Mouse after Entity doing quite a self-inflicted poor laning phase.
Yeah.
That one dive really just gives them some
Oh, they find no one farming,
Yeah.
no mana left. The Fisher comes out to help as well. They'll be able to bring him down. The Supreme and no one matchup is very action-packed at the moment. We're going to jump in on Spengen here. Katomi from the sidelines. Now get level 3, so he's going to be able to set up pretty nicely for the TA. The follow-up damage is severe. Watson able to bring them both down. Supreme and Bengen both dropped. Looking at Force as well. He's got the trap down, but with the Timber Chain away, not much you can do about that. Force will get out.
Yeah, a couple moves there from Mouse now in a row. The dive top, now diving deep into jungle. I just don't think they're really respecting the turnaround potential of the Tide or the Disruptor. You jump the Tide, he can ravage you. You chase in vision of a Disruptor, he's going to glimpse you back. And now going into Ursa, no one. He's back to top, but they have the glimpse. It doesn't matter if you have Enrage. You're going to be dragged back. You're going to be dying, and eventually, shortly,
Yeah,
in a
he's
second,
making them work for it.
there
There
it
you
is.
go. Lightning Storm finished the job. Ursa goes down. Dead Teddy up in the top side. And, well, there's a Leshrac in the lane. You know what that means.
Dire's top tower.
Okay,
is
so
under attack.
yeah, self-inflicted loss to the end of laning phase by Mouse and Entity, taking the top tier 1 tower. They'll be very happy with this.
Dire's
Definitely,
top tower
definitely.
is
Yeah,
falling.
having a good time now. No one, you know, he had a little bit of a messy time in the mid lane where they kind of punish his over-aggression a few times, but they just kind of kept doing it. It kind of started working. They were just like, well, we know Leshrac is strong. We know that if we keep forcing these fights, then the Leshrac should get his damage off, so they were right. Sounds look not worrying as of yet from Mouse, but we need to see a bit of life coming from Mouse beyond just us running at people and dying. Uh-oh, glimpse back onto Bengen. In range off the TA and the Leshrac. The overwhelming amount of magical and physical damage coming out from these two. Not many heroes are going to be able to survive it. Disruptor is going to be the harbinger of death this game. If he can get off these glimpses, then heroes are going to start dying. And now he sees Force as well, but I don't think he's got the vision down. No wards in the pocket to place up that high ground, so no glimpse today.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But Entity then, move around the map, trying to get each other to just overlap their aggression. This was one of the issues with Mouse's lineup when we're looking at it in the draft. There's, after laning phase, there's a lot of farm required, and they can have their map broken. The jumping Earthshaker.
Harbinger of death strikes again. Down goes Naaman. But they want to respond
They
to this
have
now. They're
Ravage.
bringing in the heroes, and Monkey King's going to be the first target. That's going to be an easy one, but now they need to deal with no one as well as Ravage comes through on the sidelines, but not quite landing onto the targets they want. That said, Supreme struggling to finish off the Leshrac by himself, so will settle for Fishman instead as Force gets a double. Alert still chasing, looking at Watson right now. Watson's got to be careful, but under the cover of the tower, a bit of hesitation coming out from Mouse. They won't chase that deep, but Force will. He's finished off the kill onto no one all by himself. Triple kill for the Timbersaw, getting it done in this middle fight. Mouse. Do they want to keep on going for this tower? With heroes respawning, maybe not. They're going to call it quits for now.
Yeah, there's really nice kites in there from Mouse. So you've disruptions, you've got fissures, you've just got ways to prolong that engagement of Entity. With their own deep dive, utilizing the Static Storm just for a support kill, it forced them to have to retreat. The Ravage,
Dire's
it
middle
wasn't
tower is
overlapping
under
with the
attack.
TA right clicks or the Leshrac burst of magic damage. A wasted opportunity for Entity to try and take a better fight. And of course, Mouse, they do capitalize on this. They get the Lesh kill, like you mentioned. For Entity, though, every time they sense a moment to go aggressive, they are going to keep going back. They instantly run back to this mid tower.
Oh.
They do take it away. And you can disrupt yourself from Glimpse, yeah.
That one I did know. I keep
Okay.
that,
You weren't there. Oh, so I was like, huh?
To the impurities.
No, I was kind of just expecting them to go under tower for that one, but turns out they do have breaks. Oh, Glimpse. Hold it. He's good. He
he's
can't disrupt
fine.
himself.
Yeah, item-wise, this Monkey King is looking to go for a first item mules. Sometimes on Monkey King supports, you see like Mage Slayer and like these, like the cheapest form of damage item possible to then give
Yeah.
him some purpose. But this time around, he's going for that control. Yules up the raids to disengage from the static link. Yules up that Ursa during the enrage.
Enrage.
Which of course, Yules does not
Radiant's
get
middle
reduced from
tower
it.
is under attack.
So I like this pickup from the Monkey King. And T
Yeah,
just
no,
completed the
it's insanely
Desolator.
value this game. Really,
Wait,
really
they have
good.
2 Yules. Oh, they have 2 Yules. Nice.
Neat. Yeah, Tide Hunter Yields. I mean, we just talked about how good it was. Why not get 2? Why not? Tide is definitely one of those heroes which I feel like sometimes people get a bit like locked in on. They're like, oh, I need to buy Tide items, but you don't have to. The hero is pretty self-sufficient. Narman getting caught out a little bit here and does get melted down by no one.
It's like, nah, man. And then no one. It's like the same name, kind of.
In a way. Katomi gonna get out again. Just messing with Mouse. That's what he seems to be doing the most. He has put them down quite a bit. 3k gold advantage for Entity at the moment. A lot of that tied up on this Templar Assassin.
I
Do
think
you
for
want to see some
Entity,
moves coming out towards this TA?
I think, first of all, Entity needs to be thinking about 15-minute nighttime Roshan. That's one idea. And for Mouse,
Dire's
moves
top
can
tower
occur
is
once you
under
have
attack.
your items, right? Ursa needs Battle Fury plus Blink. He's 200 gold away from the Blink Dagger. The Razor needs a BKB to be able to step up into the fight, and a Shaker needs Blink Dagger. Like when those things are met, then I expect Mouse to be somewhat aggressive. And a nice
Oh, he
Timber
does
Chain
it again.
again from the Timbersaw. Yeah, it's really nice.
He's got that timing down, and Glimpse is an easy one to do. You know, it's slightly harder because it's a different time every time. You know, it depends on how far you've walked. So being able to read that, that's pretty impressive. And that's also an ulti wasted from Fishman as well. So yeah, normally I'd love to see a move coming out from Mouse, but as you mentioned, you know, it's a little tricky without their item timings.
Oh, and they're going
All right,
before,
they're going.
but they're so close to Blink Dagger and Shaker. They really are saying that this Razor BKB is going to be enough. Right now, the journey of their smoke, they're going to be bumping into a range creep that will become a Monkey King. And you could argue quite a failed smoke.
Only one smoke broken, but they are leaving the area now on Entity. They read it.
They were
They leave.
expecting the TA to be doing Roshan. But still, to
Yeah,
smoke only
that's what
2
I
in the
was
hope that TA is like trying to solo it or something, it's a very ambitious move. They were trying to predict like the greediest play Entity could make, and if it worked, sure, but they're not doing it. They haven't gone there yet.
Yeah, I mean, you move up to that area and maybe you find a hero on the way, maybe you find a TA. I guess it's like
You find
one way or
Fishman.
another, you know. Yeah, then you just find Fishman and you're like, okay. Or Katomi, who just leaped away.
Entity are equally very close to some massive items. The Monkey King you see on screen about to have yours, the Leshret that we're showing now about to have Bloodstone. It's TA's about to have Blink. I feel for Entity, it really is going to be turn up the pace shortly, fight for that Roshan, get that first Aegis, take all these outer towers. They're grouping up together now in the top lane. They have wards and sentries on Disruptor.
It is
They
a little
don't
bit
wanna bump
interesting
into
spinning
Razor,
the-
though.
Oh,
He has the
Supreme.
BKB.
Yeah, this is a good target. The BKB Razor coming through, but there's the Yules just to hold him back, and doesn't quite know what to do with himself now. Meanwhile, Katomi does get brought down on the other side of the map. Force finds that kill. He'll be happy about that. The pesky monkey taken down for the time being. Katomi sees Force here. Force gonna go in on them, actually. He doesn't care there's 2 calls on his face, but maybe he should. Timber chain away, but the Ravage comes through, cancels it out, and Force, with the Split Earth, will be dropping. Finally punished for playing alone for so much of this game.
He's been pulling a shift though. He was sitting 4-0 before that death. He was The one who's picking off no one at the tail end of previous engagements, and now no one. Speaking about him,
Farming Katomi as well.
Bloodstone
but
is
yeah.
on cooldown.
Olnet moving in on this one, and with the Purge coming out onto him, it's doing work, but is it doing it? Oh my god, Nama just got exploded in that fight, and no one's still alive. No one's just going to be able to turn it around. Keeps the damage coming out, and Entity take down 4 heroes now on top of the Timbersaw. That did not go to plan.
The Yor's coming in clutch, right? As you
Huge.
expect no one to get that final hit. Like, he didn't have Bloodstone because he used it on the Timbersaw earlier, and then the Yor's from the Tidehunter, then the layered with the stun from the Monkey King. Perfectly keeping alive. Bengen, he went for a disruption aggressively. You might argue that maybe that would have at least got the kill trade if he didn't get disrupted, but also he could have run away. There was too much noise in the fight to really understand if that disruption meant anything. They'd already squandered their opportunity seconds earlier. Now the aggression doesn't stop. Supreme found in the river.
He's forced to
very
BKB,
late.
but he might not surprise. He's not even going to survive through it at all. The combination of the Diabolic Edict plus Leshrak's just overwhelming amount of damage, and forced. He's so good at that. I've never seen anybody do that so consistently, but Narman is going to get picked off on the sidelines by Watson. Yeah, Mouse, this isn't looking like anything like their games in the OG series, as Bengen gets picked off deep as well. Entity with a deep vision, and they're abusing it as well.
This is what I was saying during the draft. Like, when you look at Mouse's lineup, most of them have this somewhat regimental look to them, where it's like, okay, you have your Roshan, you have your tower, you have your team fight, like, but it doesn't have the speed that some have. Like, they always seem to try and tick the boxes on a lot of big factors in Dota, whilst other drafts you lean more into certain kind of concepts that, yes, you have weaknesses, but if you really lean on this one thing, you can break open games. And I think Entity right now, they are looking at Mouse and relishing the fact that they can freely run around and do as they wish. The itemization, as we've said, is very, very good for Entity. There's double yours now. Monkey King has completed his. Will fully prevent this Ursa from enjoying any of these fights.
Watson just throwing a couple of hits away of Force, forcing him back. Narman, he's just going to get killed off as well. Watson just farming these melee heroes. Bengen also going to get blown up as well. They found Force on the side, glimpse him back, take him out, and 3 heroes on the side of Mouse. It's effortless as well. Watson's just chilling. I don't even think you need to use his blink there.
Yeah, and also the Shard and TA, like, he picks it up early. It really just allows him to further take the fight and to further punish them. I just don't know how Mouse can engage right now. It kind of feels like they need to dodge just a little bit until Ursa has a blink dagger, and then maybe smoke up Earthshaker with Ursa, go find a pickoff. But until then, respect the fact that Entity are so strong, and they might even be looking to take Tormentors.
Yeah, no one seems bothered this game, at least not in the first 30 seconds of them being alive. How important is it that you take the Tormentors at 20? Like,
it really depends on what heroes you have and the resources you need to take it. Like, if you have a hero that naturally takes Tormentor, then it's very easy to position there and claim it for yourself. But this game right now, Roshan is the bigger picture. They have scanned Mouse. They do know that they're coming over, so they're repositioning, waiting, grouping back up under their own smoke. They don't actually have a ward here, but they do have the traps.
yeah, Ravage comes out onto a whole bunch of them as DM tries to get the fight started, but they're going straight onto no one right now. BKB Supreme just trying to bring down the Lesh. Bloodstone not going to keep him alive. Doesn't have enough targets to lifesteal off. It's a good start to the fight for the side of Mouse. Can they keep it going? I mean, they will lose their Earthshaker straight off the bat. Katomi goes in deep, doesn't really find the targets though. Mouse looking to back themselves off. Supreme going for the TP away. No interrupt for it, so he is going to be able to escape from this. Bengen, Ulnit, all trying to get themselves out. More Force as well, constantly struggling here with the always the traps, just silencing him up, giving him issues as Bengen will be found on the sidelines by the Templar Assassin, and Force locked into a mortal duel with DM here. Believe that was an anchor out on him, stopping him from escaping from this one and just locking him down long enough for Watson to come in and finish the job.
It wasn't really the cleanest fight from Entity either, and they're still to win it. Like, the Leshes on one side of the fight, Taves on another. Ravage didn't really allow for any follow-up on the Ursa. DM, he jumped the Ursa at the very start of the fight, but meanwhile the Shaker then jumped the backlines, and it prevented that perfect go from Entity that we kind of expected at this stage of the game. But still, Entity do come out ahead, getting 3 kills. Finally going back to Roshan. And going back to your point about tormentors, it really is like you need to decide, do we want to take tormentor and then fully leave this side of the map? Because often when you take a tormentor, your half HP need to reset. So taking your own tormentor is pretty easy because you can just dip yourself back into your fountain. But an enemy tormentor, you need to know that you'll be strong enough. And they're looking for the Ursa.
Yeah, looking for ultimate here. He's forcing out the ultimate very early on indeed. Ursa, he's got nothing to do but sit here and wait for death. Gets the 50 gold for killing the anchor. Definitely not a worthwhile trade for him.
lane.
Dead for 50 seconds. Yeah, no one looking for the freebie. Gonna get the pick off here. Still dealing with damage inside that disruption. Bengen will fall.
They just keep dying everywhere. They can't protect each other. They can't help each other out. It's so hard in Supreme. He sees everyone dying on the map and he's going to go and solo Tormentor. Of course, this is possible because he can stack Eye of the Storm up and he's not allowing him to do it. Oh, that feels so bad. Supreme just spent like 30 seconds just slowly preparing himself to do the Tormentor, and then Entity just comes swooping in.
Yoink.
Maybe Timbersaw can get a snipe here. Nope. He tried. Too late though.
Yeah, a little too late, unfortunately. Chakram not going to secure it, so now they get the shard on Katomi. Another issue for Mouse to deal with. The list is becoming somewhat endless at this point. I mean, both the fights we've seen Mouse take where they get to kind of decide, they've thrown everything onto Leshrac, and it just hasn't really been working out. I'm not sure if they change that strategy now and maybe look to just throw everything onto the Templar Assassin instead, but I mean, it kind of feels like that part of the game is over and we're kind of just looking for pickoffs across the map and potentially responding to Entity if they do go too deep against you.
Yeah.
A standard 5-on-5 team fight is starting to feel impossible, and it's only 24 minutes in.
For Entity at least, their fights could be complicated if DM doesn't find that perfect Ravage to enter. Like when Ursa has a BKB, if DM mis-executes on that Ravage, then there isn't that perfect layering of protection for each hero. Suddenly then you Mouse have more confidence. I think it is the big team fight of Tidehunter that is allowing Entity to run wild so far. And it will be on Mouse to try and to get that spell used quite early on if they are to find a comeback. Ooh, nice tree cut. Blink up in 3 seconds.
Oh, miss. Oh, nice try.
The cape.
Gossamer almost saving him. Almost saving him, but in the end still goes down. But in the middle lane. Yeah, Supreme and DM kind of having a bit of a flirt in the middle lane. It's a little awkward.
Watson's here. That makes sense.
Yeah, Watson's jumping across, able to help out. And Supreme still going to be okay, though. Let's actually blinked away from that one.
Maybe he expected someone else to be there, but sure. A message has been sent.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I got a tower regardless. Who needs kills anyway?
Has fallen.
Daedalus on TA. She's already had that for a couple minutes now, but yet to really see it slaughter a hero in the upcoming fight. And what's happening bottom? We see some Timbersaw chase down. The Monkey King is looking. Yule's up to start. Dead in water to contain.
Oh, doesn't come out. Flips back onto the Timbersaw inside that static storm, and there is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He will fall. Timber dead again. Does manage to drag the enemy team quite far out of the map, so maybe
by herself.
they find Watson here. Watson sitting under the cover of
detection?
invisibility. Oh, look at that. How is that scan not landing? What? Watson's going aggressive. Watson's going very aggressive. Looking to take down the Earthshaker and is successful in doing so. Moving to the side. They need to bring it down. Watson trying to fight with the rest of the team. Coming on across now. Katomi's in the neighborhood. Watson, surely he falls here. Does around so much damage to Supreme, but will drop. Ravage comes through. Trying to bring down Ursa. Trying to get himself away from this one. He's leashed up by the anchor. Has to turn around and kill him. That's going to cost him his life. Meanwhile, Supreme getting killed up by no one in the front lines as well. He's gone also. Mouse, they get their quarry, but they're going to lose everybody in response as Bengen to fall. The last hero on Mouse picked off.
The communication for that to actually work is insane. The fact that Watson's saying, guys, I can kill Shaker, but if you can get to me in like 15 seconds, this is a good fight. They're all barreling through the twin gate. They're getting themselves over to the engagement, and Watson just beautifully buys time, holds the high ground, gets the silence on Shaker, blinks to the tree line, forcing Mouse to just, scurry themselves deeper into the fight where they don't really know what's happening. And What a bold call from Entity, and it pays off. It kind of felt like Watson had the Aegis the entire time. He didn't. It was on the left track, but
Yeah. He's been playing like it, that's for sure.
Dire's top tower is under
Shaker, he's had such a merit this game. Like, he really did try his hardest to have a big impact in the early game, and to be fair, he did. Now jumping in, Fisher comes out, grabbing no one, separating him from his team, but DM's able to come around the side regardless. They're fighting without Ravage here, so Mels, there's a chance they see a chance. As Fishman's going to be the target, does get off the Static Storm, doesn't catch anybody inside of it though. Supreme needs to get away, the disruption's going to come through, but Supreme's so very low, but takes down no one regardless. Beautiful movements from Supreme through this fight as they move on to their final target. That's going to be the Monkey King. Everybody else get themselves out or get themselves in as DM comes in on the sidelines. Still looking to keep this one going. Katomi has gone, but Watson's here on the side, just clicking away at force and actually manages to snipe off Supreme with those side blades. Now looks over, oh my god, Bengen, he just gets cut in half. Watson looking over towards the next one. On it, he has to go on him right now, but the Hurricane Pike is there from the Templar Assassin, doing so much work. Oh, Olnet, he tried to fight, he tried to see the opportunity, and they're going to keep it on going, but the blink out from Watson, he moves from the side, still under the cover of Refraction. One charge left on the defensive Refraction there to get away from Force, narrowly escaping the Force of the Timbersaw, as just a simple TP out from DM. Everybody's escaping, and Watson, don't do it. Is he? He's hanging around. He's not leaving.
this is clear proof why this guy has been ranked 1 in Europe for for so many different instances. Like, this guy is insane. That fight, target selection. He doesn't even have a BKB. He's just playing on Hurricane Pike, Blink Dagger, going for the Meld Strikes. Gets back on the Timsaw. Disruption to cancel.
Yep. Force though, not out of the woods yet. They're going to keep the chase going. Narman going to get Yule stuff
They have
actually.
Ravage.
So yeah, they're just going to change targets onto Narman, and Narman will be dropped.
It's just go, go, go.
Supreme.
I don't even
He's
say
been
any
used
analysis,
up by
just keep
Katomi
casting.
here. Katomi pops Wukong's command. Surely this isn't a thing. They're looking for the glimpse, but they're not going to find it. Fishman desperately looking and clicking.
I know we've seen it so many times though, but this Monkey King, or at least in this game we've seen it, he's jumping on Razor. How fluid he is, using the shard of the Boundary Strike to jump in, to then Yules, to then spring back out, or to use Blink Dagger. It's so much mobility, so much control. Like, Katomi is setting up so many opportunities for Disruptor to glimpse or Tidehunter to ravage, and Watson not complaining at all by his team's aggression. This TA does not need to go in first. Her team is doing for it her perfectly, and that's the issue with TA games. If TA has to start with a meld strike to start a fight, it's going to often be quite difficult, but there are so many forms of initiation for NT to rely on. And the build from Deer, you've got Blink Yours Harbor, the I hate you Ursa, you're never going to get to have fun in this game build.
Yeah, pretty much. And it feels like everyone's gone for that build this game. Poor Olnet. Doesn't get much of a chance to do a whole lot. The constant Yules is out on Tim. The constant Force staff just controlling him up, beating him up. Yeah, he's got a BKB, but most of the time he's just got to use it defensively. Disruption is there, but anchors upon him. Great game for this, by the way. Is out Force. He's in the front lines and just taking clicks from Watson straight away. Has to back himself out. He is going to survive, but only narrowly at Olnet. Oh my god, he's going for the BKB TP. He went in a little too deep. The team couldn't follow up, and they had to just make the call to get yourself out. So now, waiting for that BKB. Extra 5 seconds cooldown since the last patch as well. I wonder if we'll see that come into effect here.
He's going to need that BKB back up as soon as possible. Of course, he can't really influence that, but he needs to get like a bash or something. And then at that point, if you're a mouse, you've got to be communicating to Narman, we need to smoke you up. We have to find a slam to start a fight. We haven't really seen slam at all in this game. And of course, the amount of range and distance that they play on, you're never going to hit a multi-hero slam. Like, sure, you might get like Tide +1, and Monkey King is over aggressive. You need to find a way to find this TA by herself and kill her off. She's going to have BKB, I believe, for this next fight. Maybe they can jump her before her Curry gets to her. It is currently rushing out, and
That's desperate.
they found Monkey King again. It's like, this smoke was giving them the chance of like maybe finding her pre-BKB, but Katomi's positioning, he's pretty much lived on the dire side of the map this entire game, and he's rushing the Wind Waker. I don't know how far away he is. Does he have the Mystic or not?
Don't know where his courier's at, so we'll assume...
He does have the missing. He's actually
yes.
100 gold away from Wind Waker.
Oh my god.
That is insane.
Dude.
32-minute Wind Waker. He doesn't need any other item. He's been playing on Shard and Blink exceptionally well. Mouse, this smoke. They have to find a core. They've been so absent from the game.
They just got to slam a core out of existence. They're going to find Fishman instead, and he's just going to drop the Static Storm onto himself. I mean, reasonable setup, but they're not going to take advantage of the side of Entity. They want to take fights on their terms. So that's been very clear throughout this game. They just tend to ignore Mouse when they come in. Look to exterminate themselves as Roshan does get started off by the Ursa. So Mouse actually in the driving seat for once. Seeing what they can do. I mean, they've got good vision down, they've got good control of the area. But in comes a Leshrac through the portal. The Hex is on out onto the Razor. Roshan has gone though, and the Ursa's going to be able to take that Aegis. But look at Naman and Olden just cowering at the back of the pit. Please let us out. They do actually escape from this one. Naman blink across, TP away. Ursa back safely in the fountain with an Aegis in his claws. So the reset, kind of successful. Just letting your Razor just tank everything. It's a strategy. And it gets them an Aegis. So what can they do with it?
You're 20,000 gold down. You take that as a massive win for Mouse. And they've instantly smoked up again. They're maybe trying to find a TA who's a little bit greedy. They found the Sam, they found the entry, but they don't have anything else.
I'm not sure they do, but Watson, he might just die regardless. I mean, he's got no BKB, so the clicks are just going to be there, and they're going to kill him. Watson dead, Mouse, an Aegis, a kill onto Watson. All of a sudden, there's hope for this team. The game is not looking impossible. Not good yet, but they're taking steps in the right direction. No one showing. Still not feeling like he can't even show himself, but definitely not feeling like he wants to approach Mouse in this moment. 70 seconds without your Templar Assassin.
Yeah, Entity for sure on some kind of autopilot the last couple of minutes, right? Giving up a Roshan when you're that far in the lead. Of course, you tried contesting it, but allowing him even close to the pit is the mistake made there. And then Watson, he's enjoying himself a little bit, walks down mid, but to be fair, Narman just hasn't really slammed anything this game. So maybe they just kind of got comfortable with the idea that Shaker wasn't really utilizing his full toolkit, but there it is. The kill threat is online. It was 900 gold. Oof. Yeah, who got the... It actually went to us as well, so it was 900 gold.
Yeah.
With 1,000 getting split elsewhere. That's Basher. That's Abyssal on the horizon.
And I always feel with Ursa, like, he's not like, some... like a Terrorblade or similar to Naga Siren in ways where you really want to be super far ahead. Like, Ursa can play the game a little bit behind. Like, as long as he can just get on his target and tear them apart, doesn't matter. Obviously you want to be ahead, but he's not a carry which is completely dependent on being like equal or ahead. He has ways to play from behind, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So if his team lets him, but Hex out onto the Razor straight away, just trying to blow up Supreme. They get Katomi in response, but maybe not the greatest trade here for Mouse, and I think they're just going to leave Benga behind here and try to run themselves away. Ursa still has 2.5 minutes on that Aegis, so and it wants to make use of it as Benga slowly but surely gets melted away to dust.
Yeah, it helps with Ursa being a hero that likes to buy items that have single target damage. Like if you're trying to spread your damage and you don't have items, you'll always feel the effect of that. But if you could all focus in on just this item hurts that one hero, it does give you a little bit of life into late game compared to others.
Yeah. DM. No, forces invis route. I thought he was smoked up. You're right, just getting some information for his team. Has a gem as well, so he knows he's safe, and now he knows he's not safe when he sees that Sentry Ward right in front of him. The rest of the team is nearby though. This might not be a terrible fight for... it would be. They don't have their team back up yet. Oh, it's so tempting. It's so tempting. They can't resist. They're going to go on the backlines, but the Ravage follows up as well. Narman is gone. He uses his stuns, but drops. And now Olnet, under the cover of BKB, needs to find a target, but he's just yielded up into the air. He's not getting anything done with his first life here. And when he comes back from the dead, he's not going to have a BKB. He's not going to have it in rage. I think he's just going to die. Razor trying to come in on the sidelines and do something here, but there's really nothing to do. Trying to help out the Ursa, but Ursa just stunned up, taken on down. Olnet gets killed off. It was too damn tempting for Mouse. Too delicious. The two-man Fisher on the sidelines. Shaker, he's been unable to get into any fight this game. Goes in for the slam, but completely baits his Ursa into throwing his life away twice. And now back in the driving seat, Entity looking to take this high ground.
They don't really want to have to buy back, but they're going to have to use them. It's the position they're stuck in.
Everything
Jumping
jumping in
in
the
a
sword
little
here. Yeah, they'd be very, very obnoxious just playing up into Entity. Despite 25k gold behind, they do force Entity back, which, I don't know, you're a little surprised by this?
There is something a little bit spooky about going high ground into Fissure, then Ursa buyback, and then you die again with BKBs on cooldown. So I can respect Entity wanting to take it slow. They gave up the Roshan prior due to their own kind of, I guess, chill state they entered. And Watson's very close to Butterfly. You don't need to end the game right now. You should in theory win the next fight as well with the lead that you have. Get the Butterfly, get the Aegis maybe in 3-4 minutes and just win the game on that. Simplify the process. Arcane Blink is now done for Watson. Even more elusive in the engagement with the reduced cooldown.
Yeah, it's a cool one. Definitely one which people have started to pick up more and more. Extra little bit of distance, a little bit of health.
Bottled
Little bit of
damage
mana.
rune.
Radiant are
7-second
scanning.
cooldown, double damage rune. Okay, very nice. Do they force this? Do they control the map and wait for Roshan? What's the call, T-Gov?
Ah, force it. You got the amp damage.
Yeah, battering ramming technique.
Go, 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 go.
No one's into it. He's like, oh yeah, up the high ground we go. You got a double damage? Great news. If you back me up, we can do anything. Tower gained. That does mean... no, it doesn't mean Fortify's back up. They already took a tower earlier on. Refresher Tidehunter, by the way. I'm not sure this has been shown yet.
No, it hasn't. It's just been picked up. Double damage, double
Ruh-roh.
refresher. Double Yules.
Let's go. Double dead in the water. I imagine they both get used onto the Timbersaw anyway, because apparently that's what they're doing to this poor Timber. Oh, by the way, they got a full duration banner down on the bottom side on the side of Mouse, so, you know, that's been neat, I guess. Katomi looking at the backline. Supreme once again getting hexed up immediately. Doesn't get a chance to get off that BKB. He's just eliminated from the game. Buyback available. Might have to use it. DM going in deep. Looking at Bengen. Bengen going to be forced out of this one. Forced. Meanwhile, sitting around on the sidelines, just kind of waiting for the Static Storm to be over. And the buyback not going to result in a whole lot just yet. Entity getting back, but they're ready to go back in a moment's notice. Ravages available. Supreme, he's dangling himself pretty heavily here. I mean, if he gets hexed up again, it's going to be a tough fight. But they've lost Fishman straight off the bat. No one. He's in pretty deep. Ravage to come through. Supreme does have the BKB to get himself way on there. Just has to run away from Watson, though. Watson doing way too much damage. Supreme can't stand his ground against him. BKB now runs out. Hex comes out once again. They'll take down Supreme for a second time. He's not coming back from this one. Narman trying to control him up on the front lines, but the BKB is there from Watson in time. Force just trying to get him away, but he cannot fight into the BKB. Watson just chasing him down. The silence is there. The damage is in. Mindbreaker doing the work, and Katomi trying to finish it off. Can't do so. Force still alive for the time being, and now the Ursa jumps in, looking to try and get onto no one, but Entity still backing up there. Leshrak not leaving him for dead. Now Watson comes in, trying to finish off the Ursa, and Rage has been used. Hold it back to the fountain. Watson tries to finish it off with the trap, can't quite do it, as her Timbersaw's back in the backlines once again, just trying to delay, trying to give them a chance to try and take this game. But it's not happening. Mouse cannot put it together. Still waiting for the opportunity, but it's just not presenting itself. Entity being so careful and backing themselves away. They will wait for Roshan now.
Yeah, Force did so much work in that fight to keep himself alive, to try and drag it out, and
Ooh, I like
to not
this,
even
though.
lose a Rax after that. And with this smoke, Supreme is dead.
No, it's a
Last time
Monkey
that-
King again.
Oh,
Well, they'll get him. They'll get him,
he
but
has buyback.
yeah, it's not the Watson kill they really wanted. You know, Watson with BKB on cooldown.
Yeah, they did it before and it felt fantastic, but not able to reproduce that play. They're still running very
Look at
quickly.
Bengen. Sup,
Overseal
dudes?
Totem, okay.
He's not using the Ghost Scepter either. Pretty chattily here as Fishman's just going to get taken down by Oldit. Oldit looking for the next target here, but the TA blinks away. Arcane Blink just disappearing into another dimension as DM comes forwards onto the Ursa. Force backing him up though. Continuing to just mess with them right now as no one jumps onto the Earthshaker on the sidelines. But again, Entity, the discipline here is crazy. They keep going in and then just backing themselves away. It's okie dokie Dota here.
Yeah, the thought of them giving away some big kills spooks them just a little bit. But you got to say for Entity, for Fishman, he messed up his glimpse. He put himself in a bad position. He dies. He then doesn't want the Monkey King to then buy back. So because of Fishman's slight blunder there, it does give Mouse a way to retreat from the fight quite nicely. And Roshan, it has now respawned. The trap is in the pit. They are going to see it. And unless Mouse want to smoke right now, this should be Entity's
They're
Roshan.
not getting there in time, are they?
Refresh Shard, Banner, and Aegis in play.
Maybe? I mean, Narman, he's nearby. Oh, no smokes, though. It's super awkward. They don't have one coming
really
either,
vision
so...
here.
Nah, there's no shot, right? No shot. they can
I
get
don't
in.
think there should be a shot, mate, but you never know.
Aegis now in the hands of no one. Monkey King just doing his best to try to catch someone out.
Supreme?
Yeah, Supreme. I'm locked into an eternal duel with DM permanently this game, and well, now the TA comes in from the sideline and start taking some chunks out of him, forcing the Razor back. No BKB available on Supreme right now, so he's got to be really careful. No one's just going to run him down regardless. The damage coming through. Nice Hurricane out onto the Templar Assassin's going to get her the kill on Supreme, and now they look on towards Bengen as well. Bengen taken out. There's a leash on the Timbersaw constantly. He just cannot get rid of this pesky Anchor. It's in on the backlines, just trying to take down no one all by himself under the cover of BKB. It's not enough. No one's still doing so much work. He's hit the 25. The Edict Explosion talent. It might let him win the duel. It does. DN comes in from the backline to help him out. And no one takes down the Ursa. Dude, that 25 talent on the Leshrac, it completely destroys his Ursa, even through BKB. Bengen going to buy a bit of time with the Ghost Scepter as Force jumping in through as well, trying to help out, but this time, well, Jesus, a Psyblade really messing with him. We do eventually get the kill onto no one, but he's just straight back from the dead, and Force gets finished off here by Watson, and that might be it. Ursa, under the cover of smoke, just pops it on the top wave. Oh, and apparently Narman's back by the Lotus Ball for some reason. He is dead.
Yeah, it all started with he was TPing out and the Monkey King just used him up, so it's become quite a nice little chase between the two of them. Mouse, no heroes available, only the Ursa who's running it down top, not even mid. Entity looks, it's game one to theirs.
Yeah,
quite the game from them. Some moments of awkwardness, but in reality it was always their game, and Watson, such an incredible TA game from him. Just a true masterclass on this hero, it feels like.
Yep, if you want to learn to play TA, then well, maybe start with a more basic guide. But once you get good at TA, then watch this guide to master it, because it's some really impressive stuff. Boundless Strike just keeping Mouse back in the base. They're not GGing out yet, but kind of just delaying things. I mean, they've got a slam to work with. Maybe that's what they were hoping for. One last hope. One last call to say Narman
actually
saying...
respawned. Okay, hold on.
Oh, buyback on the tipper. Yeah, that much has come off cooldown. All right. Well, it's one of these kind of games, eh? And see, they want it to be over, though, and Supreme was getting blasted by the Templar Assassin. Once again, the Halberd coming out onto the TA, just slowing down her aggression. They're looking at DM. Do they want to save him? Entity, do you want to go in to help your Tidehunter? Force, once again, just constantly ghost sceptering himself up, so Watson just can't take him out of the fights, as Leshrac going in pretty deep in this one. Bloodstone doing the work. They bring down Supreme, they bring down Bignum, and now Force as well, also being taken apart by Katomi and Watson, and this will be it. 3 heroes dead, no buybacks available. Olnik calls it. GG is out for game number 1. Mouse, time and time again, just constantly trying to fight up.
Oh, what a slam at the end. 1,400 gold going the way of Narman. Padding those stats. Then he touched the GG.
Big
Nice
money.
stuff there. Big money.
Yeah. Big money slam to finish off the game. Maybe a couple of mega creeps in there as well. But yeah. I liked the way that Mouse played it, even though they were really far behind, but I like the way that Entity played it even more. Like, they were so disciplined. Even when they had bad fights, it was those bad fights where they're just not losing much. They're being really careful and just backing themselves out when they needed to. So, you know, you don't have a bunch of deaths. Tidehunter died the once. Templar Assassin died twice. You know, they're okay. Sure, no one died a few more times, but he was always the target in the beginning of the fights, because you just can't let him live.
Yeah, it feels like for me that Mouse, they just were never really able to progress the map, right? Like, if you look at damage dealt on both hero and building, I don't know if we're going to scurry over to the right at any point, but no one had more than 900 damage on Mouse for building damage. Like they never were able to put themselves in a position of killing off a building. And then when you get hero damage, Watson and no one both having 60,000 damage. Like that is just like so much. You compare that to Mouse, you barely got to 30 on the Timbersaw and the Razor, also getting to 41. Like you just had to deal with so much magic damage from Leshak, so much physical damage from the TA. DM also just popping off with his Tidehunter. I think the way that Entity itemized and also drafted really punished Mouse. Like I think right now I'm seeing so many teams have these types of drafts where they can't take a fight in the first 15 or 20 minutes correctly. Not correctly, but like their draft just doesn't allow them to do it to the same amount of their opponent, and they just fall off. Like sure, Mouse had moments in this game, like a couple fights they stole a Roshan, but they did it after the 20k down because they'd already conceded the entire map to the aggression of Entity. And I think you need to be able to fight in the first 15 to 20 minutes in this current meta, otherwise you are going to struggle, and the stats reflect that in this game because Entity just were on pretty much cruise control the entire time. Like even when they took a couple punches to the face, they swiped it off. They're fine. Like they can make it they can have failures in this draft because that's how strong it is.
Yeah, they could, and even when they did have the failures again, they were able to maneuver themselves out of the situations where they weren't losing too much. Bit of a concerning situation when they lost their TA mid with their BKB on cooldown, and then they sort of moved into the Roshan pit. Things started to get a little bit spicy at that point, but again, and see, they were never like losing their shit. They were never like just running 5 men without real any safety into like no vision. They were really calm. They were definitely keeping their nerves straight, and same can't really be said for Mouse. They played well from behind, but still some mistakes here and there, still some engagements which didn't quite make sense, especially in that early mid. And they did kind of sort themselves out, but just a little bit too late. So now it's going to be an Entity taking the first game here in a pretty exciting start to the series. Hoping for more of that. We'll see if Mouse can make their way back into it for the second game, or whether it's going to be a clean 2-0. Mouse, their spot here in these qualifiers now on the line. So we'll join you guys after this short break to find out how this one goes down.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like
Hello and welcome back to the Dream League Season 23 qualifiers for the Western EU region, as we are now down in the lower bracket, and Mouse, the team who was thriving in the upper bracket, suddenly lost a very long competitive series against OG, and now they go on to fight Entity, and they are now one game down against Entity as well. Their dreams shattering before their very eyes, but there's only one, well, 5 people in control of their destiny, and it is Narman, Force, Bengen, Supreme, and the other guy who doesn't have his name listed in the draft. I don't remember off the top of my head. T. Can they do it? Can they turn this series around and keep their hopes and dreams alive?
Yeah, I mean, they have the proof that they can, right? The fact that they've taken games off OG, they beat Secret with such ease. Yeah, I'd expect them to be able to make any series that they play in this tournament, in this qualifier, sorry, a competitive best of 3. But if Entity continue down this road of this early aggression, they are I feel like Entity right now, they're trying to play like Team Liquid, but they're just not as good. But like they have the same like concept, right? They have the same play style. It's just maybe 25% slower, or they make more mistakes, right? Where Liquid makes maybe 2 mistakes in a game, which are important. Entity might make like 8 or 9, and that obviously is kind of very arbitrary numbers, really randomly thrown out there, but it's how I kind of feel between how Entity's playing. So there's always hope for Mouse. I think if Entity do make these mistakes, just make sure your draft is able to capitalize on them. That previous draft wasn't really able to punish it.
Yeah, I mean, how do you punish it? Like, what kind of heroes break those kind of blobby drafts, which just want to blob around the map together?
So Leshrac already helps Entity do it, but I think for Mouse, it's just having early damage on your supports that have natural synergies with 1 or 2 other cores. When you have hyper defensive supports with farming cores, it really prevents you from making good smoke moves in the early game, breaking down your opponent's farming patterns. And so I think it's just kind of about that. And so far, Gyrocopter, I think Mouse are the team that often just pick it for carry rather than putting it to support, if I remember correctly.
5 seconds remaining.
Could be the case. I mean, how do you feel about that as a kind of carry versus mid matchup? As kind of similar in many ways, I suppose, Gyrocopter and Leshrac, where they're both these guys who just do a bit of damage to everyone and sit in the middle of the fights and see if they've got enough items to survive and kill everyone.
10 seconds remaining.
Very similar in that regard.
Yeah, they are. They're just set up so much damage. I kind of forgot I was casting for a second. I was about to give you some like personal stream take there, you know. So wait a second, we're casting. I gotta keep it professional. Hold up. Some like real unfiltered thing.
I do like to see people like kind of zone against Leshrac though. Maybe get me a disruptor on the side of Mouse, or you know, at least force him to buy a BKB to get into the fights properly. Kunkka perhaps. He's kind of gone down in popularity.
Centaur.
Hey, there you go. Even better. Just run away from him.
Yeah, as I said, the answer is run away. I think with your options like Disruptor and Kunkka, it's nice, but then you need to make sure the other heroes do the damage, because then you're kind of trading that off again, which is not a problem. It's very healthy and fine to do. But you just need to make sure it's always in your mind. I think it's easy nowadays when you see a draft that's aggressive to start turning your draft into how to deal with the aggression, and then you forget about like how strong's my lane, what's my early moves going to be, like what am I going to do. Sure, on paper my 5 heroes can kill off your 5 heroes, but the journey there needs to also be manageable.
Indeed, the hero's journey always important in any story. But yeah, I mean, I like it and I don't like it. It's for the Centaur, like, it's a nice way to be able to like get out, but at the same time, it's Leshrac. He doesn't have cooldowns. He literally has no cooldowns. So unless it's a BKB you're just trying to reset from, it doesn't really do a whole lot against Lesh. Like, he's just like, okay, well, if you're running away from a fight, then usually you're leaving the area of the map you want to control. So not super sure on this one. Now there's a glimpse against him as well, so that's super annoying, because if you do try to stampede yourself, that up, back in you go. You also got the kinetic field there as well to stop people escaping if they don't have a BKB.
5 seconds remaining.
So yeah, I don't really like the Centaur pick.
So you say you don't or you do? Sorry.
I don't. It just
Oh,
became
yeah.
bad over the past few pickups from Entity. So maybe, maybe they can change my mind on it. Force is going to show us how he do. We get a puck now as well, so it could potentially just be all 3 calls out from Mouse already.
Mm-hmm. But the 3 heroes that
10
beautifully
seconds
synergize with
remaining.
each other, right? You've got the Stampede, so Gyrocopter can position perfectly to hit
5
that flak.
seconds remaining.
You then have the Coil to contain for the flak. You have the Stampede then to give both cores, disengage if maybe the Orb's not available for the puck or the Gyrocopter doesn't have BKB. Sure, Entity did answer it quite nicely where you have Lasso to contain that hero that they jump. They can't run away. You then got Kinetic Field as well, pre-BKB to contain that hero to prevent that Stampede. But I think if this is a Tricore for Mouse, this is one that this is a type of Tricore you want to see in 60-minute fights. It's just hype team fight potential with these heroes. And Entity, though, I would say they have no real issues being being the aggressors early on. Like Centaur wants to buy Veil, then a Blink Dagger. Gyrocopter we've seen want to go for the Aghanims, then go for like a small crit Satanic. So it's a lot of still scaling for him. Punisher will potentially once again in the early game. Supports I said are key for Mouse here, and if it is 2 more support picks to be picked up to conclude their draft, then I would like to see just a little bit of damage, some nice ranged support to play behind the Centaur to bully in lane. And then a 5 position that gives Gyrocopter even more aggression from the get-go.
Yeah, and I'm kind of happy they didn't disappear down the Timbersaw rabbit hole again this time around. Even though I thought Force played a fantastic Timbersaw, like his mechanics were pretty impressive, it didn't really fit the team particularly well. You were putting a lot of pressure on Narman to be the kind of engager and stunner and like big fight starter on the team on this Earthshaker, but he just didn't have a game, and it was really hard for him to do that. And when the game's not going well as Earthshaker, you can really fall behind and lose impact. It's only a hero which, at least in the support role, can do a lot from
10
in front.
seconds remaining.
Sven now going to come up from Mouse, which is going to push the Gyrocopter back to a support position. So
5
we see the
seconds
final call
remaining.
now from Mouse for Defo this time.
For defo.
For Defo. And now the DK comes out, fresh off the nerf presses. 3 seconds now on the Corrosive Breath. I believe there's a passive on the first Dragon. So it makes it a little harder to take towers, a little harder to kind of finish off kills, but
5
It's
seconds
not the
remaining.
reason why I got picked up in this game. Like you see that puck, you pick DK. Puck now will always have to think or second guess his positioning.
Ban.
Right, Dragon Tower is instant stun, and it's a counter that has lasted for many years. Maybe even from day one, to be fair. So sure,
day
DK
one
did recently
counter,
just
yeah.
day oofed. And it's like pucks don't really like buying
10
Lincolns.
seconds
They also
remaining.
really don't like buying yours. Like it's Witchblade, it's Kaya Sanj,
seconds
it's
remaining.
the Aghanims or Mjolnir. They want to be always like the aggressors. As soon as there's an Orchid in
Yeah.
play, they spite by the Yorks. Like, oh. As soon as a DK in play, it's now, all right, am I going Lincolns? Am I maybe thinking of BKB? Like all this type of stuff. And yeah, I don't mind the DK pick because of that. A lot of moves from Mouse are around this puck. Sven wants to farm, Centaur wants to farm. Sure, Centaur is more active, but he's an active hero around about minute 14 from a
10
good laning phase. And now Jack up to support. So it's like if puck does get shut down early and
5
can't make
seconds
moves,
remaining.
it is just mode farm for Mouse until the cores
Turn to ban.
are a little bit more content with the farm that they have.
So, Lifestealer and Nagasiren banned out for the side of Mouse. Getting rid of those carries. Entity, they're going to get rid of the Darkseer, and one more bound to
10
come.
seconds remaining.
First up to pick is going to be Entity. What carry are they going to want for
5
themselves?
seconds remaining.
Like, you want to get something which is going to have a decent lane against Centaur, whether it's Centaur Gyro or Centaur and someone else.
You need a hero that can lane against Centaur but also punish the Sven. You don't need lockdown anymore because the rest of your draft does that. So there's honestly probably some good options out there. Let me just have a little think.
Any Medusa enjoyers?
Not terrible.
I'll
You
take it, not
could.
terrible.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess
5 seconds.
Faceless
remaining.
Void could be a
Is
consideration
Luna-
as well.
I mean, they could Luna if they just want to go end the game early. It's not great against like Sven in that regard, but it's anti-Centaur. Is Morphling's banned out? Okay. I don't mind Medusa, to be fair. It's a pretty good shout.
Like, the only issue I have with the Medusa is, like, the Centaur is kind of annoying for repositioning. You're a very slow hero, so you can just get controlled up by a coil. And
You could
I feel
also
like you're gonna
Void.
struggle to...
For Watson,
Yeah, Faceless Void. I mentioned that.
yeah.
It's quite a nice anti-puck hero. It's alright versus Sven and Centaur. It's like, okay. Another reason for a Stampede to kind of not be so useful in this game. But of course, Warcry is an alright tool against him.
Ooh, this could be an ALK game for Entity. Is that available still? Like Sven,
Yeah.
way
still
down the
around.
line can rip through an ALK if you've got like MKB, Daedalus, blah 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 blah. But that farm intensity that I'm seeing for Mouse right now, because Puck will be shut down from a DK.
Team pick.
Templar Assassin.
Okay.
silly fools.
Just go straight back for the TA. We overcomplicated that one for
Yeah,
sure.
we did, yeah, true, yeah.
Just rinse and
We're
repeat
doing that
from
thing
game
where we're
one.
just looking at all the heroes and just going, yeah, that's kind of cool, that can kind of work. And I think that's the joy of Entity's
10
first four
seconds
heroes, is when neither of us are feeling uncomfortable
5
with
seconds remaining.
mentioning like 3-4 different carries, because their foundation is pretty stable for them to go, what carry do you want to play? Like, they're not forcing Watson to have to go, hey man, we need a stun hero that can also kill the Puck but the Centaur, and it's like they're not forcing it. And now they then go for the Doom
Select your heroes.
to round up their
Ooh.
lineup.
Okay.
Support.
So, who's the support? It's going to be
Support
Nam
team.
and Centaur support. So, what do you think of this Gyrocopter Centaur war in a support duo?
Oh, sorry, yes, Norman's support, of course.
That's wild.
Yes.
Do you remember at the start we were like, wow, they've picked their first three, they've picked their 3 cores first. So it's like, oh, well, now they've
Potentially.
definitely picked their 3 cores. And the Sven came out and it's like, nope, gotcha again. I'm interested to see how this plays out for them. I have a feeling it's not going to be great. I mean, imagine if it got like a Tiny or something instead of the Centaur. I'd be so much more belief in this mouse draft, but it's all on Supreme, basically.
Yeah, I think Mouse have flexed themselves into a position of lanes that on paper also aren't meant to win. Like, if they Centaur and Doom into a lane of TA plus Disruptor, I kind of feel like Disruptor TA should be able to farm that. You are never really in Hoofstomp range. There's no catch and play. If you are caught, then yeah, maybe there's some Scorched Earth, Infernal Blade chase down potential, but I think that lane should be good for Entity. You then have some DK. Of course, it's now offlane DK. When we were talking about the DK Puck matchup, my gut guess was maybe there was some flexibility elsewhere with the Lesh or the Bat, but we never really covered it. But still in the game, you are going to have this DK from offlane buying the blink to catch off this Puck off guard. And yeah, no, we'll see if Miles can do it. They really need to stabilize lanes, react accordingly, and respect the fact that they need farm on all their heroes to feel good. If they try and smoke aggressively, if they try and do moves that they can't make, then this will just be a repeat of game 1, I feel.
It's a little too wacky for me. I've lost faith in this Gyrocopter support. I know this hero can do mad damage, but 4, I'm all for it. But POS 5, it's just not really something that's convinced me so
Right.
far.
But no, can you see the scaling of Mouse, right? Like, if you were to fast forward the game half an hour where both teams had a truce and like a no kill tower treaty, could you see this Mouse lineup being a strong draft, like a contender for big fights and everything you expect from a Dota game?
No.
Really?
No, I'm kidding. Yes, of course I can.
Oh, okay. I was like, no way.
I just
Okay.
wanted to dumpster on your point. No,
enough.
yeah, for sure. I can see it, but at the same time, you need to play Dota 2, and I'm just not sure you can do that with his support too. I mean, unless Supreme turns his lane inside out, if he just annihilates no one, turns him into his baby, then
30
maybe
seconds to
I
battle.
can believe. Like I think Supreme can play his way through this game. But it's also difficult because you're playing against Disruptor and Bat Rider and also a lot of catch. DK, as we mentioned plenty of times before, so he's
No,
got
I
to
do
be
agree
ahead.
with
He's
you.
got to be so far ahead to just not die.
Yeah, the journey for Mouse to feel good in this game is so exploitable that I am skeptical, but I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to see their reactionary prowess, the support centaur pressing Stampede to disengage those early fights, and
Everybody's stunned up.
Oh no!
Hold it.
I take it all back. Own it died.
Yeah, Oldit's having a tough start. That's a pretty big kill to start things off, but the first blood goes to Fishman, so who really cares?
Yeah, really good point actually. Fishman never utilizes first object. It's because of a disruptor, not a core. That's what he means.
They are going to go to get a return kill though. This one's going to go to Narman, so the Horse 4 Sentinel getting a nice little cash injection to start things off. Onto the guy who just got first blood as well, so a little bit of extra value there, I suppose. Oh, it's a glorious moment where on net worth, Fishman was top of net worth. I was just like picturing that, thinking, man, what a rare moment. Beautiful.
I've just realized that this entire day we've been casting together, I've had 2 sets of Dota audio the entire time.
It's intense.
No wonder I've got a headache. It's like 4 or 5 hours of casting, and I'm like, why am I still hearing Rocket Barrage? I'm looking top. Oh.
Yeah, figured it out, yeah.
So I've muted my game now just so we... Oh, it's so much quieter. Oh my, I'm at peace now.
Yeah, welcome to the chill zone. That's what I've been doing
Thank
the
you.
whole time.
Dyer's
'Cause
top
I'm not an
tower
idiot.
is under attack.
I am, clearly. I'm so sorry.
So, starting things off in these lanes, we of course have the TA coming out once again. TA gonna thrive with supports which can kind of keep heroes still for her. That's what she's all about. Always ready to deal the physical damage, but just needs a little bit of help sometimes in getting it off. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side, Katami and Bengen gonna be fighting up on the Bat Rider and the Gyrocopter. Again, some very unconventional supports coming out for the side of Mouse. I just don't feel like they got a big enough advantage in the core matchups to make swapping these cores and doing this whole gotcha thing really worthwhile.
Yeah, I think when I was looking at the lineups, I felt comfortable with Gyro being the carry, with Centaur being the offlaner. I was thinking like, okay, think of some good position 4-5s and just accept the fact that you showed your hand so early, but you have picked relatively very strong cores in the meta. But alas, wasn't to be the case. I think for Entity already they're bullying Force just a little bit in the top lane with that null strike, and also bot lane they're bullying
Bottom
Own
side.
It. They're on top of him with the flame break.
Yeah, he's very far forward here, but Bengen is going to be able to keep them back, so it's going to be okay for the time being. That's the thing. Every time this Firefly comes out, I'm sure there'll be a rocket to follow from Bengen, so it does limit Katomi's aggressive potential in this lane and should allow on it to not really get caught out too easily. It's a nice little counter combo. Oh, Fishman with the quick fingers.
Force really does continuously use Slack's voice line as well. I think I've heard Slack's more than I've maybe even heard you so far in this series.
Yeah, certainly volume-wise. If you're hearing it twice as well, my God, you poor
No, I
bastard.
have been, yeah. It's been really intense. I've been an idiot. I really blundered this cast, I'm sure.
I'll leave that up to the viewers this side. It's been nothing but joy from my end. But,
Aww.
coming up on 4 minutes. I don't think there's going to be any rotations for a bounty rune. Sorry, for the water rune. Force though, glimpse back into Watson. Watson using anti-armor, but Narman comes in with the stun. And does buy Force the space he needs to get himself back. Supreme meanwhile getting a little bit low in the middle lane, but just waiting for that sweet, sweet bottle refill. A delicious water rune.
Oh, but Katomi's hit. Ooh, that was close. If he doesn't dodge that pushback, then yeah, he's missing a water rune and 100% struggling. But I think so far Entity are very happy with their lanes. All 3 of their cores about to get into kind of the 20 CS mark. Doom of course struggling a bit more, and DM's got a double wave getting pushed into him. But this bot lane, I am feeling a little bit vulnerable here for Mouse, because at some point when Sven wants to naturally go to jungle, Bengen won't be able to take over the lane by himself. DK will have ultimate, Batrider will be able to wrap around. They'll be able to take this tower with ease, especially if Leshrac is to come.
Well, they
So
on the
that
flip
Force
side
is getting
to Force. Yeah,
No mode
Nana
strike
just
yet.
running around trying to get the stun out onto the TA, and they're going to try and deal a little bit of damage, but Force has to be so careful here with the meld upon him. That anti-armor, it really hurts, and even the Disruptor getting some clicks in.
And the treads just arrived at TA. So if that was maybe a little bit later, then yeah, 100% they'd be dying there, but
That's
you
right.
do not want to show on this. And you have double melee against a TA plus Disruptor. Like, they're going to contain you. They're going to meld strike you. There's no way to dodge it or duke it out. It is just full pressure. And no one, as to speak about pressure, he's put the mid tower to half
Yeah.
HP. He fortified the creep, kept it off the tower.
Narman
Glimpsing back the
should
centaur
be
now.
dropping here. Right
Yeah.
click comes in, and with the anti-armor from Meld, Fishman has enough damage to take him down. But yeah, really nice play from no one there, just really kind of utilizing the 3 points in Edict to just continue to take this tower. And Puck's not really going to have much of a choice. His tower's just going to die. And Force, well, I think he's going to die as well. Edict just going to chase him down. Massive damage coming on through and taking down the Doom.
Yeah, the nice thing about Disruptor TA as well as a lane is Disruptor has incredibly high attack range. So when TA hits that mode strike, it's very easy for Disruptor to be in position to get the right clicks off. We have the 6-minute rune and 3
minute.
mouse heroes on the
Jeez.
bot side. Will it
The
be
boys
top?
are here.
Oh, it's a regen.
And they will
okay.
secure it.
It would have been kind of fun if it spawned top when 3 heroes were hugging it. Oh, but Batrider, he's trying to farm up some stacks, and Supreme with the puck.
No.
He's gonna try and take it. He has the regen, so should be perfectly fine here to spam his spells.
Yeah, let's see. Katomi is going to be able to get anything here. Not really. No one's come in as well, though. Supreme's going to be able to dodge out for now, but we'll have that regen rune reduced by the Leshrac's damage.
He took 4 or 5 of those big creeps, so yeah, Supreme pretty happy with that. Nice play from Mouse to inspect the jungle to see what stacks were available. And I am now going to be muting Force after nearly 50-60 minutes of game time. So I don't have to hear slacks. Well, I can't mute him.
That's reasonable.
Okay, I think I can. I don't know. I tried.
Radiant
Yeah, a
are
pretty
scanning.
peaceful game. Even though Entity have been able to complete on a couple of kills here, it's just kind of the result of the TA Disruptor lane. And Bengen getting a little bit aggressive. Going to try and see if there's a water Wisdom Rune perhaps available for him. But
Got
no.
there in the end, mate.
Yeah, got through. Imagine if I just got through every rune. Oh, but what a bounty, haste, illusion, and amp.
Poor fish, man.
There we go. First rotation from Supreme. Converts upon it. That's exactly what we want to be seeing. Keeping that net worth high, getting his way towards some items. He needs to be the puck in this game. He can't just be a puck. He needs to be the puck. And I'll see no one here. I mean, they can unleash with the coil. Like, Bengen underestimating the damage massively there. But with Narman coming on through, they should be enough to bring down no one. Narman grabs a kill. No one to full. Almost took the tower with him, but crucially didn't. And might have even left it in deny range. So if they do deny this tower off of the Leshrac, that is kind of part of his game plan. Just kind of messed up with here as Force trying to go toe-to-toe with Watson. Always a risky move with the Templar Assassin as Supreme chased back by Katomi. Haste rune bottled up regardless, though. What health's the tower on? Yeah, it is deniable, so I'm a little surprised they're not dying, but it seems like they're trying to kind of bait in here, but that seems like a risky move, especially when the puck has just no mana. So yeah, no one's just going to come on through and sneak it on out. Narman gets found in the trees.
Dire are scanning.
Entity, they're poking down the map. They're taking the mid tower. They're doing the small plays that need to do. I think often when you think of Leshrac, you think of this hero that wants to take every single tower instantly, but we are seeing how efficient these players are. They're making multiple stacks in their jungle, ensuring that you get every drop of economy. And once you get your first item, that's when you really want to ramp up that aggression. And TA just continues to farm top. DK's farming bottom. And DM, he's so close to a Blink Dagger in the bot lane. He's what, like 700 gold away. Like that, at that point, I'd be surprised if we weren't to see Entity and sorry, the Leshrac and the DK just pair up together. TA needs to be
Yeah.
careful top. They are smoked onto her. She's going to be finding Narman.
Well,
Any
indeed,
DTs
yeah,
to
no
help?
Stampede, but Coil is there, so they should just be able to bring him down. Force comes in from the side as well, offering up the Doom, and Watson will get taken out. Fishman, he's nearby. This comes back onto Narman. Narman might just get clicked down here. He's going to survive for now, but will get picked off by no one who comes in around the sidelines. No one looking to bring down Force as well. Force moving to the
branch.
trees, and no one actually giving up the goat here. And Force
Nice
gets
branch.
away. Very nicely done. Oh, a branch play again. These guys and their
he branched
branches.
it. Ah, good.
Crazy. Yeah, last game I was like, oh, hold on. Bottom side, DM.
Take
Maybe
the
he's
tower.
getting out of this one. It's another kill. Yeah, gets the tower before he goes down, but the shallow victory is he does die regardless, so... Oh, 4 kills just linked across the map then from Mao. Suddenly, they find that killer instinct and, yeah, they make it work.
Yeah, the entire time Katomi was kind of walking through the jungle, farming up some stacks, so he wasn't really on the map available. And now it's Entity's turn to try and take away some of the jungle. They killed
Yeah.
Batrider, but no one's already got exactly what he wanted. He took the, I think it was a double or a triple stack, and he's already on the way out.
Yeah, a little pesky, but still doesn't really compare to the kills that the Puck was able to grab himself throughout the map, so pretty big deal. Puck starting to separate himself from the rest of the crew. He can keep on this trend and he might just be able to be the hero his team needs him to be, but Force, he's being jumped over in the other side of the jungle. And see, they just love the enemy jungle. They're just putting themselves up there.
Yeah, just the constant pump fake on the split up as well. It's like at some point you either died to my AoE damage or I stun you. And you can see as well, the last game no one played, he went Kaya on the Leshrac. This time he's going for the Yours. He can feel the aggression. He's going to be, it's just a lot quicker coming this time around. And the Blink's now complete on the DK. You got the Yours on the Leshrac. This feels like it's already go time at the 11-minute mark. Maybe they're watching the Liquid series earlier and trying to take a page out of their book. It's kind of the playstyle that I see Entity trying to replicate nowadays, and they're itemizing for it. They're grouping up in the mid lane and they're smoking. They just want to go. Will they find anyone big with the Blink Dagger reveal? With Fishman behind him, that Static Storm,
Yeah, it's a big
anyone's going to be
reveal.
dying. There's not a single here. Ideally, they want to find a core, and they see Puck in the mid lane. Can they get the jump?
Supreme, he's so tempting.
he
Nice
dodged it.
timing though on the phase shift. Gets dragged back in, but it's not inside the kinetic field. He's gonna get away. They'll go in for the gyrocopter instead, but Supreme, such quick reactions there. Dodges the Dragon Tail and gets himself out to safety. And now, well, the Dragon Knight, he keeps it on going here, but I think he might have some regrets. Doom's out onto him, right clicks are coming, and Supreme gets himself a kill instead.
I think DM griefed himself just a little bit there going into Dragon form. Turning his stun from melee distance to range, he then actually blinked a little bit further enough away, giving a very fractional travel time for that stun to connect. It's instant, but it still has to travel just a little bit, like it's instant cast. Sorry, just to clarify. But if he wasn't in the ranged form, if he was just as a normal Dragon Knight, not the dragon itself, yeah, he probably would have hit that stun. Puck can't blink dodge that one, and but incredible reactions from Supreme.
You love to see it.
Own it, running away, tail between his legs. Has a TP up. There he is, get him.
Heals there from no one. Splurf gonna come now. And the Sven is gonna die. They've got more than enough stuns to keep this guy locked down for an age. Sad death for the Sven, who was having a reasonably good game. Not as good as TA though. TA is actually managing to farm up a storm. Haven't really seen a whole lot from Watson this game, but yeah, he's heading towards a similar farming spree of last game, but differently to last game. The Mouse heroes are keeping pace. They are offering a threat to Watson, so if Watson does go for anything he shouldn't, then he may well be punished. Force coming in, helping out with the Wild Wing Ripper spell to force back Penguin, but now he's going to be the target himself with no Doom available. I don't think there's any turnaround potential. Not with both Watson and no one here. DM just looking towards the Norman support here as Penguin gets chased under tower. Shield Rune on the Leshrac, so he's just absolutely unhinged right now, doing whatever he wants. Hold it. Moving up forward here, but Katomi really looking for a fish. There you go,
dying
Glimpse
everywhere.
comes out. Oh, Ned, he's in the exact wrong part of the map right now. Static Storm coming down onto him. Leshrac upon him. And it's another death for Olnit. for the place on the map to go to. That was not the one. Sven dead. The whole time Puck's just kind of trying to play away. Wanted to hit some timings, but all the while it seems just getting massacred. Now the Doom comes down onto the DK again, dragged back again by the Whirlwind Reaper. It's a huge coil in the backlines, catches all 4 heroes on the side of Entity. The Doom might well just finish off, but the Doom himself is dead. And now Bengen on the front line is going to get blasted down along with Narman here. No one just getting off his damage. It's an absolute free-for-all right now. Supreme blink across the cliff over towards safety as DM does get dropped by the Doom eventually, as expected. But Watson completely uncontested. No one not getting low, really, in the meanwhile.
I just feel like I just took a second back, you know, let you cast and just savoring the game. It's just death. Now it's like they're throwing out spells, but it doesn't really feel like it's amounting to anything. They're doing their best to survive, but Own It, he has to try and see through this, not get dragged into any of these fights. He just doesn't have a game right now. Completing Echo Saber, going on to the 16-minute mark. You compare that to TA. She got Dragon Lance, she got Desolator, soon to be Shard. These fights are only going to get harder if Mouse keep getting dragged into them.
Yeah, I want to see this Sven carry this game, and the only way he's going to do that is by hitting some creeps for a while, getting up those items, because I don't think this is the kind of game where you want to see our Sven enjoying, unless it's like a really good fight. I don't want to see him joining early. Stormhammer comes in. He's joining early. He's looking for no one, and it might just pay off, but the Eels comes out onto him. Static Field is down, but the right click comes in, and Olnit gets himself a big streak, but now, what do you do? 3 heroes upon him, right clicks galore, landing onto the Sven and taking him out. And all the while, Puck not really finding an entry to this fight, so no Supreme to speak of. And if you don't have Supreme in this fight, then I feel like they just can't fight at all. Force? Oh, they ping him. And the stun is there. Oh, so nearly, so nearly. Just get blasted with some Slag's voice lines before he goes down, but go down he certainly shall. Almost nice. Go on.
Just to recap though, we said that Own It should be trying to farm, get economy, you know, GPM, very important. He currently has about 460 GPM. That kill, 547. So technically, he got more gold than if he actually was just farming the jungle on his current farming pattern. So you know what, take it as a worth. Slightly increased GPM for the last minute due to that kill/death. Again, it doesn't feel great, but a kill is a kill at this point in the game for Own It. He is now pretty much one component closer to BKB as Katomi is getting run out in the bottom lane and does go down.
That's a kill I'll take for sure in this situation. Death on the Batrider.
Blink's now complete on TA, so when does Entity want to think about Roshan? It is currently nighttime, and they are playing the bottom side of the map to some degree. So repositioning all the way top might be a little bit uncomfortable. We'll see what they go for. They might try and kill Supreme in bot. Fishman TP down here, he has the Glimmer Cape, so we'll be able to reposition himself to maybe get the Static Storm on the Puck to start the fight. I am baiting our observer to look down here, so I'm sorry if anyone else dies on the map.
Yeah, it's alright. There's just a Centaur and a DK having a bit of a flirt in the top lane, which is obviously not going to result in anything. Bengen's been found instead. He'll happily tank this gank. Down he shall go. Puck still sticking around. Wants to see if there's an opportunity. Oh no, Sven's going to get cliffed. Olnit. Though nice stun though. Still going to land up and set up for his Puck to be able to get at least a couple of kills to start this one off. The Side Storm comes down, but it doesn't catch Supreme. Supreme going to jump back into it to try and get the right click off to finish off the Disruptor. But it looks like that was been able to done by Force regardless. But that still, Watson just ripping through this fight, killing off supports, killing off Force, leaving Supreme alone. Olnit did escape during that though. Well, let's go for it. It did buy enough time for their carry to get out of that awkward position. The RTZ position.
He also ultied as well. It's like, Godstone doesn't give you any real defensive capabilities. It does give you slow resistance, but when you're cliffed,
he can run around that cliff so fast.
Pre-TP, he just screamed like, "Ah, TPing!" And he just ditched the engagement. Entity though, they're drawing the line. Watson, he wants the Entity guys to be running at the Sven. If he goes for this wave, then that's so aggressive.
Wait a minute, there's a Dragon Knight in the trees here. Fishman coming to join in as well. No Static Storm available quite yet, but with no one coming across as well, Olnit, his time is limited.
That's
don't worry, that
so
cooldown will
bold from
save you.
Olnit, though.
Yeah.
To like pop God Strength, TP back, then go for your own Ancients, fine. But then to go for like the tier 1 tower, it's minute 19. Of course they're going to TP. There's a disruptor in the game. And Watson, he had already preemptively told his team to run up there on the minimap he was drawing it. So yeah, Olnit not finding the room to farm. Combination of both Entity's aggression and Olnit's desire to go a little bit further than probably he's allowed to at this stage of the game.
Supreme being hunted right
Radiant's
now.
top tower
They
is
want
under
this fairy
attack.
dragon. I'm toying with them just a little bit. Gonna get the vision onto DM. Orchid though, but Blink is there. Watson still chasing. Oh god, it's an
disruptor.
amplified damage. TA Puck, no. Not like this. Stored inside the Static Storm with Watson just blasting away at him. Puck gets
Yeah, credit to Supreme,
absolutely
he is-
destroyed.
He's got good reactions though. Like a couple times now, he's getting like blinked on, orchid, or
Just
the
first
DK
death, yeah.
star's a little bit far enough. Like he's doing some cool blinks at least, but doesn't really matter when you're 9k down at the 20-minute mark and your team just looks at the map for a brief second and you disappear. Sven has the opportunity to disassemble Echo to buy BKB, but he will then only have Mask of Madness BKB, which isn't the craziest damage source, as he is lacking that extra
Radiant's middle
Echo
tower
proc.
is under attack.
He does need attack speed.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, it's
tower
just difficult to
has
see
fallen.
Olnit really kind of coming into the game anytime soon. Like, sure, he got off some good damage in the last fight, but to really commit to these fights, like, you're going to want a BKB, then you're going to want to see some, like, big crits coming out or something just to rip through these heroes because they're not weak, especially this TA. Like, how does he ever click her? All right, he's going to try and click her. God Strength, BKB, chasing him down, looking for Fishman instead. Fishman, slightly more realistic kill, but his BKB is getting kind of low, and he knows what will happen if he doesn't finish the job. This will happen. Static Storm onto two of them, beautifully catching out Narman and Force. First Force will fall. Now Narman goes down as well. Entity taken down 2, looking for more. Supreme, Olnit, Bengen, all on the run, back into their
DK has
base.
blink.
Yep, he moves forward. He's going to find Olnit. There comes a cooldown, slightly slowing down Katomi and No One, and Olnit will be able to make his way home, but yeah, there's your BKB reveal, and it just still not quite looking like enough.
And Fishman, he's sporting 2,000 gold at this stage. I mean, he's got that Philly Stone just printing money for him right now. Are we looking at Aghanim's Disruptor maybe on the horizon? He's halfway there. Or is he going to spend this 2,000 gold on
Dire's
like a
middle
full
tower
staff or
is
something?
Blink Dagger.
Yeah, that's options.
Radiant
Oh, there it is. Now we see the... Oh yeah, C tabs it in. As we go to click on him, he just shows us he's thinking about Aghanim's. Roshan, 22-minute mark in the Radiant Pit. Will be falling.
Looking for Fishman.
Does he kill him though? He has a Glimmer Cape.
Yeah, he's
Or
got a
Disruptor,
coil.
that is. That'd be crazy. Puck Glimmer Cape.
Sounds lit. No One finding Force over on the side here. Katomi and No One just going to rip through this Doom. No real effort needed to bring this guy down. As Roshan falls as well. Watson's going to grab himself an Aegis. Everything just going Entity's way right now.
Dire's top tower
Game looking very clean, and I love it when a team goes for Roshan and doesn't overcommit to it. Keep heroes on the map, keep skirmishing. Sometimes it's even the safer play. Entity doing that perfectly.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Uh-oh.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Penguin.
under attack.
Oh. He's good. TP out. He's fine. As inside the base. Just outside the base. Katomi is actually getting clicked down here. Supreme's going to be able to get that kill. Now they look towards No One. Coil comes out. They want to commit to this. He's going to pop that God Strength and start smacking away at the guy, but the Bloodstone is there. So he just has to run himself away. That's a weird fight for the side of Mouse. No One just scaring them all back with that Bloodstone. Yule's available as well, so they realize it would have taken them so long to bring this guy down. Like if you pop the BKB, the let's just immediately Yule's. So there's really 0 point in Olnit overcommitting to that. At least I think.
You gotta pick your battles at this point. You don't want to, just because you have a brief moment, doesn't really turn into anything else. Where is it looking for? Link dagger, yeah. I'm just trying to see like what's the moment for Mouse? Like, is there an item coming that gives them the ha? We've got you, entity. This age expires. We're gonna kill you off. And of course, part getting the links is very important. I think there is plenty of utility now on the centaur with the blink and the 4-staff. It really is about just hoping to. Oh my! What's happening here?
Slip and sliding
And a
down
Doom
the
as
bottom
well.
lane. Everyone's all over the place right now. It's getting wet and wild, but this Batrider most certainly going to fall. Narman also going to go down with him, and now they look towards the Doom. Force will also fall.
Yeah, I didn't expect Mouse to take the fight though. I thought they like to go for a pick off whilst there's 3 minutes still on the Aegis. Entity naturally will be quite grouped up in these scenarios, so it's very ambitious to think they'll be alone, especially committing Doom as well. Like, sure, you get the kill, but is it worth it? You only gained like, what, 300 gold from it on the Doom. It really wasn't that valued. And now Entity take tier 2 bottom, walking up to the bottom high ground. BKB yet to be used on Watson. DK, Leshrak, TA, your buildings are going to disappear if you are not here.
And right now, they are not. Yeah, a lot of building pushing potential here. Bengen found on the backlines again. He's just looking to sit in the back and fire out some homing missiles. That's all my guy wants to do, but they're not letting him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom tower going down. Barracks revealed. Supreme, he's going to go and cut some waves, try and buy them a bit of time, but it's just not possible.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
The next wave's already in, and they've got it. And DM already looking for more, forcing out the Stampede. Katomi's going to be the next target here. He's trying to make himself awkward and elusive on the cliff. At the very least, buying time for his team to come on over, and that seems to be working at the moment. Force really wants to just finish the job here, but doesn't have a Doom available, so can't quite finish it. But Supreme comes in, does get the kill. Now, Supreme up to the high ground, trying to get himself out. Force, meanwhile, moving across, and he's just slowly getting clicked down by DM here, buying time for the rest of the team to come on through and blow up Force once again. That's the 11th death for this offlane Doom.
Yeah, I didn't really want to bring that up yet.
He's
quite a
poorer
sad
than
note.
everybody on the side of Entity.
There's 8 deaths on Centaur, 11 deaths from Doom, 8 deaths on Gyrocopter, 5 deaths from the Sven. Supreme though, 8, 1, and 7. He's having... For how the game's going, he's having a really good game.
Yeah. And it's not a
wish
good
his
puck
team
game
could help
either.
him.
Like, he's just playing really damn well.
Yeah. Justice for Supreme.
Absolutely.
Oh, Norman. Oh, Norman, sorry. Not Norman. That's a very different name. Norman's dead.
I like
Dire's
Norman.
bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe
you
that's our
call
job
your
as
son Norman,
English
or-
casting.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, yeah, go on then.
Go on. How much? Odds on?
I'll just do it.
Fair enough.
Norman Vagina has an excellent ring to it. A real clash of cultures.
Tower is under attack.
I won't get you bullied.
I'm so sure you'll...
Bottom side.
you'll
They're
love
trying to go
that.
for Supreme. They've got the Lincoln's pop as well. Oh, Supreme. It's been a good run, but without a BKB, he's not making it through this one.
Oh, no.
Good night, son. Bengen, once again, just always in the trees, TPing around the place.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, no. Oh, gem. Where did that die? Where was the crew? That was a gem on it. Did you see
Yeah,
where
the
it was?
puck was trying to pick up the gem, but I don't know where the gem
okay,
went,
okay,
but
yeah.
I assume they have it now as I hear a Doom
Yeah,
coming out onto a Templar attack. What
Wait,
the hell
Watson,
happened
why are
here?
you there?
Why is Watson in the base? The whole team got back for that puck kill, and Watson's like, all right, I think it's time to break high ground, guys.
Brother, your team's trying to catch a gem on a flying courier. They're not helping.
They chasing butterflies. Okay, all right.
Watson's
TA
allowed
dead for
1
60
death per
seconds.
game, I feel. This one was more egregious than the previous game. If you're watching the previous game, that was just a shaker smoke pick off, right? It's very different. This one, that was
Oh,
pretty
bye-bye,
wild, but they're
Bengen.
still dying. They don't really care that TA's dead.
Yeah,
They are
don't.
incredibly strong, and Leshrak can hit buildings. And Sven does not want to TP back. He doesn't have God Strength for 40 seconds. Of course, it was used to kill the TA. So
Ooh, double
the TA
damage
dying
Lesh.
was actually the smartest plan here because it opens up the the melee, the middle rack. Sorry. That's how far ahead you are. Your TA can just 1v5 die, and you're still taking racks.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
The sad state of affairs. Puck now back, and Entity, they stay for the entire lane of barracks before leaving. Lasso out onto the Sven. Caught inside the static storm. And he's gone again. That is Yaganin's reveal. BKB not available for the Sven in that situation. Fully silenced, fully muted, fully dead. Kind of feels like Mal's just letting this one slip away at this point. Like, sure, the TA kill was something, but
It
means very little in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it's one of those games where they're desperately scrapping the map for any resource available in the hope at some point the Sven, the Puck, the Doom, it'll all connect in that one fight, and that will then give them some entry to making something bigger, but it's never really happened. Yeah, it's been very disjointed for Mouse, and it's very hard to find clarity in what you need to do in these types of games. And does Sven really want to buy back? You're going to be mega creeped if he doesn't, but if he does, he then has no farm or no money to buy that next item, sorry. And he looks like they are cruising their way to a game 2. Coil getting used, Centaur blinking in, everything's... Your Sven's still dead, lads. It's
It's
a
the
little bit
truth,
awkward.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
All the
Blame
times
is
to
not there.
force it and run down the low ground and the team attacking your high ground. That's probably not it. Oh no, they found Narman as well. Narman tried to run himself away, but he's going to get killed off by the right clicks from the Templar Assassin, who just casually sitting on the sidelines. BKB is out, right clicks are in, damage is there. Oh, they found the Puck as well. Puck unable to really get started in this fight as well, unable to really commit to this. And it's an ultra kill for Watson. They're trying to bring it down. They're trying to get the kill. The Doom is out onto Watson. Can they get the kill? Templar Assassin, she dies. Olnit, he gets the kill. A glorious kill for Olnit, but unfortunately followed by a quick and merciless death. 5 dead now on the side of Mouse, and this might be their final goodbye here in the Western EU qualifiers. Buybacks are available for the Sven, for the Doom, but it's just preventing the inevitable at this stage. No one going to grab himself a level 3 Dagon.
Use it, use it, use it. Come on, use it, please.
He's
Use it.
got a kill steal with it. Got a kill steal
Dagon.
with it. And,
Ooh, I don't think he got the kill with the Dagon.
no, he didn't. He didn't. Minus style points for no one, but nevertheless, a great game from Entity. A great series from Entity, proving that they've still got a bit of form left in them. Looking pretty good, gearing up for the rest of the qualifiers and moving on here in the lower bracket with a smooth 2-0 victory over a, unfortunately, seemingly a little bit exhausted Mouse. Yeah, it's been a pretty long series for them, the last one, and then straight into this one.
Yeah, for Entity, it's... I think they're looking to just refine some of their form from previous tournament, the one that they won online, and yeah, it's just, I guess, a bit surprising some of the games that they played so far. The volatility is still going to hurt them a little bit, and for Mouse, yeah, I don't know really what to say about Mouse. Like they have really good games. They're very structured as a team, but I'd argue that they're potentially too structured to be able to play up against some of these very, draft-centric teams that can really exploit some of that. And I've been saying it throughout this entire series, and it's held true so far. And for Entity, yeah, again, I'm happy that they are finding some new form again, because their series yesterday didn't really inspire me too much, but this time around, this series, Watson, specifically on this TA, incredible. 2 games in a row, incredible stuff. No one as well on his Leshrac. It was impeccable. And Katomi, the way that he played the map in both the Monkey King and the Batrider game, it was so hard to deal with. So yeah, I think Entity have improved since yesterday and refound some form, and I think this is the start of what could be quite a strong lower bracket run from them.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like they're definitely cementing themselves as the kind of titans of this lower bracket. We'll see who they end up playing against in the next round of the lower brackets. But right now, I think looking pretty good for Entity to make it through to those finals and fight up against either Liquid or OG in the future. But yeah, Mal's a sad exit for the tournament for them. I'd like to see them kind of, just work on their consistency a bit, like most kind of newly formed teams. They still need to find their identity a little bit more, get a little bit of identity, and yeah, maybe we'll see them coming through these qualifiers again in the future, see what they can pull out the bag, and see if they can deliver some more upsets in the future. But, all right run for them. I'm sure they'll be disappointed, but of course, Entity, great team. No shame in losing to them, and they also pushed a really good series against OG as well. So I feel like they should be happy with what they've achieved in these qualifiers. Like, they've definitely made a name for themselves.
Yes. I'm always a little bit more difficult on that one, where I think with the brutality of our scene right now, making a name for yourself was probably the way of the DPC, right? You make a name for yourself in Div 2, you're going to be respected. You're going to qualify for Division 1, right? You then have 3 more months to then prepare. But nowadays, in this kind of qualifier-heavy system that we have, unfortunately, making a name for yourself after, 3-4 qualifiers, I think for Mouse only about 2, it's gonna be a bit hard to swallow just because you're not getting anywhere, but you're not progressing to the actual tournament. So for me, it's like, I do hope to see that these new orgs, new teams can actually qualify to a couple of the events just to validate the organization providing that support and pushing them up. But it is going to be a very hard journey for them because they are in one of the most strongest regions in the world, right? And we'll see if they can improve next time around. But yeah, unfortunately, the way Dota is making a name for yourself, it doesn't pay the bill. So I hope they aren't too content with their performance and it's we did okay, because if they have that mentality, then they will just be a qualifier team. So I really do hope that they can just find all their mistakes and not fix them all. That's impossible. But yeah, maybe I'm being a bit too negative here for sure. But I'm just so scared for like.
I think they did good.
I am. Yeah. Kinda. I'm just scared.
I mean,
for
don't
all
forget
tier 2
as
teams.
well.
That's my thing.
It's not all ESL, it's not all these big tournaments as well. There's online leagues and stuff happening, there's all the stuff going on, and securing yourself direct invites to those, and just waving your flag for those events as well. It's a way to maybe supplement your income a bit and find yourself the ability to become a full-time player and or keep being a full-time player depending on their situations, and potentially getting the time to practice. And hopefully we see more of these guys, because I see the makings of a good team here if they can stick it out and keep it going. But that's going to do it. Yeah, we found the middle ground. Good job, buddy.
Yeah.
Not too hard.
Sorry,
not overselling it, not underselling it.
All right, bye-bye now. Okay. I should mute my mic.
Sweet dreams, everybody. That's going to do it for today's action here in the Western EU qualifiers. Of course, goodbye to Mouse. Entity move on through, and still plenty more games to come, as we will find out the 2 teams making it very shortly into Dream League Season 23. But from today, we are done. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone in search.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise
Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. We are here for the final series of the day for Western Europe. It is the upper bracket finals between Team Liquid and OG. Myself, Cap, and Avery, or SVG, are going to be taking you through this this upper bracket finals. Avery, we've been going through, we've been bouncing around a little bit. We did some Eastern Europe, we did some NA, now we're doing some Western Europe. What have you made of the qualifiers so far? What are the big standout heroes right now? I can't hear Avery. Uh-oh. Well, looks like we got a little bit of hiccup right there right now. But hopefully we'll be able to get Avery in here soon. But yeah, we're going to be here for the upper bracket finals. Hopefully we'll be able to get Avery in here soon. I'll answer my own question in that regard, as I'm talking to Avery. He asked if his audio is messed up. We casted the North American finals just last night. Went to a full game 5. Once again, Shopify win, but it once again went to a final game in that series. And there are some heroes that definitely stood out in some of those matches. Nightstalker, which we had our gripes and complaints about, is actually doing incredibly well right now in these DreamLeague qualifiers. So it'll be interesting to see if we get more of that. A lot more Sniper being picked up after XM dominated the last DreamLeague with it. So, Avery, can you hear me?
There we go. Yeah, now
there
I can
you
hear
go.
Was it on my end? I am so confused.
I don't know. Either way, we got it now.
Oh, thank God. All right, yes, I can hear you now. So what were you saying?
So I was talking about we've been casting the qualifiers for the last week, who we've been bouncing around regions. Heroes. What heroes stand out for the DreamLeague qualifiers so far?
Well, I mean, NA is pretty biased, so I don't know how much I want to talk about that. But across all the regions, I think Tiny has gone up for a lot of teams in terms of we're seeing first pick Tiny. Leshrac, I think, is still pretty high up. In fact, the teams we're going to see today, Liquid, they'll just first pick that hero every time. And they don't care what they play with it. They don't care what they play against. Disruptor, for sure, has gone up, right? I mean, this is a hero that did not exist for like 5 years. And now he's getting first picked, which is insane to me. I'm still not sure I understand that entirely, but it's there. I think Enigma has been pretty big once again in Europe, especially. I would not be surprised to see Enigma in the series today. And probably the last one would be like, at least for me, this Death Prophet. I think this hero is really interesting. I think it builds really good items so far from what we've seen. Kaya Sanj got one of the largest buffs of anything, and it's one of the best Kaya Sanj builders. Still a really good Shiva's buyer. Still a pretty good Eternal Shroud user. Flexible laner. Ranged hero. It's very hard to punish this hero on lane, and it can go multiple roles. So when you take it early, it just does what it does pretty reliably, and it's hard to stop. And not a lot of people want to pick like Lycan or Drow, these types of counters. So I'm pretty big on Death Prophet right now. It's also pretty big in this European qualifier. So those are the heroes I would highlight, especially going between these two teams. Though I will say, I would not be surprised to see Liquid pick these, but I would also not be surprised to see OG just play some random crazy shit. Because this team has been all over the place. They're not afraid. When you're playing Shadow Shaman, like, you're willing to play anything, you know. That's the green light for any hero in the entire game, pretty much. So they might come out with something crazy here. I don't know what Seb's been cooking, but hopefully something good.
So I said two heroes that I don't think you listed, Sniper and Nightstalker. Nightstalker, despite our complaints about the hero, has an incredibly good win rate in these DreamLeague qualifiers right now. 15 games, 73% win rate. Similar number for Sniper, which I think, I think Sniper is a little bit more expected considering XM's dominance last DreamLeague. It very obviously is a thing. I was actually just watching the Tundra match where Thompson was playing the mid Sniper, and he was popping off on that one, man.
The hero's strong. I mean, I think XG showed how strong it was. they just won every single game with that hero at the last DreamLeague. And I don't think the meta really got worse for him. Like, I don't think any of these summons heroes are that much stronger. I don't think any of the super early aura push is that much stronger. None of the gap close seems that good, I guess, outside of the Night Stalker. But I mean, Sniper has night vision, so I don't know if it's even that bad of a matchup anymore with how tanky he gets early with Ags and stuff. I don't know. The hero's just pretty good. Like, he just doesn't lose lane. It's really hard to beat this hero on lane. You can't beat him in an isolated one-on-one. You have to gank him. And not a lot of teams want to have to gank mid. Like, you want to be in the position where you can gank mid and you get a lot of that, but you don't want to, all right, we have to go mid. That's like what Huskar does. You know, this Huskar matchup, you have to gank him. And if you do, I think you're happy. I don't think it should feel as bad as I think it does to a lot of teams, but maybe they just don't want to be pigeonholed. They don't want to have this guy who's like, oh, we're going to just demolish him unless you gank me. And then that's not always accessible every pro game. Like, some games you just can't leave these side lanes because there's a decent amount of pressure there. Pro teams are really good at maintaining that pressure in those situations. They know it. You know, the enemy team is not just sitting there like, oh, I wonder if the guy left my lane for a minute and he's ganking mid. You know, there's not just some like clown music playing and nothing's happening. So it's not as simple as why don't they just gank mid 6 times? Like, literally that meme, you know, but we'll see. I think Sniper is getting away a little bit more than he should. Like some of those Huskar games we saw. It's just going to take people remembering how to play against this hero a bit. And I think his win rate will drop a little bit because I don't think the hero's just fundamentally broken. But he's very strong if you let him get away with what he's doing, which is, it's dirty. It's dirty sniping out there, I'll tell you that much.
What about the losers of the patch / this qualifier? Any heroes that have dropped in your like estimation or rankings? I would say the rise of Sniper means the decline of Puck. I'll put that one out there, right? Puck has a pretty low win rate right now. Maybe there's not the most Sniper games in the world, but considering the strength of this hero, the more you pick Puck, the more likely you're going to get counterpicked by Sniper, and that is just a terrible matchup.
I mean, I think it was mainly the offlaners that fell off. Like Dragon Knight, Mars, Doom. Those 3, there's some games we just don't see him picked or banned at all. I think I've seen Timber still be pretty high priority, but that's another one I could see drop off with the nerf. It was pretty considerable to his laning phase. I think Doom fell off the most, but Mars and DK are in this weird spot. Like, some teams will pick it, but sometimes you'll get it last pick, sometimes you'll get it second phase. I think that was the biggest drop off.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with the Mars. It was weird seeing some of the games that we casted so far, and there would just literally be no Mars whatsoever.
I think it'll probably be the case here. I don't think either of these teams really wants to take some offlane hero like that super early. Like, Liquid wants to get these weird picks for 33 later, you know, or second phase at least. These Enigma, Bruise, Darkseers he's been playing. And then OG are just, again, all over the place with Whisper, who's a super flexible player. So you don't want to just like first pick Mars for Whisper. It just feels like a waste of the player potential. So Timber still gets the ban. That's the one I think people are still afraid of. But all these others are going to go through here. And they're old news, my friend.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, final ban for OG before we finally get some picks. They're going to take away the Lestrak, who has been pretty dominant, I would say. That is a hero that hasn't really been touched. And yeah, the Tiny goes through.
Tiny is just, I mean, it's just too tempting to take it, you know. Pseudo Flex hero always can start the fights. I have my doubts about this hero in online qualifiers versus LAN, but you know, this is Europe, so it's as good as a LAN. They got that going.
So I was thinking about this when I was watching the other games this morning. The Tiny feels really nice as an early pickup, right? In part because of Flex. And I was thinking about conceptually, I feel like there are some patches where flexing, having a flex hero is very important, and other patches it's like kind of never really a thing. Is there a specific reason for that? Is it just like, you know, this patch just happens to have a couple of heroes that are good in multiple roles? Or is it about the drafting formula? Like, is this new draft formula that we have, does that lend itself for where flexing is more important?
Dire team ban.
I mean, the draft format changes how valuable it is for a relative side. It's usually more valuable for the side that can hold it. In this draft format, that's probably second pick. Like, flexing from first pick isn't that good. It doesn't really end up doing anything for you because you have to show anyway.
10 seconds.
Second pick can get away with it more. I think that's a big factor. I think it's also just, I don't know,
5
Dota goes in
seconds
circles, you know? It's like people like abusing this stuff and then it goes away because people just play straight up lanes and then they're like, well, why don't we flex something? And then they bring it back and then it disappears, so. Sometimes there isn't just a good reason. It's just people being bad.
Yeah.
Dire
But
team
33
ban.
says he will still play Doombringer, no problem. I do not care about nerf. I like to eat gold and get very farmed. He will eat gold and get very farmed, as he usually does on his hero.
Yeah,
It's interesting they took that,
that's
though.
33's that's 33's wheelhouse,
10
right?
seconds remaining.
Yeah. I don't know if
And
there's another player
he's
that
got
would
his
just do
extensive
this.
mapping of like
5
how the
seconds
lane
remaining.
goes for Doom and what creeps he finds and what is optimal in that regard. So, you know, might see some weird builds like we saw that one time where he went the Harpy plus the Tiara, all that mana regen.
The thing is, Liquid have played versus Tiny a lot this qualifier. And they've been favoring like the Lesh if they get that trade, which was obviously banned. TA is another hero that they're going to take, which was banned. And the other one was like Lifestealer, which they were willing to first pick still. And I'm curious if they felt like Doom was just a better fit versus OG in some aspects than going for something like Lifestealer or just a casual support. Because it's not a hero that strikes me as like, oh, I mean, they got that Tiny, you know? It's Tiny, it's just a Tiny, which is fine. You are asserting a pretty strong presence with this Doom. But it can restrict your gameplay a bit. Because this hero isn't as strong as he used to be. We've seen him lose lanes more. We've seen his scale be a bit slower. His teamfight presence a little worse with like some of the Doom nerfs. So he's not just the click button win hero he used to
10
be
seconds
a month
remaining.
ago.
The
5 seconds remaining.
did you know that this is going to be Liquid's first official against OG this season?
That
Somehow they
would make
just
some sense.
Yeah, they just dodged each other for the year because OG didn't qualify for some of the early stuff like Kuala Lumpur, right? They weren't at that. And then this last DreamLeague, Liquid bombed out so quickly and they weren't in the same group. So they never actually got a chance to meet there. So apparently this is the first time that they're going to meet this season. So this is kind of some untested ground here.
I mean, for OG, you can argue
10
it's them moving
seconds
up.
remaining.
And for Liquid, you can argue it's them moving down to a
5
degree, like
seconds
bombing out of the
remaining.
last Dream League, not getting the EPT points. Now they're back here. So, a course of different trajectories, but they meet in an upper bracket final. Bane. Alright, I'm cool to see some Bane back in the meta. This is a cool hero to watch. Very,
Have you?
very high skill
We've
hero.
seen a fair amount of Bane. Do you feel like it's actually paying out?
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not
Sometimes.
convinced.
Seconds remaining.
I mean, the hero is like, he's also some sort of a draft hero. He prevents some of these carries that rely on BKB or dissuades them a bit. He just always gives you this grip threat in a fight, a sleep save, some okay early game laning. As long as you're not against summons, this hero's rarely bad. He's always annoying. Enfeeble is a really annoying scaling spell. And again, how many people are playing summons offlaners right now? I don't know. But it looks tempting here if you're OG to get it later on. Like, you're not going to take it here, but if these are your two supports, then you do have to show something here. And you're maybe showing this Tiny regardless. Okay, so they'll keep their options open a bit. But I think they kind of want this Tiny support. I think you can get away with it versus Bane. That's what I'm feeling.
It feels good to be this good.
10 seconds
Well,
remaining.
that's another hero that has been pretty damn successful. Somehow we did not see any Primal Beasts in most of our games until just yesterday. in that grand final. I don't think we saw a single Primal Beast until then, but it's been picked up in a lot of these other qualifier games. And it's doing very well. 90 games, 62% win rate. One of the highest win rates for one of the highly picked heroes. So him and Dragonite are pretty much like the two mainstream heroes you're going to see all the time that are above a 60% win rate.
I mean, they're kind of like trying to force this Lifestealer pick or Sven from Liquid.
Dire team pick.
Oh boy. Is that the carry Marcy? Oh god, it is.
Yeah, it is the Marcy IO, the Liquid strategy. I mean, so this strat is interesting because if you just run the lane over, your chance to win the game is probably pretty high because the scale is insane as long as you get past the first 15 minutes here. But if you don't, the farming speed is really bad and you're just locked into this pair. The other downside here for Liquid is like, it's just all single target based. You have 4 heavy single target heroes. There's no AoE, no real counter initiation here. Like, if I'm OG, I'm not too worried about the 5-on-5s right now. I'm just like, if I get out of lanes, this Primal can take the fight over. It's not the easiest Doom target too. Primal can take these fights in weird ways. Even if you Doom him, sometimes he lives. Because he's just so damn tanky and he buys early BKB, you can just walk it off. I think getting another target that's annoying to Doom would be good here for OG.
Dire team ban.
That is a target that is annoying to Doom. He makes the fight very obnoxious. You have to gap close very deep. And it's a hero that OG have had a lot of success with on Tomato. Feels like OG are just getting what they want. I mean, Liquid are also getting what they want, but it's like some weird version of what they think is good right now, you know?
Yeah,
and
it's
OG
definitely
are just
not
getting their
the
comfort.
meta what's good right now, right?
I mean, who knows? Like, maybe this IO Marcy's broken, but it's been hit or miss for them, honestly, the games I've seen it in the last year. And this is just a scary draft.
So Mickey has played it 5 times. One time was like really long time ago in 2022, but over the last year they've run it 4 different times in 2 different patches. Basically, they ran it twice about a year ago against Nigma and Beast Coast in DreamLeague Season 19, and then they tried it again most recently at Bet Boom Dacha, and that's where the probably hit or miss because they literally had 1 hit and 1 miss. Where they beat Gaming Gladiators with it. That's really hype. Gaming Gladiators is a great team. Maybe this is legit. They won that game in 26 minutes, but then they lost to Falcons with it. And I don't know if they lost some faith in it and then ran it back with some scrims or just kept it in their pocket for a while, but they're finally pulling it out again.
So that's a little biased, right? I mean, losing to Falcons who won the tournament is maybe you would have lost with anything. Maybe they're just playing better.
Sure.
On the flip side, beating Nigma, you know, I don't know if that counts for a lot either. So throw that.
Yeah, for sure.
Some biased results. I don't know. The judge is still out on this combo. We'll see what it does here. But again, I feel like if you run this combo, you want some you want some saves or healing or team fight to back it up. And I'm not really seeing Bane Doom backing this combo up when they jump it. So that's my current issue with it. Doesn't make it impossible to run or anything, but I'd kind of like to see that from the last pick for Liquid.
5 seconds remaining.
Because OG, they just got like all their comfort, right? Ari Tiny, presumably they could still play at mid. But like the Seb Wind Ranger, Whisper Primal, and Tomato Arc, this is just their bread and butter. And they've demolished teams with this type of lineup before. They push the lanes and split you up, and then they fight very early. Like, this is an Arc Warden that's going to be happy to go to these really early skirmishes behind all the stun setup he has and all the front line.
Yeah, if he gets an early Gleipnir, I feel like that could be really debilitating for Team Liquid. OG running low on time here. Our final pickup is going to be the support Mirana, which I feel like is not terribly surprising.
Support Mirana?
I assume this was
BZM Mirana.
Oh. I assumed that Wind Ranger or Tiny were the cores. I kind of assumed it was going to be offlane Tiny. Maybe that's just because I was watching somebody was playing in the last game.
I feel like putting a ranged core against the Marcy IO sounds nice.
Okay, but why not the Wind Ranger then in that case?
Well, because Seb's gonna play the Wind Ranger. You know, it's Seb. Oh, Dragon.
Seb, yeah. Therefore.
So they do have some flex potential. I think OG is gonna think about it here. I don't think they're locked in either way. Yeah, it's BZM Marana.
Okay.
BZM
mid Marana.
I mean,
Right.
Seb's gonna pick his hero. He's gonna play it because he thinks he's the best Wind Ranger in the world. And if you try and challenge him on that, he's gonna kick your ass and make you go play in North America. So you don't want to go down that road.
Yeah. He's gonna send Whisper and Tomato back to the NASA region.
That's right, and they do not, that is like worst case scenario. So you gotta accept
It's a fate
that as your
worse than death.
It truly is. But the downside here for OG is I think the melee hero is slightly worse versus the Marciao. Like, you'd rather have a ranged core versus Marciao. It's not the end of the world. Primal is a really strong melee core. But you do end up with this double melee lane, unless they're going to swap it up. And then you put this Marana mid versus the DK, and of course Liquid have counterpicks, so like, you know, whatever, it's Marana. You don't really care if he gets counterpicked. But it is a favorable lane for Dragon Knight. Like, Nisha is going to absolutely free-farm you. There's nothing Marana does to touch this hero. So in theory, Liquid are happy with the lane setup they got, and that's what they wanted with this type of draft, because they have 5 single target heroes, and that means usually you want to do really well on lanes, so you build an advantage. So you go into that mid game and you just snowball from there, right? You're just compounding the lane advantage, and you don't have to get sucked in these 5v5s down a bunch of gold that you can't come back in because you have no comeback mechanism. So in some ways, I feel like Liquid got what they wanted with this type of draft, if they can execute it, but it comes down to lane execution for them. Whereas I think OG are, I mean, they just got a bunch of brawlers that they're happy playing into whatever, and like, maybe they don't care if they're down some gold, you know? Okay, maybe we go down 2 or 3 gold, but we're just going to come back in the fights because we're OG and we just out team fight people.
Do not be selfish.
Insania already with a little bit of all chat. Tips Tomato says Bozo, which if you know Insania, there's no way that's any real beef. So a little bit of friendly banter between the two. Tomato's gonna link a song, as Dota players are wont to do. It's usually either some
classic,
sort of
dude.
Yeah.
Actually a classic. Every time I scrim this guy, he's linking some rap video on YouTube. It's just, why, man? Just play the game. Like, nobody cares.
Wasn't somebody in one of the NA games that we were covering did that in the lobby as well. Yeah.
It's some classic NA garbage. I don't know where it came from. Probably Arteezy, to be honest. Like,
it is Arteezy.
It's probably
him.
It's
totally an Arteezy thing.
Yeah. But it's just customary to link whatever hip-hop album you're listening to while you're playing Dota 2. I don't know. Wow, that's some serious representative right there.
Yeah, well, you know what that is, right? That's
a high salary right there. That's what it is.
Well, that's a maybe it's a high salary. That's also a team that is not doing as well as they should, falling below expectations. So you got to make it up somewhere, right? And that's in the content and the sellout and all that sort of deal.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe I can't win at DreamLeague, but I'm gonna rep the hell out of my Alienware sponsor, and then they can't kick me for being bad because I'm just too good at fulfilling the obligations.
He's too valuable for the brand, boys. All right, well, let's get this started. Upper bracket finals. Team Liquid versus OG. Got a smoke out from Team Liquid to get some an early ward. See down the river. OG not doing the same. A little bit slower push out from them.
I feel like Liquid OG just looks nice. You know what I'm saying? Like 2 historic Dota orgs.
Sure. Yeah.
Back in positions where they're competing against each other. You know, I feel like we've had periods where one or the others just had some downswings, but hey, they're back. Navi is back, right? It's like a renaissance of Dota 2 orgs. Imagine Navi, OG, and Liquid all at the same org. Or all at the same tournament. And Karoki's there. Imagine that.
For Secret, I guess.
Yeah, I mean this.
I mean,
like
Mouse came back to Dota.
That's true. That's true.
That's another one. Goddamn.
Koikva streaming. I mean, get him back on Mouse. You know, anything can happen.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Well, runes are split here? Wait, what? Oh, just not even picked up yet. Alright. Split runes. They're looking for an early harass into the lane block here for Whisper. Wants to get equilibrium.
Block.
This should guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want the lane really pushed in against a Marcy with the dispose. That repositioning tool is always super annoying, so being able to get the lane pushed in, super nice, and has a chance of making the carry miss the last hit, right?
Now, this was heads up play by OG. Again, you want to nullify the laning advantage Liquid have, I think, innately, and this is one way to just make the double melee lane function a lot better, because the double melee lane is not weak as long as you don't get abused the level 1 and 2. So this just makes it, you can skip those early interactions, preserve a lot of the regen on your double melee lineup here, and then just get to like the later stages where maybe you get that cheeky kill on the IO and you don't care about anything that happened earlier.
Oh, Nisha off to a really good start in the mid lane. Kind of what is to be expected. You have the matchup advantage. You aren't going to really be taking too much harassment from a Mirana. So Dragon Knight has the CS advantage with Refire.
Arrow to melee creep though, that feels bad, man.
That is a feels bad, man.
He's doing pretty well in the early waves though. Caught up a bit. I mean, this lane's not going to be fun over the long run. We'll see how well BZM survives. But again, he's Mirana. I mean, you're not looking to dominate a lane with 0. Just get some runes, get some kills on the map. This is another one of those lineups for OG with a lot of Gleipnir potential. You could have 2 on the Arc Ward, and you can have the Mirana one. A lot of setup for things like Power Shot, the Spark Wraith, Arrow.
Jump onto Ari here. Keep the tether on him. Keep him slowed down. They might just be able to get this kill as Ari just cannot get far enough away. That's going to be first blood for Boxy, and Whisper is going to take a lot of damage here. He's certainly not going to be killing Boxy. He has to use the onslaught to get to the creep wave as it goes under tower. He'll get back missing some CS in the process.
Just stuck in a bad trade versus Tether. Early nukes for the Marcy get the job done. I mean, this is a strong lane. You have to respect that skirmish power early. I don't feel like a level 2 is their timing to challenge that. Just get caught off guard. This lane is another weird lane, like Bane Doom. Not a lot of synergy. You know, you can't really sleep into Scorched Earth. There's nothing there.
No. It's also 33 in Insania, so it's a lane partnership in players that has not played the lane together very often. So,
yes,
another bit of weirdness for Liquid.
I also feel like Insania just hasn't played that many offlanes in his career.
Sure.
I feel like there's certain 5s that have done it more than a lot of others. I feel like he's on the left side, which definitely doesn't mean he can't, but it is a bit different, you know. You're gonna have 33 in lane. 33 is probably gonna be like yelling some weird nerd stuff at you. You're like, what the hell does this guy want, you know? It's like, all right, I want you to set up for like the 526 pull and block the medium camp and like kill the courier. You're like, dude, I'm just a Bane, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. So,
and apparently the 33, like Boxy speaks the same language, you know? They're both on that the mega nerd, you know, intricate little detail level, so you know they have paired up pretty nicely in that regard. So you might be right. There might be a little bit of problem, but things seem to be going well. Top 3 CS all across the board for Team Liquid right now. Leading the charge is Nisha, 26 and 12. So many denies. Again, expected in the matchup, but it still it hurts to see.
Mickey escaping bottom as well. I mean, this is the favorable lane phase we expected out of this Liquid lineup. They're getting what they want so far. Leap in from Mickey is just going to try and run down the Tiny. I mean, there's no escape.
This constant tether slow is so annoying. For a double melee matchup, it just feels impossible. If you can't do the damage to punch down the IO, then this lane isn't. I think it is quite literally impossible for the Tiny to play.
I feel like they've tried to contest it a little too much. Like, I think there was potential as Tiny just went top early in this game. Or they didn't get that first kill, they got level 3, maybe they can find that IO, but these little things make a big difference over the long run. This lane's just not working out for OG, and it's okay if this lane doesn't work, but you can't give up too much here. Like, you can't give such a crazy lead that you can't recover.
You can't be losing the other side lane at the same time. Tomato just gets run down so easily by 33 with his 1-2-1 build. Even has 20 magic wand charges if he wants to keep fighting again.
He has been really strong on this lane. It's not the easiest lane to run over in Arc Ward and Wind Ranger, but 33 just playing it damn well. Hit his timing. Took that damage to Tomato. Now he's almost a level up. Level 4 for the Bane early too is really big for Insania here. He's going to contest a 6-minute rune, and he's going to be damn strong on the contest. In fact, they're just hitting mid-tower, and I mean, you have mid-Mirana, so the BZM ain't doing anything to this.
No. I mean, when you're talking about the game plan draft-wise, I think you could say this is going exactly the way Liquid wanted it to, right? OG were fine with an even laning phase. Liquid wanted a dumpster laning phase, and they certainly have. Up 2,000 net worth right now.
This is why I was concerned about the last pick Mirana, because I feel like Liquid were telegraphing this is what they're going to do, you know? 4 single target lane oriented heroes in the first 4. And then your 5th pick doesn't really address the laning. It's just more skirmish spellcasting teamfight. Like, I don't know if you need it. It felt a little overkill to me, and they are getting punished for it. Not irrecoverable, but definitely a strong punish here, and it's going to put Nisha in a position where... I mean, you got to remember, this Dragon Knight, he can get sidekicked. He can get IO tethered too. It doesn't all have to be through this Marcy. This DK can just get ginormous in this game and just run at you with IO tether sustain straight into your Arc Warden, and what are you going to do about it if you're OG? Sounds tough.
Right. It is something baked into, I think, they're when they pick the Marcy, because in the past they did mid SF and mid Sniper. So those are 2 other heroes that really take advantage of that, you know, they're kind of a scaling mid that can take advantage of being given a sidekick buff.
Which makes sense, because you don't really want to sidekick IO. Like, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Other than he just stays by you and gives you the full buff. But in the fights, you want another target. Here's the tiny roll at the top.
That
it's a little late.
Nightmare fire interaction. Level 3 Scorched Earth is not easy to fight into, especially if you're going to give the IO to the Doom, so they are just going to run down Ahri. An attempted tri-lane is met by an immediate quad lane from Team Liquid, and they'll use the Dragon Form to try and take down this tower too.
This move's just way too late. Like, you're making this at 7.5 minutes versus level 5 Doom when this DK can respond.
Zany is in pretty deep here. Whisper, they're going to go for the kill on the Bane, but if it costs Tomato his life, it's well worth it for Liquid. And yeah, Tomato's easily dead. 33, again, with the fire backup of the Scorched Earth. It's too hard to take a team fight against this guy early. Didn't even have the Doom, has it now. So this is just a full uncontestable situation for OG. They just got to give this up. Give this lane up.
I mean, this is a nightmare scenario. Like, you lost the lanes a little, and now Liquid are compounding that advantage, bringing in the numbers. This was a Dragon Knight without Dragon Tail, by the way. Like, he just got the job done without a stun, just right-clicking you down 100 to 0, because this IO tether move speed is so ridiculous on the hero. And Nisha's ginormous, dude.
Good pickup, though, on 33. OG, they stick around and manage to find a nice little pick-off here. Some big yellow drawing of Boxy. I'm probably saying almost everybody from OG is in this jungle area right now.
Yeah, there's some damage from Mirana. Shoot arrow, hit arrow, kill Doom. That's a pretty good recipe. He's going the Battle Fury on the Marcy. Alright. Alright, I mean, this used to be the build, but then it became the Diffusal.
Got him on the feed script.
Damage?
They can pull him back in. Nisha does have the Dragon Tail now, so they'll chain the stun. And the late TP rotations might be able to get the kill on Mickey. No, Mickey just did too much heals. Had a full magic wand and still has a healing Lotus. That's going to be another successful rotation where Liquid just bring more numbers. OG scramble to try and defend, are late to the fight basically, and give up not only kills but also another tower.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Liquid looking very crisp in this game 1. Just executing this lineup exactly how you want to.
Dire's bottom tower.
Collapse when OG aren't ready to because you lost lanes, and just take advantage of it. 3 tier 1s dead at 10 minutes for the Dragon Knight. That is some mega value here.
It's impressive tempo set by Nisha's mid Dragon Knight, and he's gonna have a super early Mage Slayer. So you put an IO heal on him, add in the Mage Slayer buff, or the magic resistance, and the debuff he's putting on the OG heroes. A lot of magic damage early. This Dragon Knight may not be dying for the next 20 to 30 minutes or ever. Relocate onto the Nightmare. They're gonna have a rotation from Seb. I don't think they can even get a kill anywhere out of this. The arrow's gonna cut across. Oh no, it ran into the Marcy instead of Boxy. They wanted to kill Boxy. Now he's gonna be able to relocate out. Insania does not make it through the TP, so they get something out of it, but it's a heavy rotation from OG. It doesn't save their carry, and it only kills a 5 position.
I don't think they're gonna get the D ward either. That's costly. Just really nice setup from Insania. That's the Bane IO combo. Used to be a classic. For this reason.
33 still sticks around despite all these heroes showing up here. He gets greedy, and OG will benefit from that greed.
They're gonna try and get the catch afterwards.
Yeah, Mickey, he can land on some heroes here. They do have the dust, so man, Ari dies so fast. He has no armor, still not level 6. Seb falls just as easily, so even as they kill 33, Liquid still make the rotation quick enough to get the catch.
This combo is so powerful when you have a lead like this. Just make heroes disappear, man. Yeah. And there's no way you're fighting them back with the early mech on the IO. Way too much HP. So you just gotta dodge here if you're OG. Amp damage rune in the river. BZM will collect it. Happy about that one. Might give him a chance to turn some of these fights, but you gotta let this Midas Arc Warden do some work and find some support kills or something. I'm gonna find Insania here.
He's gonna get shot down by the double archers. The relocate coming in though. BZM has 1 leap. They're not even gonna bother going for the Mirana. The much easier kill of Ari, who again is not level 6. I think in part because he was not the one to pick up the Wisdom Rune. Oh, Shackle Shot lands. With this amp damage, oh no! I thought they had him dead for sure. Boxy. The relocate goes back. This man had so much healing in his inventory too, but they still almost burst him.
What the hell? That's actually insane. He didn't even pop this Lotus or Wand or anything, but... Okay, they get away again. Did use the grip on that, so Insania doesn't get too much value there.
But yeah, I was saying earlier,
they'll be happy.
Whisper picked up the Wisdom Rune for OG, so I'm pretty sure the shared experience went to Seb, and that just left Ari out in the cold, and he is level 5.5.
He's had a rough game. Very rough game. Just nothing given to him. Though I do think the window was to roam top earlier, and they just committed bottom too long. It didn't go well enough, and then when you go top, it's too late. I think that was the window in this game, and when you miss that, your game's going to be a struggle.
Yeah.
So you got to combine with your other heroes and make some ganks happen, which is what they're trying to do. Can you kill Nisha here? I don't know, man.
Well,
it's going to be tempting, though, when he runs into you like
or
this.
nothing at this point, so they're going to have to all in him. And they will manage to.
Made it look easy.
Takes 4 heroes.
They have 4 heroes and nobody around him. That's a bigger part of that equation. He is just all alone on that rune. So nice pickup here. More time for this Maelstrom, Rana, and Midas Arc Warden to farm the map, push some lanes in.
It's going to be Battle Fury into SNY for the Marcy. I was looking over the Marcy builds in the past. They varied quite a bit. It's been like, he's tried an Armlet build. He tried BKB into Ags. There was an AC Basher Blink build. Seems to change every single time Mickey plays this hero.
It's because this hero's really hard to itemize.
I think the most stable build he had was like when Disperser was stronger and you could go Diffusal. There's a small crit build as well, but Battle Fury is definitely the best farming build for this hero by far, and he can't farm without a farming item, so
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
you don't have much choice.
TP rotation coming from Insania. They already got the Doom on Whisper after he'd used the Onslaught, so he was stuck there for a while. Gets Nightmare long enough for 33 to, you know, kind of catch up. And Fiend's Grip that I really don't think was necessary. But whatever.
It was close, actually. He was going to live through the Doom. Had some Stick Fairy Fire. I'm okay with that play. Game is slowing down a bit for Liquid, though. They're not really on OG's side of the map, and OG are getting the time and space that they want here with this lineup. This Arc Warden is slowly catching up. He's not getting ganked. And you didn't get any increased tower pressure from this DK after all those tier 1s. So Liquid content farming. They feel like that early game was good enough to put the Marcy in a position where with this Battle Fury, kind of like an Ursa, he's just going to take over the net worth chart and out-carry anybody here. Which I feel like if you pick Io Marcy, you kind of have to have faith that's true. I feel like it's like this Io Razor combination that Liquid also like to run a lot. You kind of have to have faith that you're going to win the late game with it. If you're Marcy's top network.
Otherwise, what if you try, you feel like if you're pressured and trying to end the game too quickly, you're just gonna throw it away, or you think like fundamentally you pick this hero, you should believe in its late game potential. Relocate coming
really
in on
else.
Ari. Don't have any dust.
He sees the reload.
They're actually going to
set up
try and use this. Yeah, the reload is going to come back in. They hit the Avalanche Toss combination on the two of them. Marcy's already quite low. Mech goes off, though, and now Marcy has a chance to fight back. It couldn't burst down the IO, and the heals go off, and the fight now falls apart. Seb trying to push him back. Nice Shackle shot combined with Gale Force keeps them at bay. Nobody else is going to die on OG, but it's not the fight they wanted.
Nowhere close to the damage necessary. Oh, the Cobalt body block from 33. What?
Oh, now that's why you build a shovel right there. Not for the consumables, but for the body blocking of a Cobalt. Yeah, Seb's like, all right, I respect that one. That was a sick play. 33, he sets it up, and now Insania on the other side sets up another fight for them. Whisper quite low, does manage to trample through the Bane and get away. Meanwhile, Mickey's fighting for his life right now, but the heals are going off, and he's getting a higher and higher HP, so he is good to go. Still has 20 Magic Wand charges. The IO still has 15, and they still have a greater healing Lotus. So I say he got a little low, which he got down to 30 HP, but Liquid still have a whole lot of healing in the back pocket.
And Whisper with nothing but a blink just gets out of full duration grip there. It's pretty crazy. Still, they just don't have the damage for this IO combination.
Nope.
Boxy is just way too big too early. Sange on the Marcy also going to help. This regen amp, some status resist. Really nice item now. Gonna help him move around the fight. Extra move speed as well for the IO tether makes sense to me. Another sleep setup.
Oh, Whisper, I don't think you don't want none of this smoke, son. Get on out of there.
Can they find the reload? They do find it again.
They found it.
It's the same story though.
Hit the Gleipnir. Arrow, Seb trying to get in position, hit a shackle shot here. Only gets Mickey, so Boxy is free to deliver some heals. Mickey healing up, half HP, a little bit more. They finally get him. But at the same time, what is it going to cost them? Liquid has already moved over, and they have a Doom onto the Arc Warden. 33 is getting a little bit low. Boxy back into play with a Dragon Knight. Quickly gets targeted, though, by the Arc Warden. Illusion and BZM. BZM, he's just going to die, man. They have all the detection, apparently, to see all these heroes. 33 gets tossed in the air. Still living. He needs a tree toss. He needs to find him. Get your illusion out of the way, man. What are you doing, Nisha? All right, 33 lives despite the attempt by Nisha to get his ally killed, and Insania will quite literally do a little spin dance on Ari's soon-to-be corpse, as he doesn't have a blink dagger, so there's really no way for him out of this situation.
Dude, 33 is just outplaying him on these. The shovel has done so much work for him. He's like a salving mid-fight there, lives on one hit. The early kobold block. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a person use shovel to such a large degree in fights.
Yeah.
But it's all the Dragon Knight doing the damage. And again, they get Mickey there. That's a huge kill for OG. They are happy about that, but they just pay way too big a price for it. As it takes too long. The setups on that reload, not everybody was there instantly. That was your Mirana Gleipnir timing. You now have your Arc Warden Gleipnir. Like, this is where you're supposed to be really strong in the fight.
Yeah. Liquid's winning a lot of fights. Maybe they're, conceding a few more kills than they used to, but when are they going to do Roshan? We talked about this, kind of being like an Ursa. What about the early objective taken?
Under attack.
I think they can do it now. They can do it at any point, but they don't want to get sucked into some bad 5-on-5 around the pit, especially if Mickey doesn't have BKB. This is actually where he's probably the most susceptible, honestly. You're against triple Gleipnir. You're just going to get kited in the fight. You're going to get stuck by one of them, hit by an arrow or a shackle, the Wind Ranger Gust. Like, you really want the BKB to guarantee you the impact in the 5-on-5 before you try and force that objective. And you may as well just keep farming, playing the map. You have DK illusions to push some waves now. You have the BKB on 33 that we saw last fight, so he can set stuff up a lot more aggressively. It's just going to walk into Seb. Purge him.
Slow down. 33 pops his BKB. Charges forward, pushes back Seb while the Fiend's Grip is going to make sure that Tomato can't do anything. His Tempest Double does manage to get the Bane kill. Lose sight of Seb. No, gain sight of Seb. And the invisibility runs out. Mickey will collect that double. Oh, and look at Nisha. Straight up, trying to get more off of this one. He sets up the relocate. Spot Whisper. And Onslaught coming up. Maybe he can get the distance here. He's actually going to turn back. Oh, what? He got purged.
Canceled it.
I think
he
33 purged him.
No, that was after. He just canceled it.
Are you sure? Because it is dispellable.
I'm sure.
Okay. All right. Well, they get boxing on the other side of it.
I mean, I'm looking at the death summary. I don't even see it was cast, but I guess maybe it wouldn't show up. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't do damage.
I don't think
it was off cooldown. Oh.
Either way, they get
Avalanche, toss back. Oh, nice shackle shot. Push them together with the Gale Force, but it's just limiting your losses if you're OG, not actually stopping. Oh, Gleipnir coming out. Tempest Double chasing after them here. Can they get anything off of this one? Whisper's coming back into play. They want to fight. I'm not sure if OG should fight, though.
I mean, this is where you want it, right? You have your triple Gleipnir. This is where that lineup is supposed to strike back in the 5-on-5, even though you're down gold. And the BKB is done for Mickey. So that window you had to abuse this Marcy is gone. Shiva's already done for 33. Like, the tankability on this lineup right now is insane. Very difficult to bring heroes down. Which means, are you just going to keep ratting this game? You're going to give up Roshan? Because they're just going to do Rosh. And they don't even need everybody to do it.
And they still caught Whisper. Whisper was trying to play safe. He just burst the creep wave and played off the map, but they still caught up to him. They're going to take the enemy Tormentor for Liquid. So now they have the upgrade for the Tether, which might be good. It's not like, it's no Leshrac or anything, so it's not like the spell lifesteal is crazy good this game.
This thing gives slow resistance now, though, which is kind of interesting. Because I think slow resistance stacks, but you now have status resist and slow resist on this Marcy, which is kind of interesting, honestly.
Yeah. I don't think they have any real slows, though, right? I guess it's just Flux. I think that's the only slow they have. Waiting
Yeah,
for the top
maybe.
fight. Insania with his shard from Brain Sap is going to help keep him healthy. And it'll be Seb who gets hit by the dust, hit by the Shivas. He'll be the one to get run down in that attempt from OG to get a little push out. It does end up
OG
netting the tower
supports
eventually.
Have had a rough game, man. Like, Liquid has just abused the hell out of them. They're combined, what, 1 in 16 here?
Well, it's soon to be 17. Ari's gonna blink right into Mickey, who pops his BKB really quickly. Nice fast reaction from him.
I mean, I don't want to say that's worth it, but that might be worth it, dude. I don't know. Like, what is an 11th death on Tiny? You know, like, who cares? But that BKB, that's some value. That's some value right there. 9-second BKB.
Yeah, maybe. It's gonna run into BCM. Relocate. Can they get the follow-up to Sables? Oh, yeah, they've got him. He's out of leap charges. Pops a shield rune. they beat through it real quickly. I've got Black Dragon soon on Nisha. He needs to slot it in from his backpack, but he'll have it now.
Oh, the setup. Can they get the IO? They
Okay,
can.
Mickey's gonna
No
have to fight
BKB.
this without the IO. Can he do this without BKB? Doesn't look like it. Just controlled up too much. Fiend's Grip trying to stop that with
Oh
an
my
avalanche.
God.
Covers the stuns just enough. Nisha's now gonna come in with the Dragon Form. He's gonna have to clean this up. 33 is making his way over as well. Runs into Ari. Ari's gonna be the first one down from this one. They're still gonna get a 3-for-3 off of it, despite OG setting up a very good, you would think it's a great team fight. Oh my god, is
Chasing
Whisper
down
gonna die
Whisper.
too? These illusions are chasing him down.
You can't escape. Blink up in
Beats
one.
him with a breathe fire, stops the blink dagger, blinks up, blinks backwards.
There's a
Oh, he's
creep.
still in range of the creeps. Oh no! Oh no!
Damn.
Couldn't get away. A 4-for-3.
Heads up micro by Nisha. Honestly, just keeps that
Yeah.
going. And these cores are just way too strong. Like, that's about as good a fight setup you're going to get it from OG, because the Marcy did not have BKB from the earlier Tiny Sacrifice. And it costs him there, because he eventually goes down on top of Boxy, but you still just can't take this fight. There's way too much HP on these cores.
Dire's top tower.
Seb will also be going down here. Cannot escape the
Seb.
purge.
Yeah, this is the part where your lineup, where the single target looks so good, is when you're so far ahead, the enemy can't team fight you, and your single target is so good at picking heroes off. Like the Bane is just constantly setting up in side lanes, looking for heroes that dare show on the creep wave, and then just a simple Nightmare plus either TP rotations or relocates.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, this Mirana pick got punished in that aspect, because it's not just a hero that can get counter pick mid. It's like, it can go really bad, and then it didn't help your offlane either, because you pushed this melee hero into double melee offlane. So you gave this
Relocate onto the
opportunity to
Wisdom
Liquid.
Rune. Tomato. He went for
I
it.
get him.
Liquid set the trap up with Insania very nicely. And they try and go back onto mid, but a Doom, an easy TP cancel. I mean, this game looks over, man. OG, they have gotten like pretty much zero ground. And was there ever a fight that they actually won? Did they ever walk away with more than Liquid got out of the fight?
Dire's current
I don't think so.
has been killed.
And the rest of it's just been them getting picked off by this Bane on the map.
Whisper will manage to get this
Okay.
kill. His BKB is going to wear out soon. 33 is going to chase after him. Meanwhile, mid is going to get chipped away here. And there's nothing OG can do about it, so Ari's not even going to try. He's going to TP out on the map. They're going to see if they can kill 33 together.
Dire's middle barracks
I mean, you got to find
has
something.
fallen.
Yeah. They run into each other. Whisper gets the grab. And they're also going to TP in the Arc Wardens. They have a real chance of being able to do this. Toss up in the air, chaining disables as long as possible to get him. But Nisha is already here. How is he already here, man? Comes in with the IO, and they have a relocate coming up soon as well. So they might be able to kill Whisper and still relocate for somebody else. They have any vision? No vision? They may still find him, though. He can't stay away. There's too many units around. They spot him, and they'll catch him, and they'll kill him.
Nisha has just been on point with these illusions, making sure he always gets that last hit in, and there's just nowhere to go on the map. Io has closed it off completely. They'll find another freebie. Ari will not escape the enfeeble.
This is
brutal.
one of the worst Tiny games I've ever seen.
Yeah, 14 deaths is absurd. Liquid have punished it about as hard as you can punish his first pick melee 4.
Attempted a relocate gank with no setup. Nets Liquid. Nothing but pushing Tomato off of the Ancients. Nisha will go back to taking another tier 2.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Insane is just playing so aggressive. There's like no threat on him because his reload backup. And meanwhile, he has Aetherlands plus Eye of the Vizier. This is the Bane's dream.
Well, there's no
We'll
relocate
find
right
him
now, so maybe
eventually.
the wrong
Yeah,
time
okay.
to be aggressive.
I was like, this is really aggressive, you know.
Oh,
He's
he
just
got
pulling
neutral
waves along.
creeped.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he did. He got neutral.
Dude, I think it was Hellbear.
Harpy
Dude,
Stormcrafter.
Oh my
Hit him for
God.
34. Got his ass.
And dropped Bracer. Nisha doesn't need it to kill Ari. Don't think he needs any items to kill Ari, frankly. Oh, Boxy screwed that one up.
Yeah,
Kind
what
of.
is
I mean, I
that
guess
reload?
you get the vision for him to then rebound and chase after him. Going for Marcy, got the BKB off before the pulverize. The damage, though,
He's gone.
lots of damage. Still pierced through that BKB, no problem. 33 blinks ahead of the Gleipnir as Whisper chases after Dragon Knight. Got a shackle shot, beautiful from Seb, but 33 with the reinforcements. Dooms up the Primal Beast. Seb is being pushed away. It's all up to Tomato to try and punch through these heroes. He's got 33. Can he do the damage? Oh no, a Fiend's Grip on the real Arc Warden. The damage halts, and maybe he wouldn't even do enough damage to threaten Nisha anyway. This Dragon Knight is a big bad boy. He's got a Beyond Godlike spree, and he's cooking up a double Beyond Godlike as BZM's gonna die as well. Triple for Nisha. OG holding on to the bitter end, but the end was a good 15 minutes ago, it feels like.
I mean, you remember at the start of the game, I said the real beast in this game is when you tether this Dragon Knight. Like, Marcy is just Marcy. Well, this hero can get really fat, but she can still just die. This hero does not die. He is level 25. He is 16, 1, and 16. That might be one of the more ridiculous scorelines I've seen in a long time. Like, 16, 1, and 16? On a Dragon Knight?
But listen, Avery, listen.
He took 3 tier 1s by
Frog-
10 minutes.
Ice Frog did nerf Dragon Knight, okay? This is a
He didn't
nerfed hero.
Nisha. Apparently, you should have just
All
nerfed
right, like-
Nisha.
Okay, well, that was one
that
hell
was-
of an
that was
opener
neat.
for this upper bracket final, that's for sure. Team Liquid take an extremely dominant 33-minute victory over OG, won the laning phase super hard, and rolled with it with a lineup that, you know, I mean, it was designed to do that. It was designed to win lanes and then just stomp any sort of split pushing out of existence between IO relocate, Bane setup with Fiend's Grip and Nightmare, and a Doom. There was really no way for OG to recover, I think, by splitting the map and stuff. It seemed like that double Gleipnir timing that you were talking about just couldn't punch through these tanky boys.
I mean, I'm a fan of like Smid Marana, but I just don't think this was the pick for it. And I think this to me feels like a classic OG game one, where sometimes these game ones are just the read of the situation's off, or they get punished a little bit in one specific area and the game just snowballs, and they can adjust it for game two and look a lot better. So that's what I expect. But like you said, very dominant performance from Liquid. I mean, this game was just smooth sailing from them. Everything added up. we were a bit curious about this Bane pick, but then it turns into a Bane IO, which is like a really cool way to use the hero. We haven't seen it in a long time. You get the setup 5 who can run around on his own and set up for these reload ganks like a Disruptor, but Disruptor was banned, and he does it very reliably. Insania had a good lane phase, got a lot of farm. Boxy, same, had a super early mech. These 2 Liquid supports just made these heroes invincible and the map super easy to play. I mean, this was just a very well executed lineup from Liquid. They knew what they wanted, they got it, and they knew how to execute it. It makes the game look easy.
All right. Well, we expect OG to bounce back because that's what they did throughout DreamLeague. Man, DreamLeague Season 22 was like OG would always lose Game 1, and then they would come back and win Game 2 and maybe even the full series. So expecting a better performance in Game 2 was almost guaranteed. So we're going to take a quick break, come back with Game 2 of Liquid versus OG. Welcome back, everybody. It's game 2 of Team Liquid versus OG. We just watched a very, very stompy game 1 where Liquid rolled over them in 33 minutes, to be exact. Shout out to 33, I guess. I want to talk about what you have seen. Avery, did you watch any of OG's games for this qualifier specifically?
No, actually, no. I went through the post games, but I did not get to watch the actual games.
Sure. Well, we watched a crap ton of them for last DreamLeague since they made it through to the second group stage. So we got a lot of footage on them. What would you say their general strength is as a team?
I mean, probably like team fight spellcasting, I would say. I think they can produce some very clutch fights from even behind positions, particularly around Roshan. Like their objective calls and the angles at which they take those fights in spellcasting, I would say is their strength.
Okay, fair enough. And what do you think their biggest weakness is as a team? Is it laning? Because they got crushed on lanes pretty hard in that game.
I don't know if it's their greatest. I mean, it's probably social media, to be honest. Like, I think once Seb gets on Twitter, it's all downhill. You know, it's a clusterfuck at that point. But the gameplay wise, I think their laning probably isn't as good as the other top European teams, which I think has been set at a very high bar, right? Over the last 2 years, if you look at Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, these two have really just upped how good you have to be at laning just to compete with them. And I think some of that has looked a little shakier in like the last month or two. But generally, that's who you have to beat to get in these tournaments or to do well deep in these lands. So that's been a gatekeeper effect to some degree. And I don't think OG are as good as those two teams in laning, but I think they make up for it in creativity and some of the team fighting that can surprise people. You know, just weird fights they don't expect, taken in weird ways. The OG magic, so to say, right? I think it's still there to some degree. Yep. So I think you have to play for that, try and utilize it, not get sucked into like this laning battle, but find creative ways to overcome it. Like I said, that game, sure, you're not going to just win the lane straight up. Like Mirana's not going to beat this DK mid. It's never going to happen in a million simulations. But there could have been some more like Tiny roaming to top early. There could have been like pseudo trialing. You know, they did the pseudo trialing to start where they blocked the creep wave for Whisper. I think that type of thing can allow the Tiny to leave earlier than maybe you expect and get a cheeky kill somewhere and then come back and then play the lane when it's deeper in. Things like this, right? You can always find ways to kind of offset these plays, but you have to be willing to take the risks to make that happen. And I think sometimes OG is very good at doing that. And some games like that, it just feels a little too static and they get sucked into like, you're playing Liquid's playstyle and you're not going to probably beat them at their own playstyle too often.
Liquid's turn to ban.
Okay, fair enough. I just figured we'd get a little bit of breakdown of OG as a team after that game 1, since we know that they can do better, and expecting them to definitely draft more for lanes in this game, considering what happened in the last one. Because the last thing you want is to be in this upper bracket final, just get shut out on lanes, not really get to feel like you get to play Dota, and then go down to lower bracket, and then you have to go back through, and you don't really get to truly test yourself against Liquid. I like that you talked about lane so much though, because Seb, when I asked him about his transition from off lane to support, I asked him like who he studied the most, and he pointed to Gaming Gladiators and Team Liquid. He said Gaming Gladiators for execution, because he felt like, especially when it came to rotations on mid, Gaming Gladiators was the absolute best team at that, and he looked to Team Liquid for creativity, which I think definitely when it comes to draft and what we saw in that last game, there's definitely a bit more of that. I mean, they are kind of the only team that I can think of that regularly does carry Marcy.
I feel like Liquid are really creative in these qualifiers and stuff, but then when it gets deep in LAN, they tend to solidify what they want to play.
Yeah, sure.
Which is not a bad thing at all. It's just that like they're more willing to take risks and experiment, I think, when there's less on the line. I think that's where this team trends. Not universally true. but it's like my gut feeling. And OG will steal the IO this time around. So they left the TA. Liquid did not take the first pick TA. Maybe that's too bold. They'll settle for a strong laning in the Batrider. OG will take Seb's IO and say we can do it too. Only we can do it better. We'll see if they can do it better.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, what do they want with this IO though? The thing is, because there's no Lesh, which I think is the obvious pair. Liquid have 2 bans here because they're first pick, so they get to eliminate 2 pairings. Razor will be 1. They're probably not banning the Marcy. And I don't think OG need like a super strong pair, but you do want to build around this hero. You got to make him work in some capacity. They have not played it yet in this qualifier either.
Yeah. I was just trying to think of the heroes that I feel like are kind of on the rise right now and what would be good pairings with IO to replace Leshrac, and that isn't Marcy. What do you think about Primal Beast? Is Death Prophet any good with IO?
10 seconds remaining.
Not really. I think Gyro Razor were good bans. I think Sven is quite good and still very easy to run. I think it's actually an overlooked combo. Sven IOs can be really nasty. Especially if you get like a Dark Seer on top of it later, then you're just going bananas. That could be something they look for down the line. You can also... Yeah, it's just really good for a lot of reasons. You get a lot of stack XP. Attack speed on Sven is amazing. Move speed's amazing. You also need to think about your support with it, because generally you want some team fight and stuns to back up the IO around the map. So like the Bane did work for Liquid last game. Disruptor still in the pool. It's a classic combination. Not bad versus the Batrider either. I think OG could be looking at that, but I'm sure Arya will play anything, but I don't think that's what they necessarily want. There is his Hoodwink still in the pool, but he hasn't been favoring it as much lately, which is also interesting because OG lose that kind of go-to pick that was working for them on so many levels.
Yeah. Why do you think the Hoodwink disappeared? Because I kept expecting to see it.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't feel like did the hero get nerfed that much?
Remaining.
It lost a second cooldown on the level 10 talent, which was a decent talent. I don't think the hero actually got changed. I don't think the items got changed too much. We could still see it.
No.
But no, we'll see the Shadow Shaman making an appearance here. God damn, that is a manly pick. You see nothing but a Batrider.
So as a Shadow Shaman expert,
10
Avery,
seconds remaining.
is this hero good in this patch?
5 seconds
I
remaining.
genuinely thought he was playable last patch.
I remember nobody played it.
Yeah. I think this hero is still overlooked a bit. Like, I don't know if taking him this early is that good. I don't know how the IO pair functions. Like, in theory, it's good because he's a setup stun, but it can be really slow in the early game. But I do think this hero, if you know how to play him on lane, he's better than people give him credit for. It's just they don't play him a lot, so they don't really understand him entirely. There's not a lot of Shaman players left. This hero's been out of the meta for like 6 years. The execution on him isn't as crisp as a lot of these other high meta picks, so he just falls short a lot of the time. But he can be strong. Like, the hero has been buffed a considerable amount. This Hex is a spell you have to respect in fights. It's a significant damage amp that sometimes just catches you off guard and wrecks you. So you still have to respect what this hero can do in terms of giving you Roshan with wards, giving you insane scaling from the support position, especially if he gets items. But his laning is sometimes a weakness, and that is something we saw Liquid exploit. And I mean, they're going right back at it, right? Batrider, Disruptor, Monkey. This is another early set of picks where if you're OG, you have to think about shoring up your lanes, because there's another game. If you get run over, you're going to have no gameplay on this map versus Bat Disruptor with Shaman IO. If you are behind, you have no gameplay. I just don't see it at all. So you need some strong cores here that can stand their ground. Weaver IO. I'm okay with that. That's a strong early game carry, strong lane pairing. Something Tomato's very comfortable with. Good versus the Monkey King and the Batrider here.
this was a hero that I expected to see more of, because there were some pockets of time where this Weaver was being picked up in some of the previous patches that it looked really good, man. It like, you get to some of that late game, its single target damage is just, it demolishes people, and they up that even more by 5 damage per level. So not massive or anything, but for a hero that I thought was already kind of viable, to get a little touch like that. Kleipner is still good. Obviously, strong laning phase presence and all that sort of thing. OG are out of reserve time.
Yeah. I mean, what is this? Quap
When did that
Viper?
happen?
Like, a stun? Okay, stun. They needed a stun.
Yeah.
So this opens up the carry monkey on lane, but honestly, Liquid were kind of trying to bait this, because this is one of the teams that'll play off lane bat. Like, they'll play 33 bat rider here and play a support monkey.
10 seconds remaining.
So they still have the option, but this does open up carry monkey a bit if they want to commit
5
that route.
seconds remaining.
It is a solid matchup versus Centaur. But it's poor in the game versus the Weaver IO. I could see them just playing the offlane bat here. Boxy Monkey King. You're not too worried about the support matchups here. Get a carry you're happier with against Weaver. It's like Bloodseekers and stuff, but... Alright, Dragon Knight. That is a very solid pick here. One of the better cores versus the Weaver. Weaver has a very hard time matching up against this hero in the fights. Damage-wise against all the armor. He has one of the best single target long duration stuns in the game that Weaver struggles against. It just gets bursted down during. The lane matchup is also very good for Dragon Knight if Liquid want to try and force that. Like, they could play an offlane DK here. Still have some flex potential with this monkey. We'll see what they opt to do with the lanes, but so far it looks like another very solid early game lineup from Liquid. And I do like that OG went like Weaver Centaur, because that does tell me they're thinking about these lanes a lot more after game 1. And they're trying not to get run over. These are strong laning cores in their own, which they needed here, because you can't play Shaman without some strong laning cores. The hero just gives you nothing.
I was actually watching Low play Weaver this morning. Azure Ray had a match against Team Zero, and I was watching his Weaver get picked up, which is why I already had it in my mind. He was like beyond godlike in that game. Granted, Azure Ray's probably the best team in that qualifier, so maybe that doesn't say anything about Weaver at all. But obviously in that game it looked fantastic, and they also ran it with IO, with Tian Ming playing it.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a strong pairing. The lane's very powerful.
5 seconds
The Sakuchi move speed on IO, always good in the team fights. Scales pretty damn hard now. This is also one of the heroes that I guess the Brooch build didn't get nerfed as much on, but it's still probably kind of dead. Maybe that hurts his late game efficacy a decent amount. But I guess you could still go. Like, you could still go Divine Rapier Brooch on this hero because he just gets the triple hit in. And you're not as worried about the crits, like a PA or something.
Sure.
Because you're looking at a lot of potential armor here in Monkey King Dragon Knight. So that's why this Brooch build comes to mind. We've seen Tomato do it before. I mean, if I'm OG, I just want another stun.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Team Liquid had tons of reserve time, didn't really use any of it throughout this draft, so they can spend a lot of time in this last pick, but they won't. They're going to go just take the Slardar. So some minus armor with 2 heroes that do a healthy amount of physical damage. I always like when you're able to bump up Dragon Knight's damage a little bit, because it makes him that much scarier as a late game threat, you know?
They've also really amped up the pressure on this Weaver in the game. DK and Sard are very tough. And it'll be OG taking the TA last. A hero that Liquid have built as a threat will slip through the last pick here. Is it that good, though? That's the big question. You get this Shard Silence, but it's not the greatest Shard Silence game. And otherwise, you're lacking an extra control element. And you also have to go up against the high armor we talked about. And it is Core Monkey plus this Dragon Knight. And the Dragon Knight mid matchup is not. It's not that good for TA, honestly. Like, you can get abused in this if you get ganked with the early 6 that he puts on you. Just burns through you, takes your tower. It's not like some hero you want to play TA into. So this is not some end-all be-all TA pick. It does give them a lot of minus armor synergy between the Weaver and the TA. You have a lot of mobility with presumably Blink TA, Centaur Stampede, Weaver IO running through. It's an interesting lineup from OG, but it does seem more straightforward for Liquid. Like, you have 3 stunning melee cores with Disruptor Bat that are going to run at you, glimpse you back, lasso you back, drag you into Wukong with armor amp. You know, you can just blow up these supports. The lane should be good for 33, I want to say, and the lane should be good for Mickey on the side lanes, and I feel like the DK is going to free farm mid again. So if you're Liquid, you're still looking at 2 to 3 lane wins on paper if you execute well. Another spooky game for OG.
Yeah, not a good sign for OG if they end up losing lanes again. But if they somehow walk away with a lane win, they will have a kind of similar setup to what Liquid had in game 1, in that they do have good catch. Like, they've got so much good, strong single target with a relocate coming in. They also have the vision of Templar Assassin traps, which I think can be a really big factor in a game like this, where Liquid is running at you a lot. If they have some of these traps to see these rotations happening, then might give them a little bit, like, you know, that little bit of info ahead of time that allows them to set up faster, because it always felt like they were behind. They were 1 beat behind Liquid the entire game, right?
I would agree with that. I think if they can get the vision going and they can get out even and get into like the Roche pit or something, that's probably where this lineup shines. Drop the wards, hit it with a meld. There's a bug that goes through. This Roche dies super fast for OG. On the flip side, you have Slardar on Liquid, so they can also take this pretty early in the game if they dominate the lanes. And it's going to be a big point of contention for OG, because you're playing Templar Assassin. You want this Aegis on BZM this game. And if Liquid managed to steal it from you, you are going to be really sad trying to take that fight with like a bunch of single target cores jumping in to try and burst this front line that's already difficult to go on. So that's what I'm looking for in this game. Roshan control from OG. We talked about their strengths before. I said fighting around that pit was one of them. This is a game they're going to need it.
Liquid already starting off on the right foot, getting 3 bounty runes away from OG.
You like these sprays by the Dire tier 2? 2 big old nuts.
I knew that's what you were going for. It really like they're really up in your face too.
I mean, that was as clear a message as I think you're ever going to get from a Dota player, so. Nice way to start the day, you know?
Yeah.
You got to get that morale back.
Folgers in your cup sort of deal, right? It's a nice way to wake up.
Yeah. And look, they put him back
lanes wise. Yep, they got him all over the place.
That 2 big old nuts
Whisper
for Mickey to stare at down here. I'm not talking about Centaur there, Austin. I'm talking about...
Uh-oh. Blood grenade. Oh, nice stomp from Whisper. Stops the aggression on Ari. He's good to go. Barely shy of being level 2. Mid lane matchup already looking a little rough for BZM. Again, the Dragon Knight advantage, where he just breathes fire on you over and over and over again for harassment, CS, and to limit your own ability to CS with that minus damage.
I mean, Nisha will free farm here. There's nothing to stop it. And again, I feel like the lanes are favored for Liquid early, especially. Maybe the later portions of these waves, these side lanes can heat up for OG. I could see them getting some kills like between the 4 or 5. But these levels 1 and 2 are tough,
nice bump
and they're
back.
already going on Seb.
Flame break back into the bash, and they got the hit. The tick out. I'm not sure if it was a hit or a Firefly damage or what, but they got him in the end.
Radiant's courier has
It's just a very tough portion of the laning phase for OG. They need levels on their heroes before they can fight back, and there's a lot of early spell power between these two supports. Disruptor, Bat, just enabling the kills if you get any sort of advantage. Though this offlane being full for OG is nice here. They are doing really well in terms of maintaining the regen early versus the monkey. In fact, taking it to Mickey, he is
trying to go for the trickery dodge
chunked.
on... He does have Fairy Fire, so he's going to be okay here. But good bit of harassment there from Whisper and Ahri. I mean, this is a duo that has some heavy single target between Shackles and Double Edge.
Yeah, this is a nice way to play versus Monkey King anyway, because if you get Monkey low, he can't do anything on lane. He needs the HP to trade to get the Jingu to then recover it off the Boundless. Anytime he's low, that trade becomes impossible. So OG are always happy to just take their mana, trade it for Mickey's HP, and then they get to free farm this lane. So this should be a much stronger off lane for them than game one. As the other two struggling a little bit, but they're doing fine. And I think this is mainly what OG were looking for, just not getting run over too much. We'll see if Nisha can go 16-1 and 16 again. This mid Dragon Knight.
Yeah, that was a pretty nasty Dragon Knight performance. As you said, I don't think I've ever seen a KDA like that on Dragon Knight of all heroes. But this hero is, I mean, this is a new age of Dragon Knight. Ever since they gave this guy Black Dragon, people realized the potential of it late game. Even like the nerf that they put on this hero, I was thinking about it, the minus the, what, 5 seconds to 3 seconds. Like, yeah, it makes a difference when you're doing, like, harassment damage on towers and stuff like that, but in a team fight, it doesn't make a difference. You're hitting a person over and over and over again, reapplying the buff, right? So, they're the debuff, rather. So, it's not like that nerf actually does anything in that scenario.
I mean, they made the debuff slightly worse, too. They made Black Dragon a little weaker. So, the attack move speed slow, and then the Black Dragon resistance going down, in theory, hurts his scale. But yes, the hero's basically still functioning the same. In a good DK game, he's going to be a menace.
This looks like a good DK game to me.
Yeah, it's pretty damn solid here.
Shackles goes out, Glimpse to stop it on the bottom lane, so... They still go for it, though. Stomp onto Mickey. Body blocking. Blood Grenade gets thrown up. Lands. Mickey has to turn around, throw out a Boundless Strike to get some space here. Once again, just putting pressure on this carry, keeping the Monkey King low when they can.
Boxy went for this gank on mid, but... honestly, I don't think it was close to working. There's just, like, no damage going in.
Especially if Nisha isn't going to level Dragon Tail in the matchup, you know.
Yeah. It's also just before the DK6. I feel like that was kind of like a low probability play. Maybe he just didn't want to sap XP top. So it was like a free gank. Did bring the IO mid as well. Seb wanted to not have anything bad happen there. Can't blame him. They're going to battle for some runes. So this is when the DK is hitting 6. So this is Liquid gearing up to play around Nisha, play for the 6-minute power rune. They're bringing 3 heroes mid. This is where BZM is super susceptible. 1 creep for the Corrosive Breath here. And it's a DD rune bottom. That is a rune. At least Ahri will force it out of the Dragon Knight's hands, but tower pressure heating up already.
Unfortunately, BZM did get enough denies that he was able to stop Nisha from getting 6 until after the Siege Wagon died. So I think that alleviates a decent amount of the pressure, but obviously it's still going to come in the form of all this chip damage. Kinetic Fields on BZM. They have vision of him. So that meld isn't going to do much to save him here. They'll just keep chipping away. OG can't really do anything to stop it. Simultaneously, Liquid can't really, like, actually get a kill out of this or anything, so... Top lane. Oh, 33! Getting very aggressive here. He is level 6 compared to Tomato's level 4. I mean, that's just the problem.
Got so much solo XP.
Yeah. And
he
Monkey
is
King's
the
going to
most farmed
actually
hero in the
rotate
game.
across. They have the bash. They chain the stun. The Monkey King. I mean, this is a Mickey classic right now. He plays the Monkey King. You should expect an early rotation through the portal. He will do it to you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Liquid taking over this early game yet again here. Off the back of 33, just dominating this lane with the last pick, counter pick. He's so far ahead of Tomato and XP and net worth. It's ridiculous.
And look at this. Mickey comes back to bottom lane with Jingu still up. So he's a serious threat.
Oh, he
They
treed out.
gotta fix this kinetic field, man. They got it. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to just use a branch to get out of kinetic field. That spell is bad enough as is.
I mean, that was pretty hype, though.
I mean, it was hype, but I feel like I'm seeing it all the time now. And 33 just
Tomato
runs down
is
to
dead
bottom.
again. Oh boy, this is trouble for OG. You cannot have this Weaver have this rough of a game when he's supposed to be like your linchpin in the fights around the hero the IO can play around. The hero giving you the bonus damage off the bug going through.
Oh, the flame
This
break.
thing's about to be a
He's still
liability.
tethered. Still has a chance to walk away here, but an illusion rune for Nisha will ensure that this tower does eventually fall.
There's just no defending this. You just don't have the heroes for it. And TA losing her tower, this is the TA DK matchup where if you can't bring help and do anything about it, I think it just feels bad because DK opens up the map and then suddenly, are you confident to just stack Ancients here and get this big stack? Like, they're stacking it. I mean, this is your big comeback for OG is this Ancient stack, but if Liquid invade, you're going to be mega sad in this game.
.33, he's gonna take that top tower this time, not needing Nisha's help. So 2 towers down in 9 minutes.
Top tower has fallen.
6k net worth lead. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's not pretty. This might be worse than last game.
Yeah, kinda.
Also, the XP differential, 7 levels to 930. That is a lot of level difference. They will get this Ancient stack, though. That's going to help. Help even it out a lot here. Not much else you can do.
Oh, is Insania sent. Oh, it does see the ward. Alright, so he gets the D ward in their own jungle, so Mickey's safe lane is even more secure. Power Rune shows up, it's top. OG actually not doing anything to try and take it. Or he's just trying to get levels to level 6, but he'll be punished for that presence. And also being part of this kill will help Insania get to his 6, as he's almost there.
I mean, they're just going to start running at everything in this game. Absolutely nothing to stop. And they have the supports to do it. Arguably maybe the 2 best supports in the game for just running at enemies and guaranteeing the kill threat. It's going to be an Orchid buildup from 33 as well. He is the recipe off of that. That is such a fast Orchid here. I don't know how you play the fights as Weaver into this Orchid starter. Sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, that sounds pretty impossible. Another Siege Wagon wave coming in, so there's going to be some damage on these tier 2s. Liquid, they seem like they maybe want to just bum rush top, or not. Everyone's just kind of hovering around the same area.
He's just killing your jungle that he stacked while you're all staring at up this ramp. Like, he's gone. Look at his, he's just ahead of the Weaver now.
Yeah.
I mean, OG have to do something in this game soon. Like, this is, you can give up some early leads and come back, but this is just, you know, begging to be run over. Like, you can only do it to such a degree.
I think part of the problem here is you need the Weaver to be the active core, but he's not even level 7 because he had his experience sapped by the IO and then lost the lane super hard against the Slardar. So compounding factors here, he's only just now getting a 7. So maybe they can fight with that.
I mean, you're gonna fight with level 7 Weaver into level 10 Orchid Slardar?
Yeah, probably not.
I feel like you either bring 4 heroes and you kill 33 right now, or you dodge this guy and you go to the other side of the map.
Dude, they had that level advantage without taking their own Wisdom Rune. Boxy only just now got it.
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting.
Zania finds the mark. Ari was looking for some sort of pick-off, something, you know, hoping to be able to catch Slardar alone or something like that, but as soon as he pokes his head out, there's the 2 supports to meet him, and there's no escape from Glimp's lasso.
You'll die.
Well, the lead continues to grow here.
Dude, Mickey's going Gleipnir.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Tower is under attack.
It's kind of cool.
I mean, it sets up his Primal Spring bounce, right? Helps get some of their heroes, like if Slardar doesn't have a Blink Dagger, I guess it helps initiate some fights and get some more catch. Keeps him inside Wukong's man longer.
Good versus the Weaver. These supports, you just lock them in for longer. You have Amp to give you the
nice
damage.
play from Whisper to cut down that tree, but it looks like he's still gonna die. Pops his Blade Mail. Will try and return some damage. Actually gets out of the Static Storm. Of course, he's gonna be glimpsed back. Maybe Ari. No, Box is on the other side, so nobody's making it out of this one alive. Double kill for Mickey. Nisha cut across the triangle too. He has Dragon Form up if they want to go for this. And also Wisdom Root is coming up in 10 seconds.
Super nice. They're going to get both again.
Oh my god.
The lead only grows. This is... I mean, this is the modern age of Dota. You fall behind on lanes, you risk falling very far behind with how much objectives are on the map. 9 level difference now.
Well, at least they found a little stack in the Radiant Triangle to work with, so BZM will find some farm there. They do have level 6 on the IO.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I don't know, man. I don't think if OG meets Liquid again, I don't think they give the Dragonite up, or they better have like a much better answer to it, because I think this Dragonite pressure it's relentless, man. Nisha is just, he took a tier 2 so damn early. Nice little grab here on Boxy. He finally pays for his sins of being so damn aggressive, and yet it's still going to pay out for Liquid. They lost Boxy, but they'll get the kill on BZM. No relocate coming from Seb. He's going to stick with Tomato for now. Now to get the glimpse back onto Ari. So 2 kills out of that little exchange.
You want to know the dirtiest thing that happened during all of that?
What's that?
All right, if you look at the item sheet, Liquid have triple shovel. Now, OG also have triple shovel. But Liquid have been digging up these kobolds, and they sent all the kobolds to OG's triangle. And they were blocking camps.
Really?
Yeah, they've been blocking Ancients in like the big camp there and scouting the ramp. They have a sentry as well. This is just kobold warfare, dude. Like, this is one of those things where I feel like we saw 33 abusing some of this little shovel stuff yesterday. I feel like at some point, this team sat down and they're like, shovel is just the most broken neutral item because of the like average GPM, and you can block camps with kobold and you get all this extra, and they're just like massing shovels and abusing it. I mean, it actually makes sense, right? If you dig up a kobold and you block an enemy camp with kobold, that's like the largest GPM difference you can create off a neutral item in the first 15 minutes for sure. It's not even close. So they have 3 of them. I mean,
a hasted Nisha runs into Ari, gets grabbed. Shackles only gonna last so long. The Gleipnir holding these 2 heroes inside long enough for the crush to land onto both of them. They wipe out OG as they tried to get a little aggressive, tried to kill a Dragonite. It's not even close, man.
And Liquid came to play today.
Yeah, they sure did. Apparently Blitz has just been spamming Dragonite for like 2,000 MMR. He's just been grinding Dragonite this entire time. And Liquid piggybacking off of that easy wins, I guess.
I mean, there was a lot more to
Chasing
these
down the
games than
Centaur
Dragon Knight,
now.
though.
Yeah, that's true. That for sure, for sure.
Like, OG had problems on all 3 lanes,
Radiant's
both
bottom
games.
tower has
You know,
fallen.
they just, I don't think they had a single lane that ended up going their way over the 10-minute mark. Just crumbled. And the problem is they also had the less momentum-based support duo, so when the lanes went bad, it went really bad for them, because, like, you have IO Shaman here, you know? And you're in a losing game. It's so tough to play these fights.
Stuck in the Static Storm. Oh man, they made the IO look so good for Liquid, and now they've countered the IO entirely. Seb just cannot be a part of a fight without getting Static Storm kinetic fields. And
Just can't get his
once
mech
they're stuck
either.
in that. Yeah. And the Orchid goes to work. 33 gets the solo pick off on Tomato on top of all that.
Well, this used to be an upper bracket final.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's now
Yeah,
turned
now it's
into
a...
a scrim OG wishes they could forget very, very quickly.
Well, look at
Look
the
how
kill on
Mickey-
Mickey. I don't think he has a way out of this one. Well, okay, it's Seb just by himself. Oh, no.
Ooh.
Oh, no. They cost lost 2 heroes for that. Whisper almost died as well.
Dire's
Oh
top
my
tower has
god.
fallen. Dire are
Those procs at the end, dude.
That was insane, man. It was lightning all over the
Gleipnir
place.
damage. Gleipnir damage. You just cannot underestimate how strong this item is when you get it really early. Something OG were trying to abuse last game, but because those Gleipnirs got delayed, we just never saw the effectiveness. But man, that item decimates team fights. 1v3 finds 2. That is how rough this game is going for OG right now. As you gank Mickey, no. Mickey ganks you, and you lose your Weaver again.
Oh, and he couldn't even stop Nisha from getting away. They're going to run after Insania. Glimmer Cape TP out. There's no way they find him either.
This is just at this point, you're just getting demoralized further, you know?
Yeah. At some point, you got to be thinking about the lower bracket final. You're going to have to play after this if you're OG.
We might be getting to that point. We might be getting there. We're like, all right, preserve your mental sanity. The rest, I mean, you can't GG out, but like, it's... Oh, there's just nothing happening. Gonna go for the gank bottom again.
Dire's middle tower is
They're gonna
under
hope that
attack.
this one works better than the last one.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No, never mind. They're just gonna kill some creeps.
33 on the hunt. You'll let Whisper go for now.
Dire's
Catch and
middle
release
tower-
from 33,
Dire's
the big
middle
fish.
tower has fallen.
I mean, the corrosive haze. They're like, they're still hanging around here. Boxy's like, I'm down to make this play. I'm down to go.
Instant
He
smoke
broke the
pop
smoke
on the
already.
shaman.
Ari's just like, panic. Whisper heads to the trees to try and TP out. Ari will stand his ground. It'll be a very short stand. Oh, Nisha! I thought they had him this time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's 23-2.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It is literally 3-2. I mean, when it rains, it pours, my friend. This is one of those games where you can tell there's nothing that has gone right for OG. Every little play has gone wrong in its entirety. They do have the Deso on the TA. They have the IO mech. This is as good as it's going to get. 20 level advantage.
They see the Slardar.
What?
Jump on him first. He's not an easy kill. The lasso grabs the TA, pulls him into the Wukong's command. The refraction gets burned through so quickly. 22 level advantage.
This has to be one of the largest level advantages ever in like a 20-minute
Oh
game.
my
It,
God.
it might be the most. Like,
Bottom tower is under attack.
Their experience per minute is all above 500. Well, Insania's at 496, but
Radiant structures
dude, they are all higher level than the highest level on OG.
is under attack.
All 5 of Liquid's heroes are higher level than Whisper and BZM at 13. At 22 minutes.
Dire's bottom tower
shit. I mean, if you we're talking about the downward trajectory versus the upward trajectory, well, that story has changed completely in this matchup. Liquid.
Yeah,
maybe they bombed out of DreamLeague, but they have gotten back into form, that's for sure. Whisper has an opportunity for a huge stomp. 3? Can they do anything with that? Insania lines up the static storm. They can't actually kill a 5 position on the front line, man. The disruptor is too much for them. Just by himself, he gets glimpsed back on the Templar Assassins. So that's 2 cores dead. Weaver's not doing any damage, and there's plenty of orchids and stuns to stop him from getting away. They call it, they tap out. That was a statement from Liquid.
We are done there. Dude, that level... I didn't notice, but the level meter doesn't count disconnected levels. So like when you DC at the end, it just gives the entire level advantage to the enemy because it counts as 0. So the level thing was just just going to like 30, 50, which I think is representative of that game because that game was heading there. That was absolutely out of control. 2250 win for Liquid with a 23 level advantage. They basically accrued a level advantage a minute. That is one of the biggest beatdowns I think we've ever seen from like 2 top tier European teams. Probably the biggest beatdown I've seen in years, honestly. That was, I cannot overstate how one-sided that game was. They found 2 kills versus 30.
And again, this was the first matchup of OG and Liquid this season. OG also just came off a tournament that I would say that they outdid expectations, making it into the second group stage, got 5th, 6th, somewhere in there as a result. Well, Team Liquid bombed out. So they're probably thinking, guys, we're the better team right now. We've got the momentum. Team Liquid's trying to figure themselves out. But apparently, Team Liquid, they figured something out in the last couple of days. Apparently, Scrim's going real well or something, because goddamn. That is a fearsome team to match up in the grand finals if you want to get to DreamLeague Season 23. And OG might be the team to go on and do it, or it might be Tundra or Entity. Those are the other 3 teams left that are going to be in the lower bracket right now.
I feel like only Whisper was like playing this game, which, I mean, some of that is draft, some of that is like execution, but this was not OG's day, and Liquid look unbeatable. Honestly, this series made them look invincible, so that is an insane boost for them going into that grand final. Or no, they're just qualified, right? Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's Europe. What am I talking about? 2 slots? They're just going.
Right.
I mean, that was
You're
easy.
right.
Yeah, just done. Like I was in my brain, they have to play another series because most of these only have 1 slot. But that was the Western Europe final to qualify. They're qualified. That was the easiest tournament berth of their life. They just came here, shellacked OG in 40 minutes. Now they're going to go to the spa or the movies or whatever they want to do for the rest of the day. Watch these replays on repeat while they praise each other. I don't know, but OG have 1 more shot to qualify. They will have that chance versus either Entity or Tundra. Some old friends in that series. But damn, like, what do you even take away from this game if you're OG? Like, what is your takeaway from this series? Like, obviously, you can go through the drafts. You can go through the hero matchups. You're going to learn a bit about the meta. It's a new patch. You weren't playing your best. Okay, you write all of that off. But, like, you're just like, damn, we got owned. Like, is that your takeaway? Just like, all right, they're better? Are you just willing to admit that? I don't know.
Let me add a little bit more to it. I don't know if they'll be thinking about this in this way, but from my perspective, OG just got slapped down really hard by Liquid. And whoever they face up against is a team that they didn't match up against in this qualifier. Entity and Tundra were on the other side of the bracket. OG beat Navi Jr. and Mouse in order to get to this position to match up against Team Liquid. When you get slapped down that hard, you begin to, I think you kind of question, like, how good are we? And considering that Entity had to get knocked down by Tundra at the very get-go and has climbed all the way through to face up Tundra again, you have a tough opponent on your hands that's going to be coming into that lower bracket final, the final slot for Europe for DreamLeague Season 23. So...
yeah, I mean, it makes you think of like your side of the bracket, if that's a thing. Like groups, is your side of the bracket just the weaker side because it has not won a series yet.
Yeah.
So that upper bracket was pretty stacked. Outside of Team Secret being Navi Jr., but that was the same side. So again, this lower side of the bracket has not won a match against the upper side. OG's in that. They just get trounced here. I agree. Like, momentum is not on their side. That's going to be a tough series for them. They're going to have to really think about what these other teams are doing, what they want to do, and come back mentally refreshed. That's the biggest thing. Like, drafts, I don't give a damn. You have to like reset your mentality as a team, regain your confidence, because that was a beatdown, an absolute beatdown.
And they've got a little bit of time to do it. That's going to close out the Western European qualifier for today. Tomorrow, we're going to have that matchup against Tundra versus Entity. I don't know who's going to be casting that, but Avery and I will join you guys again for the lower bracket final for the second qualification spot for Western Europe to DreamLeague Season 23. But again, for now, that closes out the broadcast. A short upper bracket final between Liquid, who take it 2-0 over OG.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I hide.